All right, that's enough of that startup stuff. I'm ready to get on into it, everybody, and play some games. I don't know about you guys, but I'm ready to get my Wednesday started up. It's Loki Day, everybody. That's what we think of Wednesday now. It's like Loki Day. Loki's coming on later. It's going to be hopefully very, very good. I'm watching that with my family. A very fun series as well. We're going to get into some Satisfactory today. What else are we going to get into today? Let's take a look. Boop. Right over here, we're going to get in some Satisfactory, and then later on some Valheim, and then tomorrow we're going to get into a ton of Fallout 76 Steel Raid. Now we're also going to play a bunch of Stream Raiders. Of course, we also have Stream Avatars will pop up at the bottom. We're going to do a bunch of that. And then we're going to, of course, just have a great day building out our nuclear power today in Satisfactory. Now, Satisfactory is one of those games that is just truly phenomenal in the way that you could build stuff and build gigantic factories with trains and all sorts of fun stuff. We're going to get into that right now. So I appreciate you all being here. Hey, Subi, good to see you. And first person I see in the chat. So on behalf of you, boom, there's 1,000 Kiz Caps to get everybody fired up and get them ready to go today. And I'd say we just dive right in because we got a ton to do. So let's go. Now I'm ready to rock and roll here. As you can see, we are standing out here in the middle of pretty much nowhere with our nuclear power. And we've got over here, we've got a blender, we've got a manufacturer. And over here, we can just go ahead and float up here. We've got this coming into here. Now, this part right here is the actual uranium and whatnot we're going to bring up, but you never turn that on until you're absolutely ready for everything else that you already have going. So probably not a good idea to mess with that until you figure that out. So I'm also using a thing called the hover pack. Allows me to hover around and wander around the actual game. There we go. We can kind of hear it now. So we can wander around the game and get that going on. But as you can see here, my nuclear power is not up and running because I don't have any of that stuff running. But we're going to make some encased uranium cells, and we have to make rods and all of that. Some of the fun that we're working on right now is this right here, which is our hover thingies, our drone ports. What they need is they need a bunch of batteries that we can put in there, and then it will power up this particular unit. Now, I do have some battery production on the other side, which is going to provide this one battery, and then the one on the other side, some battery. But we're going to work on that in a bit. I could also bring the battery in via a train and whatnot. This train only goes between these two sections right here, but I could run it over there, transfer to this train, have this train come over, and then put the batteries in. There's 100 different ways I could do it. But what I could also do is have it bring the batteries over here, which is great because it'll help keep that going. Or I can bring the batteries, and then when it goes over the other side, it'll get batteries, and then so on and so forth, and have plenty of batteries in both directions. So we got to figure out all of those logistics, and we've got to basically get all the logistics of our nuclear power going. And once we get that going, then we'll have a lot of power, and then we can retool and unspaghetti our entire factory that we have going. Because I feel like really your biggest issue most of the time is going to be your power in any and every building game that you do. Now, before we get into the deep detail of all of that and getting all of that working, which is incredibly fun, we're going to go ahead and do some battles. Let's go. To battle! Scriptlin coming in, showing some lurker love. Thank you so much. Hey, good morning, Bomo. Thanks for hanging out in the stream. Always great to see everybody. Hope you're having a great start to your day. Let's get you guys some loot to get your day started. Now, look at this. We're at 291. I know I'm waiting to upgrade my warrior. Right over here. Where is my warrior? Right here. I think we need 300. 300 right on the dot. So I feel like a few more battles we got this. Or maybe we can turn in a quest. Kill 3 support units. Oh, we got to keep putting our legendary down. We're going to get him going over here. We've got some scrolls. Oh, so tempted to buy them scrolls. But no. Not going to spend any money on there. Because we want to go ahead and get that warrior finished up. So we're going to go ahead and say no on that. No on the store, yes on the quests. Now, normally I would go ahead and pull out my, oh, wait, actually? Oh my gosh! I don't think I've ever seen it that easy ever. Normally what it would, if you didn't see this many mobs, it would say, you know, these mobs are going to come in at a certain rate. But holy mackerel, it's just two dragons. That's it. You want to put all your rogues in the front, everybody. Rogues definitely in the front. Well, hey, this one is just two bosses. So I'm going to go ahead and pull in the champion legendary orc on this one as part of the quest. And then also allows us to do that. So put your rogues up here in the front. Right next to me, I'm going to fast run as many people as I can right here. And then you guys are just going to get all the gold. But we still got to kill the boss. So make sure to put down enough units that we can still kill the boss, everybody. Tanks and DPS. Definitely going to need a healer. Maybe a couple healers to heal me through that. Let's see if we can get that done. Get you guys some loot. That's an easy one to get the day started there. There we go. Okay, so let's get back to some Satisfactory here. So now we're working on this. Let's go ahead and try to figure out where our train went. Maybe I took the train out. Kind of strange that I don't have the train on the track. But here's what I'm going to do just to save myself some walking is to put down a train, and I'm going to get on the train. Ride the train. Now, this doesn't seem very far, but if you are walking or driving other vehicles which are much slower, this actually is really fast. This is 120 miles an hour I'm going right now. Buzzing over here. Down there, you see my box ride coming up for my aluminum. We've got a little bit of stuff over there, and then boom, just stops on a dime. So amazing. And then we got that going. This is something they need to fix, too, where you can angle your things there so they're not all awkward like that. That would be nice so they're not wavy going like that. Now also we have down here some gases. You can see it way down there at the bottom. It's like a pressure thing that pushes down in the pressure and then pushes up all the gases, and then it feeds the gases over here, and then it takes the gases over to my primary base. But what we need is we need some batteries, and I can see I've got a train right here. I'm going to go ahead and take that train out. I'm going to go ahead and turn that train around. Now, there is actually a train already running on this track, and in the future, when we go and we run into trains run into each other, they will actually collide, so you'll need to do switches and all that stuff in the future. But for right now, we'll go ahead and do this. Now, this train's going to go even faster because it's going to be going downhill at a pretty fast rate. And as you can see, I'm going about 150 miles an hour. I'll probably reach around 200 miles an hour going down, so it'll get me from one side to the other really fast. There's also a train coming up now. I don't know. Maybe they added a thing where we're actually going to crash. Okay, they haven't added it yet. I know they're working on it. They haven't added it yet. Now let's go here into Spaghetti Town, as I'm affectionately calling it lately. Here in Spaghetti Town, we have got way too much just random lines running all over. Look at this mess. Look at this mess. More mess over that way as well. Now, we're going to come over here. We're going to fix all this up, though. But we got to get enough power so we can get all of this fired up. Let's go over here and see how our batteries are doing. See, we got that going there. I think we're running radio control units there, and these were batteries over here. We're not putting any aluminum casings in there right now. And I think that used to be our batteries out right there. So let's go ahead and first get this started by running this back into there. And then taking some of these aluminum casings that we have running over here. And we were trying to run, I don't think we're backlogging any of these. We're trying to run these in here, and we were making a bunch of something, which I can't remember what it was over here. We were making a bunch of fused modular frames. That's what it was. Oh, man, we sure did, didn't we? We made certainly a lot of those. But we need to tap into some of these and put some of this in our thing over here. So we're going to go ahead and split some of this out of here. Back into here, and that should start that up. Now, one of the things that we have a problem with is the fact that some of this stuff is really starting to peak our power. So we want to make sure that we got that going on. Now, I actually do have some batteries on me, which I didn't think I did. But I do, so I can put those batteries in the other one over there. I can take a few of these with me and put that in the other side. Now, what we're trying to do is make the control rods. Now, as you see, I'm just hovering along. I'm not using any mods. I'm using the actual in-game mechanics of Update 4. In the case of Update 4, I can use this hover pack, which I absolutely love. They did a great job on it. Where I can just hover around on top of stuff because the power down below is sending the power wirelessly to my little jetpack thing. And as long as I'm around some power pole like this right here, it's going to send me lots of power. Now, over here you can see that it's doing a bit of work. It's making some electromagnetic control rods. It's running those control rods over here. Now, the problem is it doesn't have any batteries. And I've got to get those batteries into here so it can run back and forth. I'm going to go ahead and sort this. Look for those batteries I thought I had on me right there. Boom. Put those in there. And that's going to go ahead and allow our drone to take off. Now, I might want to go ahead and split this in half first. If I can remember what the key was. Right click. Right click. All right. So put that in there. Now, what it's going to do is grab these control rods and it's going to fly them over to the other drone station that we created. And so we're going to go over there. Now, we do have another drone station that we do need to work on and take out. Look at all the spaghetti, everybody. We got so much we need to redo because we want to scale a lot of this up. Like my oil is not even being used at its maximum degree. We could be doing way more oil power, way more coal power now. And whatnot. We also have the ability to extract at a higher rate as well as we can overclock them. And all of that. So we're really in a nice position here. Did you notice how I'm floating still, even though I don't have any power poles? That's because right here, the train lines actually act as a power pole. So we could use that as well. So we're going to go ahead and go down here like this. And we're going to go ahead and take this out. So this is not an option for our drone to go to. And so we'll have just the true drone stations. Which will be bringing the control rods from over here over to the other side. And they'll start to backlog a lot of those control rods over there. Now, one of the things we need to do, though, is we need to go over there and we need to tell it, hey, here's a battery for that side so the drones can go back and forth in both directions. So we're going to go ahead and take out our locomotive here. Now, I could just wait for the train to show up, but I'm just being a little lazy and just making my own train. Oh, I didn't get my beacons back. I didn't get my beacons because I'm overburdened. What do we got? Oh, we picked up a bunch of this when we took the thing out here. Give me my beacons back. There we go. Now we go ahead and put our train down. What happens is it makes a little chest. Sometimes hard to see, as you saw. It's underneath there. But it makes a little chest of the stuff that you can't pick up. And it chooses somewhat randomly of what it can pick up and what it can't. So let's ride our way back here using our train. Now, one of the advantages of using the really slow rise, which is I'm using the minimum amount of rise, but it's over a long period of time. I'm using that because it reduces the speed by just a little bit, just by about 10 miles per hour. It does it over a long period of time, though. But it overall, it's going to be faster to go this way. As you can see, we've built up a pretty substantial rise here. And then into the station we go. And it's a good idea to take this out just in case it gets in the way of your other train. Right there. And we'll run our way up here. Again, our goal is to put batteries on both sides and just try to see if the drone stuff is working. Probably need to put a box in there too, just in case it backlogs those control rods. And we want to just get the pieces and parts running, right? The different stuff that we need. Get that running, get that flowing in there and kind of backlog a little bit of it. So it has time to get it going. I actually feel like I'm going to go ahead and do this and this. And this will give me 2 trains, so I don't have to keep taking that in and out, because I have a feeling I'm going to go back and forth a bunch here. Again, that's called a push-pull train, where you've got a train on one side and a train on the other. I do a lot of push-pull trains. I feel like they're the most efficient because you only have to run one track and it goes back and forth on that one track. It has to stop anyway on the other end. So when it's stopping and then it just goes back the other way, it's the same as if it was just going straight and circling back around. The only reason that would be more effective if it was going back around like that is if it wasn't stopping. If it was just like and then coming back, well, that's the only reason. Oh, there we go. So now we've got this one flying overhead. Now, the reason why I want to come straight back here is because this one's just going to fly overhead until this one gets out the way. And right now, it's just sitting there. So we have to go in, grab some more of our batteries here, put them in here. And that will get our first one right here fired up and get that off of the pad so that the other one can go get it. So there he goes. And then also we've got some stuff going here, so we want to go ahead and make... Oh, we got the Kismet love train going on. Who is that? The Mighty Warforge. Warforge, you going to join us for some New World coming up on the 20th, July 20th. This month, we're going to have some fun, so feel free to come join us for that. So we're going to run this out into there. And run this into there. There we go. We have a bit of a backlog. All right, so that one took off, and then this one's coming down and landing. And what we should see is a bunch of control rods popping out of there. Now, show Warforge some love in the chat. You are? All right, awesome. We're going to have a good time, man. we're going to do a complete stream takeover. So, second it goes in there, we should see those control rods, if we did it correctly. That's what I'm watching for, start to get unloaded. No? There it goes. All right, boom. Okay, so it's going to run those control rods in here, so we have done it successfully. It is now going to grab the control rods and keep bringing the control rods in. And because we have a box here, if it does start to backlog, which it will do pretty quickly, there we go. Start to backlog. I got to bring my power over here so I can keep on floating on my little thing. There we go. Yeah, it'll backlog those control rods, which is what we need in here, right? We need a certain amount of materials, right? Encased uranium cells, encased industrial beams, and electromagnetic control rods. Now, this thing over here, this is the thing that's going to be making these uranium cells, right? So what we need to do is we need to have uranium, which is what's coming out of there. We need to have sulfuric acid, which we don't have, and we need concrete. So we need to bring concrete and sulfuric acid over here, or we can drone it over here, or we can bring it by the train. We can do a lot of train transfer stuff where it picks it up, runs it over here, and then it transfers from one train to whatnot. But we're having some fun with drones, so we're going to try to do all of that via drones, probably except for the sulfuric acid. But before we get into that, let's just work our way back from the end result. Our end result here we need in our nuclear power is these uranium fuel rods. And again, we need encased industrial beams. Now, we can actually tell it to grab encased industrial beams from here and run it here and actually sort it on this side and run the encased industrial beams on one side and the control rods on the other. We can do a lot of that. We're going to just go ahead and create another drone port over here and just try to do all of our drone ports separate just for fun and see how that goes. Now, again, this is a cool addition to the game that they added where you can go ahead and be up here. Now, I actually find it easier if I am down at the ground level to expand my foundations. That's just me, my crazy ideas, but I like to be more here at the ground level. Normally, also, I use an 8x2, but for some reason, I started this as an 8x4, so I'm just going to go use my 8x4s now. Again, the building in this game, every time I play this game, this is fun every single time. I love it. It's just so... It's like every other game I wish worked as good as this one. And all I'm doing is I'm clicking at the first one, and then click, 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 and click in the same spot. And then I get all of those, because it knows that's the direction I want to build. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then usually the last one or two, you got to just tilt your cursor just a little bit. Tilt your mouse and you're good. It's just built so, the building is just so amazingly awesome. It's an 11 out of 10, everybody. It's incredibly well done. Now watch this. See how I can just build straight out? That's because I'm aiming at that edge. It's so good. It's so good. I love it. All right. It's actually on sale right now, I think. I think it was 20% off on Steam. So if you did want to snatch up some Satisfactory, now's a good time. It's getting close to release right now. It's in early access. It's already an 11 out of 10 in early access, which is a super rare thing, everybody. That's like finding a unicorn. I'm telling you, this day and age. All right, drone port number 2. Now we're going to call this, what's the thing we needed? I forgot already. I forgot. And again, I'm working my way backwards from the end. So I start with the nuclear power, and then I go to the thing before that, and then the thing before that. We needed some encased industrial beams. That's what it was. And we're going to call this beam 2, because we'll make a beam 1. I'm sure you'll follow along. Beam 2. Like that. Now this one over here, we should change the name of this one as well. Oh, we already call it Rod 2. So there we go. Rod 2 and Beam 2. So we know what's up with what's up. Then we'll also go ahead and create another one of these. Now you'll notice that I am just using the fastest speed of line here because I typically don't kind of fool around with my belt speeds when I get to this stage of the game because it's just a waste of time. Well, I just go ahead and run it at its maximum speed. And you're like, oh, Kismet, you're running this all over the ground and all of that. Yes, the reason why I'm doing that is because I'm not going to be over here. I'm not going to be hanging out over here. I'm going to be just starting this up and then never have to worry about it again. All right, and so that is our beam number 2. Now we're going to need some power, and luckily I brought some over here. We'll run that over there. We're going to need to create a drone up here on the top. Let's see if we have enough resources to get that going. Nope, not a drone port, an actual drone. And what do we need? Oh, we need some of our basics. Did we already create one of those? Usually I do. Yeah, right here by the train station. Come on. There we go. We got to create one of our portable miners. Man, I can't wait to revamp all this. It's going to be awesome. Gotta be awesome. So, there we go. And we'll get our drone stuff going on here. Now, again, this is the first time I've really used the drones to the degree, as I like to call it. And so we've got to get a bunch of batteries running down here because this is going to take a lot of those. For sure. Now, again, because I have trains, I could easily connect it via trains, but we're trying to do our drones. Now, what will happen is your drone will sit here for a while sometimes and just chill out while you're doing that, right? You don't want that to happen. You want them to be, going back and forth as much as possible. Like that. Does this one even have any stuff on it? But that's a long way for it to go. It's literally going like 2,000-3,000 all the way back to my base. That takes. I feel like the trains would be way more efficient than drones. That's just me. Is he actually bringing any in? Let's see if any pops up. Oh, yeah, there it goes. Little bit going in. Now, there's probably not that much on that side for it really to pick up. Let's see. Now it's out of batteries, so it doesn't have enough batteries to run back and forth either. One of the things that we might want to do is actually make a drone that brings batteries, and that's all that it does. That might be a smart idea as well. All right, so we'll leave that as is for now. We'll come back to that, and we'll try to figure out all the logistics of that. But let's head back over this way. Again, we're using our push-pull train here. A lot of going back and forth, back and forth. Use our conveyor, go a little bit faster. Now, wherever I have a train station, I usually try to create some of these. Nope. Try to create some of these craft bench and a workbench, because usually you need these at some point when you are over here working. Like right now, I could go ahead and use a bit of my beacons here. Need 5 of those, but you know what? Let's make 10. There we go. And so we're going to do the same thing, because we're going to be doing a lot of back and forth today. So we're going to do the same thing. We're going to create a double train. One going in one way, one going in the other way. There we go. And we're going to ride this train on back again. Now again, I could use the train to bring the resources, but we're going to fool around with drones today, try to figure out the logistics of it. And we've got our whatchamacallit running over here, our batteries. Again, normally I don't like clipping, but in this case, instead of building a whole nother train line, I'm gonna suffer with it for now. Yes, you are. Awesome. Do you still play Stream Pirates 2? Bobo, it's not in alpha anymore. We definitely want to go and hold on a second. Let me get a link for you. Go and give them some feedback. I went and gave them the feedback you guys gave me, along with my feedback on Stream Pirates. Let me go ahead and put that in the chat. I should have put that over here so I'd have that handy. So if you do me a huge favor, give them some feedback on the game so they can improve it for the next alpha. But the second it comes back, you know we're going to play more Stream Pirates. We absolutely are. For sure, for sure. So right here, everybody, do me a quick favor. Go over there if you haven't already done so. Click that Stream Pirates feedback survey. Go over there, take a survey, let them know. Say, hey, Kismet, I was playing with Kismet. I was having the greatest time, and so on. Make sure to go in and give them some feedback. If you've already done so, I greatly appreciate all of you who have already done, because that's only going to make the game better. Now, very rarely do I play alpha games. I play early access from time to time when I feel like they're truly exceptional, like Satisfactory here. If they're early access, most of the time I just do a learn to play, where we play it for a couple hours or whatnot. Or if it's something I don't think I'm going to have enough time to play all the way through, that I will just, kind of show off some love to the indie devs and whatnot for all their hard work. Maybe be your next favorite game. But if it's a really exceptional game, or if it's peeps that I like, I will then play very rarely an alpha. In this case, I was playing some alpha Stream Pirates, which is very, very fun. How are we doing on our batteries here? Okay, those are cranking. All right, those are cranking some batteries. Now, I got to get these batteries from over here to over there, and also to the other side. So the first thing I'm going to do is just go ahead and pick some up, because what's going to happen is these are going to stop over here. And I wonder if there's a way that I can go ahead and get that going. See, now you can see I need the batteries over here, and I need that stuff over there, and so on. This is where the logistics of your particular base gets really, look at this. Yeah. Whoop, whoop, spaghetti going on right over there. Having a good old time. Now, of course, we'll clean all this up, make it beautiful, everybody. But for right now, you can see I've got a storage container in there, which helps me there. But it doesn't help me over here, which is actually where the batteries are. And we'll go ahead and do this. We'll go ahead and put these batteries in there, like so. And then we're going to run those out right into the battery port. And so that's going to run a ton of those batteries in there. And that's going to keep that going. And I believe it goes to 100. No, actually it goes higher. 200. Yes, 200. All right, I'll take these other 152, and I will run them to the other side. Now, my goal is to have them come over here and refuel over on this side, and then go back over there, and then be able to make it back and then refuel again over here. So we've got to get the batteries to this thing right here. So this is going to be quite the undertaking. What do we got in here? Nothing. And that one, we can take this one out. That was just temporary one. This is rubber here. I really want to run that into an awesome sink. Let's take these out. These were just temporary for right now. And this, we'll go ahead and make an awesome sink just to get rid of all of this. That is way too much more than I need. Something like that. And then we'll just take this out of here. Run that into the awesome sink. Oh, wrong side. This side. There's a thing already there. That was probably to remind me that there was a bunch of loot in there. And we'll run that right into there. There we go. Now we're running it at 780, so that's going to go pretty fast. That's going to empty that out, get that out of our way while we're running our lines. Now, what I'm doing right here is I'm doing this on purpose. I know it triggers some of you. This is called spaghetti. And what you do is when you're running lines, in the moment, you're like, okay, I need this to be over here, and I need that to be over there. This is exactly how you don't want to do your base. Because what will happen, and I'm doing it like this so that you can see that you start to have a really complex problem of the logistics of your base. Like right now, I want to go ahead and run this from way over here, which it would have been smarter for me to run the resources over that way, put this thing over there, and do it over there than to run it over here. Great examples. I have two different solutions going right now. You can see running into here. I have my acid and aluminum solution running in, and as well as casings. So all of those things are going to come from this side, which is where I'm working on all my aluminum stuff, and so slowing down my overall production here. So now another thing I can see that is probably completely full because I don't see it running is my aluminum things here. Now it looks like that's a lot, but that is really not a lot. I really want to go like this and actually get that started back up again by bringing this one up from this box down there into this box up here. And that's going to start running those from one box to another, which will start back up my aluminum production. Because I'm going to need a lot of those aluminum sheets because I'm going to replace all of my lines with the highest speed lines because why not? You've already got that ability. You've got plenty of resources. You actually have an infinite amount of resources to do all of that stuff. Now this stuff takes a lot of time. So that's really your most valuable asset is your time. And so I'm going to go ahead and go in here. Now one of the things I would probably scale up because they have made a bunch of changes is to scale up your aluminum production. My aluminum production is way underpowered for what I'm doing right now. And I'm trying to get to the highest level of the game. Now we're going to do something like this. Now again, don't do this, everybody. Don't do this. This is going to make a grown man cry right now. I don't like doing this kind of stuff. It drives me crazy too, but sometimes it's funny, so that's what I do. I think we can actually get that there. There we go. So I'm literally just running this randomly across here. It just wherever I can find a spot to go. Now what I'm also going to do is just make this a little bit nicer by going like this. And then we'll go ahead and just tap that right into there. And then see, I usually like to use these. These are my new favorite thing is to use your wall runners like this. And then you go ahead and maybe just run it randomly over here. Now again, there's no rhyme or reason. There's no figuring out, okay, this goes here and running your lines all nice and clean. It's just me running them randomly across there. Let's try to get that. And so I'm going to run that up to here. Every time I click right at the last second, that's when it switches. Get it lined up, and then when I go to click, I move the mouse just ever so slightly, which is one of the cool features of the game, is that it is that precise. And there we go. And I didn't mean to ping there. I press a lot of wrong buttons. All right, you can see that we're getting bigger and bigger and bigger of a mess here across there. So again, we're trying to get these batteries from over there all the way over here to this other side. So where can we go next? But look at this. Now we don't really have any good stackers to go to. So look at this. Oh, boy. So messy. Let's see if we can get to there. That's a bit far. Where else can we bring some up? Right here. Oh boy, messy, messy. Again, makes me want to fix all this up. Now, at some point, you can tear this entire factory down, and I will. You can tear the entire thing down and redo it, and you get all of the resources back again. So it's not like you have to start over again and get all of your resources again. But it does, it definitely does take a bunch of time to fix it. And the more I do this, the more I have to fix it later. You can do it from the very beginning, kind of think out your whole entire base if you are that type of person. I typically don't. I typically just have some fun because, hey, why not? While you're going along. And just kind of goof around. Let's see how we're looking over here. That's going to take a minute, and this is in the way. Let's move this up just a little bit, just so I can squeeze that in there for right now. I love the flying, too. The flying really does help your angle, so you can get those good angles when you're trying to put stuff in there. And there we go. So now that is all what I call inline. It's all inline running all of those batteries from over there, and I don't have to kind of worry about it. Now, I do need some batteries on the other end to get those other two drones going. We're going to go ahead and add another drone station right over here. Now, when I go to revamp this, I'm going to think about these drone stations it as part of my actual base. Meaning that each one of these resources will come out of there and then have a box where it stores it, and then have a drone to go ahead and take it wherever I need it to go. And then you could have whole fleets of drones that are just going to different parts of your base all the time without ever having to run any lines or do anything like that. Set up a drone on one side, set up a drone on the other, and that's what we're testing right now. Whoa, bye-bye, everybody. Who was the only person who was left? Right here, this guy. Fox. Fox was the only person who was left. Generic Husk coming in, bringing in the bombs away. Hi, welcome, welcome. Great to see you. Great game. Yeah, I think so. I think Stream Pirate's going to be a hit. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. All right, so let's go ahead and create another drone port over here. We're going to turn it this way. We'll go ahead and see if we can create some drones. I think I'm out of my things that I need here. I've got to make another one of these thingies. Let's go over here. Now, hiding underneath here, by the way, all of this spaghetti is my hub. Which is my central area for turning all this stuff in. You can see I've got particle enrichment to still unlock there. Hey, thank you so much. Big Reza coming in, showing some love. And you can see I'm just going in here. I'm going to make a portable miner. And earlier, we already figured out how much resources and everything we need. That's why I have all the resources on my character right now to do all this stuff. And see, my problem is that I forget stuff because I have sleep apnea, so I forget what resource I'm actually looking for. I think it's encased industrial beams. I'm just going to go with that and assume that's what it was. Now, over here, we're going to call this, because I remember the name of it was called Beam 2, and this one's going to call Beam 1, right? So that'll allow us to go ahead and tell it to go from here and go to Beam 2, right? And then that one will go from Beam 2, we'll go to Beam 1, this port, Beam 1, see? So these two will work together. And the same thing over here, this one here needs to be called Rod 1, like that. So this way, you know, you got this, don't get this confused, Rod 2 and Rod 1. They're going to be both drones. One drone's going to go there, grab it, come back. The other one's going to leave from here, go there, and then they should be going back and forth the whole time. Now, another good thing that we could do while we're at it is we could go ahead and create a bit of a splitter here and run a little bit of this over here. Now, again, this is not how you should be running your stuff just in the moment. You should be thinking it through if you want to get into the more advanced stuff. Now, I've run some power over there as well and running a little bit of battery so that it will have its own batteries over here as well. And you're going to see that it's going to, over time, power it up. And whatnot into there, but it'll take a while for all those batteries to get in there because it does need a at least 9 per trip. So it's going to need to fire up 9 batteries before it goes. Now, it's going to do an infinite amount of batteries. It'll just keep going and going and going. But it definitely, we will definitely need to up our battery production. We'll need to update all of our production. But our main goal right now, start up our nuclear power. That is number 1. Once we get our nuclear power going, then we can go ahead and expand a bunch of our other stuff. And we're going to expand our oil power, expand all of that, and really get serious about making an insane amount of power. And once we have an insane amount of power, then we can basically scale up everything. Everything can be scaled up, including our coal power and all of that stuff, and our coal production and steel production and all of those other productions that we need to do the final round, which is doing the ultimate here in the space elevator. Now, they have updated tier number 7 and added tier number 8, which is what we're on right now, tier 8. And then the ultimate of the game is to get all of these items into this thing, and you become employee of the planet. I feel like that's kind of like the end goal of the game. But really, for a lot of people who are builders like me, that is not the end goal. The end goal is to make the most ultimate base possible, whether it's a spaghetti base like this, or it's a beautifully designed and manufactured with at optimum everything, right? You got optimum drones going, you got optimum trains going, you got optimum everything going. Now, the ultimate of anything, or the most optimum thing, is still the conveyor belts. Conveyor belts and gas and water lines or fluid lines, those are the ultimate because they don't require any power. And so they will always run, even if the power goes off, they'll still be running whatever excess resources it still has wherever it goes. And those are always super reliable. You know exactly what the through rate is of those every single time. Now, the second you start doing drones and start doing trains, that's when it starts getting more difficult because you don't really know what your speed is because it's based on the distance. Remember all those word problems? You know, train traveling at a certain amount of time, speed at, remember all of that from school? Well, guess what? That actually is usable in this game. It's how far the train is traveling, how long it takes for there to get the resources and bring the resources back to you, and then go back and get more, and so on. So those actually do apply. You ever thought you would use that math, huh? You can actually use it in this game. Now, you don't have to. You don't have to use it at all. You don't have to use any math at all if you don't want to. All you do is you look and see if the thing looks like it's running at full speed. And the way you know is if it's going like this, then you're not using it at its max capacity, right? If you see it going like this, then you know you're doing more than enough capacity because, look, it's got tons of excess and it even stops, meaning that it has way more than it needs to get that going on. And that's what you want to see, right? Sometimes you'll see it stopped, which means you have way more than what you need. And then sometimes you'll see it's really empty like this, which means you need to get more of that particular thing. And you can see we're running a bunch of these encased industrial beams over here, which we actually need to use over here. So let's go see what's up with our encased. Oh, my goodness. We used all those up. Let's go chase those down, see where they went to. They're probably in a box over here, probably not all being used, I would think. Or did we use them up? No, okay, they're not all being used there. So we need some of those encased industrial beams on that side. And what it's doing is feeding down in here, which is our heavy modular frames, which definitely looks like it's getting a lot of those along that edge. Running that up there, over there, all the way over there. No, no, no. Bad, bad, bad Kismet. Bad Kismet. All right, look at this mess. Holy moly. Oh, boy. Man, I'm really outdoing myself in mess this time. I am going above and beyond, everybody. Wolf, you like that? Yes, the name of this company is called Coffee Stain. For, of course, they'll have a coffee cup. You can actually take a little syrup of it. You're like, Kim, how come you never spill your coffee cup? Well, my RP that I've added to the game is the fact that he's got a button right underneath his finger because, space technology. And under that thing right now, you can't see it. There's a force field underneath my coffee cup. And whenever I go to drink it, I press that button down right there. I take a little sip. And then when I let go, force field comes right back up. And thus, why I never spill my coffee. See, there you go. Pretty nice, huh? I just add a little bit of RP myself in. There you go. Now it works fine. Now, this one looks like it has taken off and has wandered off to the other side, which is awesome, but it doesn't have any materials. It needs some materials in there. So we're going to add to our tremendous spaghetti over here by kind of backlogging or back running our encased industrial beams here back the other way. And so we're going to go ahead and do what we should not do, but we're going to do it anyway. And that's take this and go like this. Oh, mama. And then we're just going to go ahead and tap into something we've already got here, like this. And then we're going to see if we can run it. That's pretty far. Yeah, just a little bit too far there. So can't quite get it there. Where can we put it instead? I don't know. What about really trigger some peeps in the chat by just learning it right on top of that? Right there. Oh, God. I'm triggering myself, everybody. Oh, this is getting real bad now. See, it's just like it's so hard to resist not going and fixing it, right? It's so difficult to resist. Just keep doing it like this. Now, I like to do what I call underrunning, where you run all of your... Does that every time. Where you run all of your belts and all of this stuff, you run it underneath. So you never see any of this stuff. And then you have them all nicely organized in different groups and whatnot. Way better. Okay, so this one needs to make its way down here. And I can go ahead and very easily do that. Now, I could have just taken it out of the box, but there's a bunch of excess over here. So let's use up that excess by bringing that down from there. We're going to snap it right into there and then run it right into there. Okay, so now this one is going to be grabbing a bunch of these encased industrial beams and then running it back over there. Now, in theory, we should have enough to keep both these groups of going. So we see we have 200 there. Let's go see if we have some excess here. We do. So let's take that back out. Maybe leave 30 in there. And let's just max this out over here so to give it some time to backlog a bunch of this. There we go. And so we'll max these two out. And then we'll use some of these batteries on the other side to get those going. So they'll come over here, get some batteries, and go back and forth. You get the general idea. Okay, so we got that going. So in theory, we should be good. Let's go take a look. We got to do our battle, too. Hold on. We got to get that going on. So let me get on the train here, and then we'll do our battle as well. Sometimes I get focused trying to finish up what I'm doing. There we go. All right, battle time. To battle! And thank you again, Big Ray, for the follow. Appreciate that. Let's go ahead and fast run as many peeps as we can right here. Get them in there. Get that gold. Go get it. How many peeps do we have? 63 units. Okay, we hit 100 units. I'm going to give you guys 1,000 Kiss Caps. Let me check on my retweets over here. Right now, I have 1 retweet. That doesn't seem right. Let me refresh. Oh, yes, we're only 1 retweet. Well, let's go ahead and get those retweets going on, too, while we're doing this battle. Whoa, that was quick. We annihilated them suckers. Oh, whoa, 50 gold going to Subi Rotisserie G. See, that's why you come in early, and you get in there, and you get some loot. Look at that. And they're using their max units as well, all 6 units. Thus brings in the win. Nice job. All right. Let's get you guys some more gold. We're going to go down the low side here. We're going to do a bit of a tougher one. Let's get in there. Again, anytime I see it's a 4 skull, I just go ahead and go straight for my tank here. Just give you guys the maximum chance of winning. Let's just go right there. And let's do it. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and run my way up here by taking the train back over here, and we need to get our drones going on the other side. And I'm just going to do it just section by section. And we're just testing the use of drones because I haven't used that much of drones. We tested a little bit of it just going nearby and grabbing loot and bringing it back. But one of the things about your factory is you definitely need to constantly be kind of gearing it up and gearing it up. Now, you can spend more time in the very beginning of the game before you get to the stage I am now, working on just getting more and more power and scaling up that power and scaling up the power. And you definitely want to leave room around those areas in which you're making your power so that you can add on a ton more power to it. Like in this case, I'll eventually add more nuclear power and so on. But we'll need to get power so we can get stuff, so we can scale it up and so on. Now, see these 2 that are circling here? They're circling because the ones that are on there don't have any batteries, and thus they cannot take off and be out of there. And so we're going to go ahead and cut our batteries in half here. And then we'll put some of these batteries into this one, so that one will take off. And then some of the batteries in this one. So in theory, when they get to the other side, they'll pick up batteries from that side and be just fine. And then basically, hopefully, if we have it well balanced, it will end up where they just go back and forth and back and forth. So let's watch them start up and take off. And now we have two of them going at the same time. Now, in theory, this one here has some resources for us. And we'll see if those resources come through. Now, what we want to see is we want to see control rods, and we want to see our encased industrial beams. Come in there. Man, these take a long time to land and a long time to take off. Once they get in a rhythm, I think they'd be just fine. Because they wouldn't be blocking each other. So eventually you'd have one coming in, dropping it off, while the other one was flying back. And we're watching for those resources to come down the line. It does take a minute or two for it to unload as well. Well, that one didn't even have anything. Didn't even have anything. That one, same thing. Did not have any loot. Now, you can also have them take stuff back again, which would be a smart idea, because then it'd be efficient in both directions. But we'll have to wait for another shipment, so off they go. Again, we want to end up with a bunch of encased industrial beams there. And flying off. Directly. See, they go directly to it too, so they're going straight line, as opposed to going that way and then back and then cornering it out or whatnot. They just fly right over everything. Kind of wait for him to come back. All right, so we should see that come up over there. Now over here, we need to write down what we need here. Sulfuric acid and concrete. So looks like one more drone flight. Concrete is something I always have running. Sulfuric acid. Now, one of the problems with bringing sulfuric acid over here is that drones do not allow you to bring fluids. There is no fluid input port and output port of this. So you have to actually package it and then unpackage it if you were going to bring the sulfuric acid here. Now, the smarter thing for me to do is to add it to my train, because it's literally right next to my train. So that's probably what I will do. But let's watch this come in and land here. And then wait and see if we see some resources. I always want to make sure it works before you walk away from it, because you'll come back and realize later that it's not functioning. There it goes. All right, so there we go. We got that. We should see a control rod or two come down. No? There they go. All right. So we got that working. So we know that's working. We know it's going back and forth. It has enough to fly back and forth. We see that take off. How about this one over here? Still got enough batteries in there to take off. So good to go. Now again, I don't know if I need to feed the batteries in here, if these batteries are eventually going to run out and then it will no longer take off and whatnot. And if that's the case, if I have to run batteries from over there to over here, and I could just run it by drone, but if I have to run batteries, then that's going to be an issue, right? That actually would make these obsolete, make them useless, because if I have to run batteries, I might as well run everything via a train and not via a drone. But you might need one drone just bringing the batteries in, and then the other drones are doing other things, right? So that's really what I'm watching there. I see there's 21 there. We'll see how we end up And there's 6 there. So I kind of feel like that might end up where this just stops running. And then I have to make another drone thing for bringing in the batteries. Don't tell me. Part of the fun is figuring it out. All right. But I do need another drone over here. Another drone port. Oh, and I need some more of my thingies. I do need another drone port, or more resources for another drone port. In fact, let's just go make 2 drone ports and go with that. Actually, let's make 4, because we can make 2, one on one side, one on the other, and then also make 1 for batteries as well. And obviously, now we have so many drone ports, we're going to need a lot more batteries, which normally one of the things that I make very few of, because usually I use them for vehicles and not for drones, because there was no drones. We really need a hypertube right here. Really need to put in a hypertube there, but man, I'd come down there at like 1,000 miles an hour in that hypertube, that's for sure. Really useful, but we're good. Okay, let's head back, get some more. Now, one of the drawbacks of the trains is that you have to get in and out of the trains, you get on and off the trains, where the hypertube, you don't have that problem. You just get on the hypertube and it will shoot you all the way back to your primary base. You could just AFK and come back and you'll be at your base. Those are the different advantages of that. Now, going down at an angle like this, actually hypertube would compete with the train speed, but going up, it's going to go a lot slower than a train. So overall, your train is actually your fastest transport. Okay, now, one of the resources we're really hurting for right now is these little aluminum casings that are being fed into various locations over here. And again, we're just going to snag some out of there. And we're going to also tell it that we want to really go to town here with our transport. So we're going to do 4 more drone ports because we crazy. And then 4 more drones. And what do we need? Heavy modular frames. We need some aluminum sheets. That's not a problem. We've got tons of aluminum over here. Holy moly. There's a lot of aluminum sheets. Let's sort that. Put the small one back. Let's see. Radio control units we were making over here. I think we might have stopped making those. Yes, because we got more than enough. And aluminum casings, we're going to need 200. That's going to be tough. That's going to be double tough. Again, we're going to be stealing away our aluminum casings from our batteries. Our batteries is the thing that we need to keep all this running. But we need to actually be able to make it as well. See, I can't wait to build this all out in such a way that is very efficiently working with my drones. I feel like that's going to be super cool in the long run. To just literally go out somewhere, grab a bunch of resources, run it to your drones, and just run it back to your main base. You don't have to run a bunch of lines. But you, of course, have the issue of batteries and getting those batteries out there so that your drones will actually run. That's going to be a big, big issue. All right, let's go ahead and head out over here, and we'll just land over here. Again, you notice I'm putting it right here because this is where all my stuff is stored. Actually, my concrete is stored on this side. Let's go over here and see if we got a little bit of space to divert this over in the corner. Maybe right here. Go ahead and divert that up here. And you can see that my concrete is stopped. Now, the more I add to my base, the more power I need. And the whole point of what I'm doing is to add more power. And so we're just going to keep on keeping on here. And we're going to add potential little drone port over here. Maybe add a little bit more room here. Like that. And I get the question all the time, Kismet, why are you using 8x2 foundations and not the really skinny ones? Well, the skinny ones kind of seem like they would not hold up. I guess it is space metal, so I guess it would. But It doesn't seem like they would hold up gigantic machinery like a space elevator and some of these other big machinery. It's just, you know, cosmetic thing. But I don't really feel like they would hold that up. So I would say even if it was space metal, it'd at least be 8x2 that would hold that up. So that's just me and my crazy ideas. All right, drone port over here for our concrete. So we're going to call this Con 1 for concrete. You know, I don't have to type it out every time. So this is Con 1 here for our concrete. And then we'll try to find some random power. Now, also another problem is I'm just running my power randomly, and you should really have a grid of power and organize it and all of that fun stuff. We'll get into that. Now, right over here is my concrete that I'm using right now. And you can see, look what I've done. I rarely ever do, and that is cover up all my roads. I typically have it colored for a reason. The yellow represents roads. The purple is my hub in my central crafting area. And blue represents, for me anyway, where all my storages are. Now I'm going to go ahead and grab this out of here and just straight up run this line how you should never run it. Hello, everybody. Oh, why is it so difficult? Oh, and now we're ready for a battle. Why is it so difficult to just have a stream, everybody? Say, give me a 1 in the chat if you can see and hear me. Thank you so much for hanging out. Oh, 102 units as well. Thanks for hanging out here in the stream. Holy mackerel. A whole entire block just lost power. And I thought it was just I tripped a circuit breaker or something. But the weird thing is I'm not running anything I don't normally run. So I thought that was kind of odd. And then I have a separate circuit breaker here in my office than in the rest of the house. So I went down the hall and noticed that some of my other stuff was out. And I'm like, oh, that's weird. 2 circuit breakers? That usually doesn't happen. And then I went outside and then I could see that everybody's like safety lights and stuff like that were off. So the whole entire neighborhood was off. And then I'm like, great. So I try to, what I try to do is I try to get on my cell phone. And there's a great trick, by the way, is you got to turn your Wi-Fi off. So you're using just the cell. The cell does not turn off. It has its own emergency power. So you can go ahead and still contact the chat, which is what I do. That's how I talk to my mods into chat when I lose power, is through my cell service as opposed to my Wi-Fi, which is tied to my house power. So there we go. All right, so we're back, everybody. I don't know how much of that I just lost. I guess we'll find out here in a second. At least our battles are still going on. So I heard it just come up here. I see we got 100 plus units, so let's go do that. Let's go. To battle. All right, time to go to battle. Let's just keep it going. What the heck? Let's go ahead and fire up some battles, get you guys some loot. Again, sorry for that delay, everybody. Lost power there. Nothing I can do about it. That costs me so much time every time that happens, by the way. It really does, because it takes like 30 minutes to get my stream up and running. And when all my machines turn off, I know it's going to be, you know, 20, 30 minutes, even if I'm going fast, to get all that back up and running. Even if it goes off for just a minute. But there, it went off for a good 5-10 minutes to try to get that all back up and running. Yeah, pretty scary. Pretty scary stuff. Let's do it. All right, there we go. Got you some loot. Let's see. Rotisserie G, Noble getting some love, and Bomb will get some love, and 1,000 Kismet for getting more than 100 units on the board. We get 200 units. I give you 2,000 every single time. Pretty awesome. Oh, look at this. More gold. Worth the wait. Let's go. Let's fire it up. Oh, this one's going to be an all-out battle royale. I'm going to go ahead and put my tank in there. What do we got? We're over at 300 gold as well. We can go over here and we can get our warrior finished. Upgrade. Oh, yeah. Look at that. 9 units at 30. We got 1 more to go. Our closest one, I think, right now is our barbarian. 113 of 150. So we're going to work on him pretty heavily. Let's go ahead and see any quests to turn in. No. Let's check our store now that we have a little bit extra cash. Do we have him in there? No. Okay, so we should save that. Save that for him for now. We'll just keep the kind of battles going. All right, now we'll come back to that. Let's get on to some Satisfactory. All right, now how bad did it trip me up? Didn't trip me up too bad. Luckily, it had saved right before that power went out because I can still see that we are pretty close, but I did get interrupted when I was running that line, so I had it saved right before I run that line. It looks like I was in the middle of running it, and then it cut out. So thank goodness for autosave right there, or we would be doing all of that again. But there we go. Put that into there. We're going to run our power. And I'm just willy-nilling all of this stuff. And into there we go. All right. Now, also way up here in the sky, in this gigantic amount of spaghetti, look at the drones going back and forth, is a bunch of batteries running over here. We want to tap some of these batteries as well. And again, I feel like this is definitely not going to be enough batteries, but whatever. We're going to just spaghetti up this a little bit more. Right here. Let's do it. Boom. And then right across here. Because we got to get it over to there. But we can go ahead and do something like, let's do this side. Something like that. Take that from here to here. Again, this is not how you do this, everybody. This is a whole lot of don't do it like I'm doing it, but it's like do what I say, not what I do kind of thing right now. Run a bit of that in there. Now that's clipping. I can't handle that. No, that's a no-no. I'm definitely not doing that. No clipping. But it's okay to run your lines like you're, you know, a crazed person. That's okay. But clipping, no. There we go. Look at that. Okay, now it's going to bring some batteries in here automatically for me. We got our concrete running in there. And now we're ready to put in our drone. Oh, we need more portable. Portable minus production, equipment. Put that down. There we go. Yeah, so yeah, definitely not satisfactory. I agree. I agree. Rogues are broken. Oh, no. Haven't seen this game, but enjoy Builders. Can you explain it to me, please, Degenerate? I don't know if you're still in the chat. Sorry again about that total loss of power. But this game is called Satisfactory, and as you would imagine, you build factories. And one of the cool things about it is it's incredibly great building. If I could sell you on this game, and I don't get nothing if you go and buy it, so doesn't really float my boat, but that's okay. This is the type of game where you can build so wonderfully. See these little metal edges? You can go ahead and go like this, boom, 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 like that. Now that seems super easy. Well, Kismet, I can do that in every game. Oh, no, you can't. I played all those games, and I can tell you, you cannot build as well as you can here in Satisfactory. The building in this game is second to none. I can go up, I can go sideways, I can go like this. I can build way down here. I can build way down there, way over here. I could put one on the side of that if I wanted to. One down that way, one way over there. How about on this one? How about that one over here? Look how precisely I can build from really far away. How about way down there, right there? Right? So I'm building down there, and I could just slide along there and say, no, I want to put one right there and right there. And I could run all these lines and do all that stuff pretty precisely. So its building is second to none. It is an 11 out of 10 in early access. It is like a unicorn in today's days when it comes to games. This is an instant buy for me. Right now, it's actually 20% off on Steam, so you can snatch it up as well. But if you are a builder, if you love to build factories, you love to collect original resources and convert them into other things and then kind of scale your way up. If you like trains, my train going in the background, and all of that. Remember, I built all of this along with some of my crew have come in and helped out as well. You can play it in multiplayer. We're waiting for servers to come online, and then we're really going to go to town. But as you can see, it is an incredibly great game. So basically, the gist of it is you're sent here by the Galactic Corporation Fix-It, who have sent you here to this planet to collect the resources and send them the resources. That's pretty much the gist of the game. And so you collect those resources, you send them up to them with your space elevator over here. Now, of course, you start with some basic materials like iron and copper and limestone. Then you take those and you convert those into stuff, and then you build upon those, and then eventually, over time, you build out an insanely humongous factory. While mine's just getting started. Watch out for Falcon there. He flies along. Ah, look out! Don't knock my stuff down, Falcon. I got that right in Falcon's Way. But as you can see, I've got coal power, I've got oil power, I've got trains running, I've got giant manufacturers running. I have stuff running all over. This is called spaghetti. You don't want to do this. This is just too crazy. But I'm doing spaghetti at a degree I have never done before right now. It's really triggered me. It makes me want to fix it. But we're doing what we got to do. So what you want to do is run all your lines to your different parts of your factory so that you can utilize those particular resources wherever you need them, right? And so what we're doing is, as we're going along, we're using different transport methods. First, of course, you're using your conveyors. Then, of course, when you get into fluids, you're using pipes. And then when you get into the higher end transport, maybe you want to bring resources from further away, you go ahead and start using your trains. And we're just starting to use drones as a way of getting our nuclear power going. So we've already done coal power. We've already done what's known as biopower, where you use like leaves and things like that. It's the very beginning of the game. And then now we're using our drones to take resources way off in the distance, way up there on the top, right up there. See, that's where it's going, right there. And it's taking those resources way up there for our nuclear power. And then once we have our nuclear power, then we're really going to be styling, because we'll have a tremendous amount of power so we can build a bigger factory. So most of the time, what you're doing is thinking, hey, I need more power. I need more power so I have a bigger factory. And then when you get a bigger factory, you need more power. And then you need a bigger factory to make more power, to make bigger factory to make more power, and so on and so forth. You get the idea. Now, this is what you don't want to do. You don't want to have your resources running all randomly all over the place. Or maybe you do. Maybe you do like to do the Spaghetti City. I rarely do it at this level because I normally will do what I call offline production, where I'll just take the resources, put it in a box, and just let it run in there, because that's easier than running your lines and making them look like this. Now, we're going to clean all this up and make this look super sweet at some point. But right now, what we're trying to do is try to get that nuclear power started up. One of the things that we need is the concrete from over here. And it looks like it has already started up and got going. But I think I was making a drone over here. Did I already make a drone on this one? I can't even remember. Let's see. So Con 1, and then we want to go to Con 2. I don't think I made the drone yet. So let's go ahead and make a drone over here. Oh, I was making the thing so I could make a drone here. I was making this. That's where I got my whole entire block lost power. So if I suddenly disappear, everybody, because usually it happens in pairs, you know what happened. I lost power again. So yeah, usually it happens in pairs. Somebody over there at the power plant going, hey, what's this switch do? Uh-oh, just turned the whole city off. Oops. Oopsie. You know, I mean, they got one job, you know. Power on. That's it. This is their job. This is what they do. All right, there we go. So we've also got a bunch of batteries in there. So once we get the other one going, then we can go ahead and connect those across. Now, I feel like I might want to also do another drone area here for the batteries. Now, there is just not enough batteries to keep this going. I can tell you that already. This is going to be a huge issue, these batteries. But let's give it a try anyway and see how it goes. Now, one of the things we also want to do is we want to go ahead and utilize some of this sulfur that we're bringing over here way up on the other end, and utilize that sulfur to create some sulfuric acid on the other end. So we're going to go in here and we're going to ride the train. Let's go. Let's go ride the train. Boom. Let's do it. Again, this game is an 11 out of 10 in early access. I have never seen another one in early access that was so good as this game. And they've been developing it for years. They've been working on it really, really hard. They've been adding just a tremendous amount of awesome stuff. And they put every other game to shame. Every other game should learn from their building style, where you can build stuff out instead of having to hang over the side like you have to do in Valheim, or you got to get underneath it and you got to do all that ridiculous stuff. They actually have it where you move your cursor based on which way that it goes, whether it goes underneath or on top or on the side, and you can stack stuff really easily on top of each other, even if you are underneath it or above it. It works really, really well. Or just beside it, you could really run stuff fairly easily. They also have epic trains, as you can see. And you can make the trains really, really long, too. You don't have to have them like this. Now, they don't have train collision right now, so, oh, God. So we good. But they are adding train collision, so I would not get used to that, for sure. Would not get used to it. But remember, it's still in early access, so they're still adding stuff to the game. Now, what we're doing right over here is we're adding bauxite. Oh, we got to do a sulfuric acid. We're adding what's known as bauxite, aka works with aluminum. Down here, we're actually extracting gases. That's right, they added gases to the game. We're running some gases right here into here and running that back. That is our nitrogen gas, as well as up here. There's our box right there. And then on this side over here is what we want to tap into. We got some quartz there. Oh, wait, no, it's actually not coming from here. Quartz is coming from over here. Oh, where is our sulfur at? Sometimes I forget. 900 in that direction. Oh, okay. Oh, boy. We got to transport it back up here. Now, what we could do is we could use a drone. We could convert it into... We could package the sulfuric acid and then use a drone to bring the sulfuric acid up here. Now, one of the problems with what we're doing right now is the fact that we don't have enough resources to sustain the whole entire thing. So even if we do get the power going, it's still going to be a power issue because it's not really running efficiently. And so the power will just keep going on and off and on and off. And that's not going to be good in the long run. But we're going to try to get it up and running first, just for funsies. And then we're going to revamp all of this, this entire base for sure. All right, so my sulfur is actually coming from a different line, which must be one of these lines here. There it is right there. Okay, so it's actually coming from my other line that goes this way. Where are we getting that sulfur? I bet you we're getting it from over there. That's right, from where he was extracting it for those bombs. Over that way. Yeah, let's go check it again. Be right over there. Yep. Okay, so yeah, that's right. I forgot we put in that station, and when the train comes back with the oil, it stops and get a bunch of coal and sulfur from over there, and brings the sulfur over here, which of course is using sulfuric acid over on this side, so we can utilize. Now, how do I know which one's the sulfuric acid? Was the yellow one. Pretty easy. Running along there, and it's actually running way over here and being used for our batteries right now. And I'm sure I'm making way more than enough over here. So what can I do? I could package it and run it back on the train or on a drone. Or I could just run the line back, or I could put it on a train and then transfer it from the train over there, so I could rerun it back into the train. This is in the way. See, you don't want to really do this. See, this is blocking my overall production here. This you really don't want to do. Out of the way. Put that back in there. All right, so I want to go ahead and add. Let's tell this train to stop. Actually, let's let it get all of its stuff first and go that way. And then we're going to need one on this side and one on the other side. So we'll have to adjust. We're going to tell it to go like that. We're going to take this train out. This train out so we don't confuse it. And then we're going to tell the timetable, a locomotive. We're going to turn the autopilot off. And so what it's going to do is it's going to run that train out there and then eventually stop. And what we'll want to do is go down here and add another area here in the back, in which it's not going to it's actually not going to load it there. It's going to, or I mean, it's not going to unload it here. It's going to load it. So this will be load. So it's going to load that last car. Now we got to go in and clean up all of our mess here. What do we got over here? It's kind of unusual. That looks like just a one I was using temporarily. Over there. What do I got on me that's weighing me down? This. Maybe some of this too. These. I'm holding down control and left clicking just to get that stuff off of me because I don't need that stuff on my character. Doesn't matter how much resource or how much inventory space you have, it's never enough. Never a diff. Okay, take all that off of there. Redo. All this power is going to go off. We have to redo all this power. All right. So again, once you start fooling with stuff, then you're going to end up have to fix everything later on. Okay, so there we go. We got that. Now we got to back up this railway line. Let's switch over to our railway set here. And get our railway line back in like that. Okay, so this last one here, what we're going to do is we're going to divert some of this sulfuric acid into that spot there and then run it way back up there. To do that, I would suggest using a splitter. And so we'll go back to 2. We'll go ahead and do a vertical split like that. That's just going to make it easier for me to go up over these pipes. And then run this straight across into there like that. Now, whenever you start making stuff go up like that, make sure you've got a pump somewhere that's going to pump that. So I'm going to backtrack this all the way back to here. And we've got a nice level 2 pump. So that's going to be way more than enough. And that's going to go like this and then pump that up and pump it across and start to pump it into this last station. And the way we can check that is we just get right up here. Yeah, it's good to go. Now, we need to go fix our train, though, because our train needs an additional thing that does this on the train, as well as the other end train station needs a place for it to unload it on that side. So that's why I've stopped the train here, and I'm going to have to just kind of manually run. Or I could make a train, put a train down and drive it if I want, but I'm just going to fly along here like so, because it's fun. And we're going to revamp our train here. Like this. We're going to take this one out. And then we're going to go ahead and put another freight car in right there. And then another locomotive in there. And we'll start that back up again. So this is going to be for our sulfuric acid. Now you got to think it's a push-pull train. So as it goes in that way, it's going to be in the back. But when I go the other way, this now is going to turn around and be in the front, right? It's going to be on that last one on the front. And right now, the station is there. Because the station, on this side, the station is going that way. And on the other way, the station is going the other way, right? Back that direction. Back the other way. And so we have to make sure that it is synced on both sides. So let's go ahead and work our way up here. Now, another thing to do instead of, well, kind of flying our way up is to get our little vehicle. I love this little, it's like my favorite thing in the entire game. It's so awesome. This is exactly what a giant space company would give you as an employee to drive around with. What's up, Papa Dude? Thanks for hanging out here in the stream. It seems the only power left to harness is turtle power. Maybe an upcoming patch, you can put wildlife on treadmills. There you go. Let's get them turtle power going on. Just watch out for Donatello. That's all I'm saying. You know, I was in college and I was taking speech. And some lady, and I'll never forget it to this day because it made the entire class cringe. Because you had to make a speech, right? And you had to write different types of speeches and whatnot. And so I did mine on boomerangs, which was super cool. I got an A+ on it. And because I've actually thrown and made boomerangs and all of that stuff when I was young. My parents were very eclectic and they made cool stuff like that. And so while doing that speech, her speech was right in front of mine. And so she went up there and she goes, I want to tell you about the Teenage Ninja Turtles. And then she started really, she wasn't kidding. She went in there and she told about Donatello and about the Turtles and about how they are. Now, you got to think this lady is older than me. I'm in my 20s. I'm like, I don't know, 22 at the time. And the lady is probably 35 or something like that. She's like going back to college, and she's literally telling us a speech about the Teenage Ninja Turtles, right? That is what she's telling us about. And I'm like, that's hardcore geek right there, but also a little strange, a little awkward, and everybody in the class went, because the problem with speeches like that is sometimes they get delivered very monotone. And that's exactly how she speaks. There was the Teenage Ninja Turtles, and they were made up of these people. Don't you hate that, everybody? Put one in the chat if you hate those kind of speeches, or if you're in a meeting with people who are very monotone and you're just like, oh my God, I'm never going to get out of here alive. I've been in way too many of those meetings in my time. Way too many. But as you can see here, I got to revamp all of this. So yeah, she literally gave her speech on the team. I don't know what kind of grade she got, but oh my gosh, the whole class was falling asleep, which was awesome because when mine came up, my teacher was so distracted by the fact that that lady did such a terrible speech that when mine came up, everybody was like, I could have talked about how the air works, and they would have liked it more. It was like a perfect setup, right? You have someone do a terrible speech, then you do your speech, and it just makes it even better by proxy. So yeah, that was pretty sweet. That was pretty sweet. But of course, mine was about boomerangs, so boomerangs are pretty cool. Everyone like sat up. Whoa, boomerangs! What the heck? I never. Who thought of that? So yeah, I was telling them how to make boomerangs and how to throw them and how to catch them and all of that stuff. Pretty cool, I thought. Anyway. So yeah. Oh, look out! I'm damaging fix-it property right here. All right, so we got to go ahead and put in a fluid platform. We're going to add a fluid platform on this side as well. We're going to put it in our train station. Make sure your train station is aiming that away toward the end, because you got your train that's going this way, which is going to work with this station, and your train that's going the other way that works with the other station. Make sure they are in opposite directions. There we go. Now, again, we got to also utilize this for power, so it's going to bring power from our main base, and we can run that right down there. And then we're going to run this back up, say right to there, and then run that power, because it's definitely going to need that power. Now, also what I took out was our run line here. We need to get that going again too. So let's get our run line going. And I'm not going to even pretend like I'm not spaghettiing this up. Here we go. Too steep, huh? There we go. And again, I'm not using mods. I'm just using my hover pack that they added to the game. All right, so that is pretty good. Now, one of the things we can do is utilize this area up here to run our sulfuric acid up here. And so we've got to look at how our station is coming out right here. And we want to go ahead and run this up like so. Hopefully we brought even more close to enough stuff. Yeah, we did. Okay, cool. So I'm going to run this up right to there. And we're literally going to run this along the side like this. Now, the cool thing is we don't have to run it very far, because I just happen to have another train right up here. And so we're just going to run this. Now, what you can do with this, by the way, you can do much cooler stuff than you can do with that over there. You can go like this, run this up here, and you're like, Kismet, I want that to run. I want to run not just left and right like that. You can rotate with your scroll wheel, but if you hold down Control or Alt or one of these keys, where is it? Oh, you got to put it down first. Put it down first. Then you can go ahead and rotate it so it's straight like that, right? Straight along that edge. But you can't do it with these. I hope they added to those as well. Now this I get. I don't like to clip, so I'm going to go up and over here. My character wants to get up there. There we go. Again, I don't like to clip stuff, so I'm going to go get over that thing there. And again, run this right here. And then again, we can rotate it. We want to make it look nice. Now, this particular train station really doesn't have a train. This is just something I made temporarily just so I could use it to go back and forth. But we are going to go ahead and add in an additional train spot here. We're going to go ahead and add a fluid platform. And we're going to put it on that side. We'll go ahead and add back in our train tracks over here. And we're going to go ahead and utilize these trains, the 2 different trains, to bring the sulfuric acid here. So I don't have to package it and then rerun it. Now, one of the problems right here is that there's a bunch of stuff that could basically gas me here. So I think I have just enough room to work around the corner here. Like this. And then we'll go back to our pipes, which is 2. And get this. I'm up here. Well, maybe not. Let's go and back this up a little bit. You might notice that I'm using a Mark II pipe, because why not? I've got plenty of resources. Because that's how I roll. I just go max speed, because why not? All right, and then this one's going to go into this one. Over here, if I get my that head out of the way. Boom, there we go. So it's going to bring the sulfuric acid over with the train. Then that one's going to transfer it from that train into this container, and then up this pipe into the container up here. And then the train that we make up here is going to be the one that takes the sulfuric acid over there, which goes to our nuclear power. And again, so we can use our trains quite well. Now remember, turn this one this way. This one should be facing that direction. On the other side should be facing the other. Now we want to go ahead and also put a freight car in between so it picks that up. And then we'll go ahead and put a locomotive on the other side. So we've got our push-pull train there. Looks sweet. Now we could bring our train up, but it's actually a smarter idea not to do that. Because pushing the fluids up the thing is much more efficient than actually running a train up and down, because the train's going to slow way down when it's coming up such a steep slope, where the fluids actually will flow pretty quickly from down here to up there. So much smarter to do it that way. And we're also going to need a pump down here. Now even though it probably in a lot of situations can get away without having the pumps, I like to go ahead and put one in. This way I can just kind of set it and forget it. Just like that. Now don't forget to go ahead and do that. There we go. Get that going on. So we got that going there. That's going to pump them fluids up there. And we could probably get this one started. Hey, thanks so much for the bitty love. Appreciate that, Zero Cool. Appreciate you coming in. Voice inflection shows she's not really like the dude, but the speech is about them anyway. Yeah, Papa Dude, that's because she was talking about her child. Oh, I forgot that part. My children really like the Teenage Ninja Turtles. Now, in the Teenage Ninja Turtles, there is Donatello, and there's Raphael, and there's whatever. And you could tell that she was just sitting there, like babysitting her kids or something. And then she thought of this idea for her speech, and then delivered it really poorly. I mean, it was really bad. But, you know, that's why you're in speech class, right? You're in speech class to learn about how to give good speeches. So, you know, if you make a mistake or if you do something poorly, that's what you're there to do, really, right? You're there to make mistakes and learn from your mistakes and so on. All right, so let's go ahead and tell this to go to the next stop. Let's turn that autopilot on, and that's going to kick back on our train. And our train should come up here and kind of go a couple times first before it gets fired up and does its thing, right? It's not going to have any of this sulfuric acid, because it's not here. Now, we also need to tell it to unload from here so that it loads on that side and unloads on this side. And then also these other ones, it's going to load from this side and unload on that other side. Now, it's important to make sure that it is working. You want to see your train coming this way or going the other way, either way, so that you can see that it's working. So I will usually just kind of hang around and make sure I see my train coming up and over the thing. If you don't see that train moving, man, then you got problems. So cool, isn't it? You can get a lot of these going at the same time. I just have, I don't know how many now. 1, 2, 3, 4 of them going. I usually don't do more than like 4 or 5, but you can do, you know, 15, 20, 100 if you wanted to. You're definitely going to need a lot of engines if you're doing a lot of those, just like in real life, right? The more cars you have, the more strong engines you're going to need, depending on that. Now, there we go. Just loaded that stuff. Now it's going to go back, get some sulfuric acid, bring it back over here, and then we'll be good to go. So we're going to go ahead and fly our way up here. Let's get ready for that sulfuric acid by taking our train and running it to the other side, putting in a car on the other side so it can unload the sulfuric acid and then run it into what we need over here. And that pretty much going to be pretty much it, right? We got our concrete flying over here. We got all our other stuff flying over here. We got to get our sulfuric acid. Now, we still got to put our concrete drone area in. So we're going to get that going. So let's go ahead and take our train and go. Now, while I'm taking my train over to the other side, let's do this battle. To battle! All right. Now, I try to work in these battles while I'm in the middle of something. Obviously, I am doing some fairly complex logistics right now. Let's do it. Oh, 118 units as well. There's 1,000 Kids Cats. How we doing on those retweets? As well. By the way, if you guys host the channel again, because I did get disconnected, you'll get more Kids Caps because of that. Oh, we're at 6 retweets. Way to crush it, everybody. That's 1,000 Kids Cats. We get 4 more retweets. I'm going to give you another 1,000. Let's do it. Let's do it. Okay, we got to add a station here. Oh, people dying left and right. What the heck? Ah, but getting that gold, though. Somebody ran over here, got tons of gold. Who was that? Darth Nader, Michael David, and Contest coming in, getting a bunch. Let's see. Cyan 2 killing the dragon. I killed the dragon as well. And now it's nothing but loot, everybody. Nothing but loot for all you peeps. I'm going to put in a train station while you guys are doing that. And then we got to get into it. All right, open the captain chest, give you guys some love. Let's see, Jaeger, The Last Splash, Momo, and the Papa Dude all getting some love. And Fox Tegan, whoa, 27 and 28 kills and assists there, MVP. All right, couple more battles here. We're going to be on the boss battle. Whoa, look at this sucker. Wow, okay, calling in the big boy for this one. Let's do it. All right, while you guys are watching that, I put in a fluid platform here. My drone's just circling over there. I put in a fluid platform there, and you can see I moved the train back so it will bring the sulfuric acid over here. Now, that sulfuric acid needs to make its way over here. We need to make another drone platform, but it needs to make its way right into here. And you can see I've already got it there, so we just need the concrete and sulfuric acid. So we need to connect it into this. So let's go ahead and create some more foundations over here. Maybe do a little bit of something there. And there we go. Let me push that out just a bit. Run that along this edge. Now, I was playing the game by putting supports down and all of that, but that takes a really tremendous long amount of time. And I'm just playing in early access. So we tested it out. It was a lot of fun, but it is incredibly time intensive. So we did it. We said we're good, and then now we're not doing that no more. Because it's just, again, I only have so much time to play, and I could be sitting here doing supports all day, or I could be testing out what's new in the game. So I would rather be testing out what's new. All right, let's run that there, and then we'll run that across into there. So if this works out properly, it should go grab the sulfuric acid, bring it up here, it'll run it out of this line, and then run it all the way over for this to start up over there. But we also need some concrete, so maybe we'll go ahead and push this out a little bit on this side. Now, our biggest problem right now is going to be these batteries. And these drones having enough batteries to run back and forth and back and forth. I can continuously manually feed them in there, but that's not going to work out in the long run. That is for sure. Am I missing something? Oh, I'm missing heavy modular frames. Oh, I forgot my heavy modular frames. That is a bummer. Now, what happens a lot in this game is you don't have the particular thing that you need, and so you have to run back and grab it. In this case, I did not grab enough heavy modular frames, apparently. But luckily, I've got a train. Now, I've not automated this train yet. And I'll get to it eventually. Right now, I'm just using it for my transport back and forth. We can also go over here and check on our sulfuric acid, make sure that it is starting to flow into here. Like that. You can do a lot of transfers. There's going to be load on this side. So yeah, I don't see any yet. No such luck with our sulfuric acid. Maybe it's on its way right now. Maybe it's unloading it right now. Let's go see. Oh. Unload. Let's just wait for our train and see if it comes and unloads it. Maybe we'll see the first shipment. Patience is a virtue, everybody. Waiting patiently for your stuff to see if it's actually working is very vitally important. Because if I walk away and it's not working, then I'm going to be like, nope, no sulfuric acid. We'll wait for our train to come back. Hopefully it does come back. That would be vitally important. I can check and see if it's working just by looking down here at the train station. Taking a look at what its next stop. Borgestad, which is where we are. Borgenstina, maybe. I butcher everything, every name, everybody. I'm terrible with names, but it does say that it is heading back to this location. So I think if we wait patiently, it should show up. It's quite a ways away. And it's got to also come up this hill here. I still feel trains are probably your most effective transport. Still waiting. Patience, patience. We got this. Now, again, if you want to come join us for some battles, you go ahead and click that link right in the chat here. I'll go ahead and throw it in there again. Go ahead and click that link right there. Find me, your Captain Kismet. You can join us for some battles. Here we go. All right. Now, see that first one? It doesn't have anything on there. So why is that one not loading my sulfuric acid? Something probably on the other side. On the other side going on. Yeah, it's not going to unload anything because it doesn't have anything. All the rest of this working good. Whoa, look out. Those are already full. And what that tells us when they don't just put them down in there, that we're not getting it off of there fast enough. We're not using it up fast enough. Which is a good thing, which means that we can up our production on the other end. Now, I'm just standing on the train as opposed to riding the train. I'm not making it go. It's going automatically, which I think is one of the coolest things in the game, is you can automate all of this stuff. So I can just sit and chill, just twiddle my thumbs while I'm waiting myself to go back to my primary base. And I got to figure out why it's not grabbing the sulfuric acid. I got to figure out where I can get some heavy modular frames, which I already know where that's at. and so on. We can also check our crafting. Anything else I need? No, just heavy modular frames. Now let's try to figure out why our sulfuric acid is not loading. It says load. Oh, wait a minute. What's this? Oh, I added 2 to the end. Oh, I added too many. What did I add this one for? What was this supposed to be? I don't know. What is this? This is nitrogen. Oh, you know, probably when I got DC'd, I got confused. That's exactly what I did. I added 2 to the end instead of just 1. That was my bad, everybody. All right, let's stop the thing. Now, again, it's usually user error. Whenever you have something that doesn't work, it's usually your fault. So in my case, that was my bad. All right, I'll turn that off. And let's go ahead and fix this back up. Now, what this is going to do, though, is you're going to waste a bunch of sulfuric acid, but oh well. We're going to take that off like this. And then we're going to go ahead and try to make this right here by adding this thing. I must have did this the other day, or maybe this was something else. I can't even remember. I can't remember why that is in the wrong one, but oh well. And this is our other stuff we need to fix. So let's get this out of here. And of course, this is going to make this more difficult. Pipe has an invalid shape. Okie dokie. Try that again. I must have accidentally hit my toggle mode. That's exactly what I did. Hit the toggle mode. Okay, we've got to go in there. It's probably going to go clip through something. Because I expect nothing less than it clipping. Let's do something like this, and then we'll put this in here to keep it from clipping. And then we'll just go ahead and run it to there. And then from here into there. All right, so basically that was my bad. I added an extra one at the end because I didn't realize that I already added one, and I probably got distracted by doing a battle or something, and that then screwed up why that's not working. But now we got it fixed. We've got it streamlined, going into the proper thing. Let's go ahead and turn our locomotive back on, and that's now going to go ahead and keep on running. And also sulfuric acid should start to fill over here. No. What's our head left? 1. That's working on plenty of it. Why is that not? Why is that not going through there? I got it in the output, input. Just barely a little bit there. Something super funky about that. I can see that some of it's coming up through here. But, plenty going through there. This is not going up and into here. Yeah, something funky. Something funky there. It's broken. It's busted. Okay, something funky with that connection or something. Good, we'll go this way. we should start to see this separate here. No? Okay. Well, let's just take that part out. Ugh. There it goes. Yeah, see, it's starting to go in there, but then it backlogs out of there. Because it's being pulled down the line. So we need to one-way valve that. I think that's the issue. Okay. Let's take this out. Let's go ahead and do this. Because it's both a merger and a splitter, if it doesn't have enough pressure, what it will do is it'll backchain it in the opposite direction, which we don't want it to do. So we want it to push up this way, and then the valve is going to keep it from going backwards, which means it'll start to fill that up, which is what we want it to do. So let's go in and get a valve. We'll put that in there, and then we'll tell it to run that valve. Valve can go at a maximum flow rate, and in theory it should go ahead and flow that up into there. Doesn't seem like it's working though. Boy. I hate logistics problems like that. Okay, what else can we do? Put another pump on here. Input there. Load. Input. Something going on with the sulfuric acid. It does not like me to split it right there. Let's try something more like this then. We're going to run it down. And up a little. And down in that bottom one. Yeah, weird. It wouldn't let me split it right there. It doesn't like me splitting it there, but there it seems to be working. And it seems to be running it a bit in there. There we go. Just a little bit. And then let's try our valve again. Keep it from backlogging. There we go. So it only flows that way. And then it gets in here. And it doesn't have enough in here yet. It's so weird. Oh, it's not flowing in there. That's hurting my brain. Don't tell me. Part of the fun is me figuring it out. Oh, boy. What a bunch of boneheads. Sorry, everybody. Somebody being a bonehead in the chat. Gonna permaban them. And then, you know, go through the whole steps of reporting them and doing all of that. Hold on, everybody. Gotta get this done. Man, I gotta get that fixed today. Where if anybody puts more than like a couple things in within a minute, they get purged. Right here. One of the many list of things that I need to work on, everybody. Lots and lots of stuff. Yeah, that's like a macro or a bot. They come in and they spam spam stuff in the chat. I know, yeah, they are a beep. Exactly what you said, Papa Dude. I feel like that's a funny thing. They just try to get attention because they're like act like a 5-year-old. I need attention. I need attention. Look at me. I'm going to spam your chat. Oh my God. I have such low self-esteem that I have to go and bother other people and make it uncomfortable for people in the chat. That's what I'm going to do. Look at me. I'm a little baby. That's what I hear in my head anyway, everybody. That's what I hear, right? Am I right? Put a 1 in the chat, right? Again, they just come in and it's like some sort of meme or something. I don't know. Someone was trying to explain it to me. I don't care. All I know is that when you come in and you spam someone's chat, you're an a-hole. There's no other way of putting it. You're an a-hole because you are wasting your time and other people's time by coming in and spamming that chat. There we go. All right. So it just took a bit for it to get wound up and going. All right. There we go. So I basically got some sulfuric acid running through. It's being pumped in here. The valve is keeping it from backlogging this direction because now it can only go that one direction as opposed to backflowing and then being used for the rest of this. And so some of this is now being run and backlogged into... Oh, there it goes. There we go. Our first run of sulfuric acid. And it's now going to load it and unload it on the other side. All right, there we go. We got that up and running. I seriously doubt we need this second one. I'm going to take this back out again because I don't think I need that one. This should be more than enough here in the back because it's not really rising up that much, and this is a level 2, and so the head lift is like 1. So that's not a lot of head lift, and really I don't even need that. I probably could just do without it. But you definitely need to put a valve here so it doesn't just start to drain all of the extra that you put in there back out and to be used down the line. That's why those valves are so useful. So now we've got a bunch of sulfuric acid in there getting filled up. There we go. It's kind of weird, though. It says it's got 30 in there, and the maximum is 2,400, but it shows us halfway. That seem weird to anybody else? This seems a little funky chicken right here. This whole thing, how it was delayed and how it took so long to get in there and all of that. I feel like there's something definitely funky going on there. But, you know, hey, as long as we got some sulfuric acid going in the direction we want it to go, then we're looking good. Now we got to fix our problem over here with our stuff, with our, our silica. So, let's run this out to here. You know what? Let's just take all this out. All right, we'll just take all of this out. We'll up the speed of this because we got so much of this. Holy mackerel. And what are we doing over here? This is making silica also. All right, so that's going to be good there. And we were making some silica over here and running it back. And so we'll go ahead and just up our silica production over here. Let's go ahead and just put 3 of them in. Hopefully that's the last thing I have to add for the trains. Guess we'll find out in a second, won't we? And then we'll go in and we'll go ahead and split this right there. I love this when you're up a bit higher. It does help a lot when you're trying to do all this stuff. Again, I'm using the new update 4. And the update 4 allows me to have this little hover pack, which makes it so much easier to do all of that. And so I'm going to go ahead and split it right here, run it into there, and then all of these are going to go ahead and make some silica. And then we'll do a fun little center merge. I like me a center merge. It's kind of like old school. Like when you first start playing the game, you're going to do a lot of merging like this, as opposed to putting, 3 of these across. Fun way of doing that. And then we go ahead and do this, and then we have to merge it back over there somewhere with our line. There's our line right there. So we'll go, say, this way. And I really got to clean all this up. Where's that line? Right there. Oh, it's blocked. It is blocked. Get a little bit higher. Again, I'm just using level 5s because I can. I've got plenty of level 5 materials to allow me to get that going on. All right. Ah, nope. 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 No clipping. A little too high there. All right, let's say there. No clipping through my other lines. You can if you want, but I try not to get in the habit of clipping stuff. I try to keep it going properly. Silica, 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 yay! Silica, 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 yay! Let's get that going. Now, the silica is going to help us with our aluminum, which is completely stopped. Also, that means that our batteries have stopped and a whole bunch of other stuff has stopped. Let's run that power over there, too. And there we go. All right, so that's going to start up some serious silica. If it has some power. Look, it doesn't have any power. That doesn't have any power. Ah, we got no power running over here. Let's run that to there. Right, we took all this power out when we redid the train. Now we got to fix all of this. There we go. So I can see it by the lights. The lights need to have a certain color. They're yellow when they're waiting on materials, and they're green when they are firing up and getting ready to rock. All right, let's see that silica come pumping out of there. Whoosh! There it goes. Okay, and this is still going there, and all of these are back up and running. We got this over here running as well, making some serious frames there. Got this coming down, which I don't even remember. Those aluminum casings. All right, silica in, everything up and running. Yeah, this is waiting on silica right now. Do I have any I can just put in here? Yes. Let's go ahead and cut that in half. Half of that in there. Half of that over there to give it some time to backlog and work at its maximum efficiency. All right, there we go. So now we got all of that running. Back up and running. So our things should be working now. Oh, heavy modular frames. Let's go do that. Oh, here's some coming down the line right here. And they are running over here. Oh. Man, I got a lot of them. I got a lot of them because look how quickly I just took 100 off the line, and it just is feeding them back in there faster than they can actually run. It only needs 3.75, and it's putting them in there at 780. So pretty fast. Quick, try to get the train. Oof! Oh my God! Almost missed it. Yeah, there we go. Perfect timing. It's beautiful. Beautiful. Yeah, there you go. One's in the chat. What's up, John? Night Owl. Thanks for hanging out in the chat. Been thinking about buying this game. Can you just tinker, or do you have to get serious to have fun in this game? No, you can tinker all you want, Swindy. You can just tinker around, fool around, do what you want to do. There's no rush, no hurry. There's no time limit in what you're doing, so you can play however you want. And I really love that about the game. I'm in no hurry. Like this update 4 came out, I don't know, a month or so ago, and I'm still doing some of the new stuff. I don't rush games. I love to take my time and do stuff along the way. That's how I like to play. Now, this is still in early access, so you won't see me go and do every single thing in the game just because of that particular reason. I mean, go to every single spot in the game. You'll see me do a lot of the resources and stuff like that, though. We'll do all of that. But I do always like to leave something to do later on. All right, here comes our sulfuric acid. Super excited about it. We have some already in here. Oh, I can't look why it's feeding. But I can look at that. Oh, yeah. Look, it's feeding it up there. All right. Fed the whole thing in there. Now, once it stops, you can look in there. Okay, cool. And then it's going to go ahead and pump that up the way. We can go ahead and just fly our way up there. See, we don't even need the ramps anymore because we have our little hover thing. But yeah, that's looking strong. Now, what you want to do is look at how separated it is. If it's separated like that, it's at maximum flow rate, meaning it's just pushing it at like 600 because I'm using the higher ones. Now, look at this. See how this all of a sudden it doesn't show it? That means that we might have some issues with the head lift of it. So we'll go ahead and look at that here in a minute. But the first thing I'm going to do is run up here and see if I see any up here at the top. No. And if I don't see some at the top, that's a dead giveaway that your head lift is too strong for what you're doing. So let's get over here. I'll use this to go down. And let's check out our head lift. Now this one is a Mark II, so it should be able to push it pretty far. But really great for checking your pipes, I just noticed too. But yeah, you can see it's at 55. So its maximum is 50. So we've exceeded that maximum. Let's go ahead and run up here and see where we've got our problem area. Now it looks good all the way up to there, and then it starts to have issues here. So let's go ahead and put another pump in. A nice level 2, and we're going to turn it around this way. And now you can see right about, it's giving you that circle. This circle is telling you about that's how far until it's starting to have issues. Now, I like to backtrack it a bit down. That's just me. And try to optimize it as best you can. But I do backtrack mine down. Give myself a little leeway. Then we'll run a power line. And then there we go. Now we should start to see that. Start to widen out. There we go. And it's going to start to tell us our head lift on this one. All right, and the flow rate's about 100. And so it's flowing that up there. We're seeing good separation there. Not so much here. Not so much there. Now, the flow rate that you really want to see is the one before this one, not that one, because you really want to check the one before the one you're actually putting in. And that will tell you how your flow rates are doing. So if you go back here and you go your head lift now it's 43.1 before it actually hits another pump. So that's pretty well. Now, of course, you can fine tune it to get it exactly 49.999 if you want. It's up to you. But me, I'm just going to go and leave myself a little bit of leeway. And again, here we go again. And so we're looking for our pump area on our last one. And maybe here? Why are we not getting any up here? I feel like it should go way further than that. See, it looks like it makes it. This one looks like it's finishing. Going to there. Not quite here. Put that in there. Go check the head lift of this one down here. Doesn't have really a big head lift. That should go pretty far because it's a Mark II. It's a 50. So it's something to do at the end here. Why it's not working. Again, the pipes seem to be working pretty funky today. I wonder if there's some sort of issue with the piping in the latest update. Because that's really weird. Because that should definitely push it up that high. Maybe it's a connection issue. Sometimes it's a pipe issue. So you want to go ahead and take your pipes out. And we'll just redo them. This seems really funky to me. There's something funky with this. Again, it should be either telling me that I have a very high head lift or something's weird where it's backpedaling back down again. Let's tell it only to go in the up direction, so it should pump that in past the valve and then stop. Let's actually take this segment out here. Whoa. Made me feel like I was falling there for a second. Let me take this segment out. And let's put this segment back in again. But going in a downwards direction. Because these do not have a direction. You can go in both directions with these. And again, we'll take the valve. Block it from backpedaling. Definitely recognizes it's got stuff there. Now the point of a valve is so that it just goes forward and doesn't come back. But I can see the flow rate is not even going through the valve. I don't get it. There's something broken here. There's something broken. Pushing it to there to full speed. Got 35 in there, so it's pushing it up to 0. Something wrong with that sulfuric acid too. That seems weird that it shows halfway, but I feel like there's something busted in the game. This should be working better than this. For sure. It should be pushing that up the thing. See, this is when games suck, when they don't work. To battle! When stuff doesn't work like it should. All right, I don't know. Maybe it's my mistake. Maybe I'm just blanking on something. But that seems like it's just straight up not working. I don't know. This is really not that difficult. You take water, or in this case, sulfuric acid. You put it in a pipe. You push it with a pump, And then that pump should pump it up where I need it to go. It's not doing that. Maybe we don't have enough. Let's go on grants rewards. Let's see. Rotisserie G, Night Owl, Reaper getting some love, Darth Nader getting some love, and Subi MVP with a massive 56 kills. Way to crush it. All right, let's get on to the boss here. You know what? Let's do this boss. Just for funsies. Let's see. Where is that boss? Down there. Let's go ahead and get that going on. Let's do it. Just put a bunch in there. I just pumped a bunch up here. Look at that when I put a valve in. There it goes. Now it's going to pump all that through there. And it should stay in there. And then that should go to here. And then this is pushing it. It doesn't push it to the next one. What the heck? Take this out. All right, now it's pushing it to the next one. At least a little. All right, there's something really messed up about that. Let me move this pump way back. It's like I don't have enough sulfuric acid for it to fill the pipe or something. There we go. So that one's pushing it now. We get it to go to here. A little bit. Yeah, there is not enough sulfuric acid coming through into the pipe. Now this pipe is a 600 pipe, but what it should be doing, and you can see it's going up and down and up and down, it shouldn't be doing that. It should be pushing all of the sulfuric acid up into here. And then that sulfuric acid being pushed all the way up the rest of the way. I feel like I'm just not feeding enough into the pipeline for it to actually fill the entire pipe and get all the way up there. So, because it says it's like 50 sulfuric acid, even though it shows like it's halfway, it shouldn't do that, right? The sulfuric acid, it goes halfway, but it says it's 50 when it's not, instead of 2400, which is what it should be. All right, let's watch it do it again. I might have to go over there and make a bunch more sulfuric acid. I think that's the issue, is that there's just not enough for it to push its way up. But it still should push its way all the way up into the container on the top. And then I should have a valve to stop it from backlogging. Let's go up there and put a valve at the top here. Again, it should push it all the way up because it doesn't have that much of a head lift into the container here at the top. And then store it on that main container at the top. Now this container at the top right here, that's an input. And again, it should have a valve to keep it from backlogging. We could even go in and take this out. And just to kind of put an in-between area in there. We could put a fluid buffer in so we can see it going through this fluid buffer. Yeah, there's definitely some coming in there. You can see it just barely coming in there, but seems like it's not enough. All right. That is like freaking me out. Because normally it'll show you that it's flowing that through there. and then it should end up at the top because it shouldn't be backlogging down to here. Now you see we got it to go in there, but up here, it seems like just this whole bottom part of the pipe is full because it's only got about 600 total fluid in there and not the rest of the fluid, which is what we need. So to fill that entire pipe is going to need a lot, and then you need the amount that's going to overflow into the top part to push all that fluid up. So interesting thing. I'm not sure it's supposed to be doing that, but whatever, because in fluids, if you're pushing a fluid down the thing, the fluid should be pushed all the way to the end, and then if I have a valve, it should not come back through the thing, typically. It's kind of like when it's going down in a rain barrel down below. In this case, it's being pushed up above. So there's something funky there for sure. Let's go figure it out. Part of the fun. There we go. Can you tinker around? Yeah, you can tinker around all you want. Yeah, again, don't be in any hurry. You don't have to do big, gigantic factories like me. Really, the thing is to figure out the game mechanics. And you don't have to do the math if you don't want to. You can just look and see if it's if it does this right there. See how it stopped? That means you have more than enough. If it doesn't stop and it just goes in there and then never stops, then you either know you got it right on the pat, but look at that. I'll see how it gaps. If it starts to gap, then you know you don't have enough sometimes. And really, you can figure out the numbers, right? It tells you right here, 300 in, and you're making 300 and so on and so forth. And you can balance all those numbers if you want, or not do it at all. In my case, I'm doing a whole bunch of spaghetti over here, which is not what you want to do. You don't want to make it like this. You don't want to do this. And we're doing this on purpose because later we're going to come back. We're going to fix it up. I'm going to show you how to do underrunning and all of that fun stuff. But right now what we need is more sulfuric acid because we do not have enough. For some reason, this is a whole sulfuric acid seems funky to me. Again, so it's running at 15. And it says current amount in the pipe is 20 out of 24.1. The max flow rate is 600. Why is it not 600? That seems kind of odd to me, but that's okay. We have plenty of additional sulfur. Let's go ahead and double this up like this. Double gum right here. Double that up there. We'll go ahead and bring up some logistics. Oh, that's too close. That is too close. All right, now we got to turn it off to make it work. And we'll do this. And we'll bring our water pipe out of here. And we're going to offset it a bit. So something like that. Run it over here. Do a nice little 90. Right there. And then we'll go ahead and split this. So we have it on our second one. Like so, and then we'll go ahead and just do some spaghetti over here on this one, and just split this one. Again, you don't even have to worry about the speeds if you don't want to. Like me, I just, at this point, because I have such tons and tons of aluminum, I just run it at the highest speed. And then I never have to come back and upgrade it, because it will already be upgraded. Okay, so there we go. So we're going to tell it sulfuric acid. We're going to tell it to get to work over here. We're going to merge this before the pump right here. And so we'll go to our pump, or our pipes. Just do something random like that. And then run that into there. That's going to run that out, merge that into there, and then we'll use... I think there's something wrong with the pumps. I feel like the pumps are screwed up. Like they did an update, and then the pumps are now not working as well as they were. Could be just an illusion of just not having enough stuff here. Now I've doubled that up. That should really be pumping in here now. Again, look at the small pump range there. See, look, it says it's half full, but it has 2400 M3 and it's got 45 in there. There's something wrong with that. Something wrong with that. That's messed up. I don't know what's going on with that. But that seems super funky to me. In fact, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to cut the other side off. I'm going to go over here. Stupid thing, get out of the way. I'm going to cut this side off. I'm just going to flow all of it in here. That should widen. Okay. Well, that does work. It did widen a little bit. That should be filling way more. Okay, there we go. It seems fishy to me. Okay. It's like they changed that. I feel like they changed that in their in the update. That sulfuric acid doesn't seem to be flowing at the rate it used to. It's supposed to be going out at 50 per minute, so we got about 100 going there. So it's really 5 per minute. We got 50 coming in. We probably have a gigantic box worth of sulfur here. So we might have to make a bunch of these. Okay, well, you know what? If all else fails, let's just go to town. Oh, God, we do not have enough room. We do not have enough room for all of this. All right, let's say there. So messy. Makes me want to fix it. But I'm busy. Alright, let's go to 150. I feel like this is not enough sulfuric acid. I feel like it's really seems to be limited in what it's producing. Now remember, it's still in early access, so they're still fine-tuning all of this as well. Look at this spaghetti. Look at that spaghetti. Oh my gosh. Makes me want to fix it. Ah, it's clipping too. I'm going to leave it for now. All right. So now we're producing 150 sulfuric acid. So 50 per minute. And let's go over here and see if this is now filling this up enough. $14.3. I don't get it. That seems messed up to me. And I've got a valve there which should keep it from backlogging. Flow rate is 400. I'm gonna watch it and see how much it does. I feel like all of a sudden my sulfuric acid needs to be at a much higher level. Like a pretty insane level. Let's get back on the trade. That's a dangerous place to ride on a trade. Oh, but we're on it. That's a real dangerous place to land on a train, everybody. For sure, for sure. But it's working, so that's what counts. I feel like I'm gonna die at some point. Let's see if I make it all the way there. I tried to land on the top, but I was trying to land on the back side of it and just missed it. A little too early. I might have to rethink this sulfur, so this is not working out. So what I'm trying to do is train the sulfur up to here, sulfuric acid, and then run the sulfuric acid up to my other train. Except for it's not working. The whole thing with the sulfuric acid seems to be broken to me, or it's just I'm not producing enough. It just seems really, really odd compared to how much you used to produce before. It's like they massively downscaled what's there. We might have to just let this run for a while so it backlogs a lot of sulfuric acid. And that also lets it catch up. So there's 60. Again, I'm watching the pipes as I'm going by to see if there's... All right, there we go. Okay, that is working. Yeah, so you kind of have to let it fill all the pipes all the way up. Looks like... I don't remember that from before. I remember they just pushed it all the way to the top, but I guess that does make sense. We've got none in the fluid buffer right now, but we got it right there. So it's like we have to get more and more of it in here, and we've finally got some in the train. Okay. Okay, so again, it's just like they've changed the volume of the sulfuric acid, so you have to make a lot more sulfuric acid for making that work. Yeah. So we'll see if we got any sulfur nearby. Where's the closest sulfur to where I'm at? Way out this way, where my tractor's at. 1290 that way, and 1600 that way. It's not really worth it for me to go and do that. It might be a smarter idea to forego the sulfuric acid itself and actually bring the sulfur. That probably would be the smarter idea, and then convert the sulfuric acid over here. Now, one of the problems, though, is that I'm going to need water. So let's go look around here. Let's go back over here. So yeah, we can't start up our nuclear power without any sulfuric acid. But if we could bring the sulfuric acid over here, I think I got water on this side. And then I could pull some water up here. Oh yeah, bunch of water down here, right here. We could just follow that to wherever it kind of pools up. Looks like there's a waterfall. Falls down there. Yeah, it's all flowing down into kind of a swamp area down there. Yeah. I got just the thing for this. Fun every time, everybody. Little clearing of the foliage. Alright, so it's flowing this way. Hoof! Hoof it way over there. Oh, right down there. Flowing out of there too, down there. Now, whether it's deep enough water for us to do it is a good question. Oh, I didn't hit it. That is dangerous, hanging off the side, throwing explosives right below you. Might be deep enough. That's what you do when your bosses aren't around. You're just throwing explosives randomly. Oh, I'm out of explosives. But there is water down there. So in theory, I could go down there and tap that water and bring it up here. We can look around also elsewhere. What about down here? Oh, there's some water down there too. So yeah. Okay, so we could just bring the water. We could bring the sulfuric raw ore. Probably right there is a good spot because I could bring that straight up. I bet you I could do a bunch along that edge. That looks like somewhat deep water. Looks like a lake or a river going through there. So maybe that's deep enough water there for some water extractors. Bring that water up. Bring the sulfuric acid over the raw stuff. Now, I could do that by drone as well. I could bring that over. But I feel like the drone's biggest problem is the weakness of the batteries. Because you can see that they're just kind of sitting here. These ones refuse to take off because they're getting batteries from this side. So I need batteries over here to keep this going. So this is like way more work than it's worth at this point. I could have easily done this way easier by just converting it and running all of the resources elsewhere instead of using the drones. I could also get rid of the drones on this side. Get rid of that drone and this drone. Like this. And then we'd have just the one drone that's coming from the other side, which should drop this off, in theory, and then fly back and get the batteries from the other side. So it's basically they're just coming from that side to here, dropping it off, and then going back. So let's see if it does that. Let's see if they stay there or do they just fly back on their own. So basically just like a one-sided drone port. There goes some of our control rods. That's exactly what they do. So it's better to just have a one-sided drone on that side where the batteries are versus on this side where there are no batteries. And thus it slows down the cycle of them bringing it in. So we just learned that, everybody. Very cool. Speaking of, let's go ahead and... one of your power storage supplies is draining. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, here we go. Here we go. Running out of power. We're trying to get our power going. What are we doing? Transportation. Drone port. So yeah, we're gonna have to get this going. So we're gonna call this Con 2 or Construction 2 or Concrete 2. Select destination of Con 2. Con 1, and Con 1 is to Con 2. Now, Con 1 over there has batteries, and so it should come over here, drop off some stuff here, and be just fine. But if I put one on this side, it doesn't have any batteries, thus it won't refuel. I noticed it also doesn't refuel on the other side. It should refuel over there if it goes over there, but it only refuels apparently at its home station. Which what I'm kind of picking the vibe up of. Now, don't tell me. Part of the fun is me figuring it out and running into these various issues and having fun along the way. Now, we need to run this out of here. So we'll go ahead and use our lifter. And I'm just going to assume that drone is on the way. We're going to run that out. And then we're going to get this into there. Okay, so... now we should have our concrete, our uranium we'll grab when we're ready. But in theory, there should be a drone on the way over here right now bringing the concrete. I see a drone coming this way. We're trying to get our drones figured out. So in theory, that's going to drop some concrete here. Takes so long. There we go. All right. So yes, plenty of concrete. So now we have 2 of the 3 things we need. We need sulfuric acid. That's what we need. So instead of making another line and going and getting other sulfur, I'm going to go ahead and change my mind on this one. And I feel like we can just bring the raw sulfur over here, convert it into sulfuric acid at the end here. And that's going to be much smarter. Let's just ghost ride that sucker. Let's go do that. Or I could use a drone. You know what? Since we're going all in on drones, screw it. Let's go ahead and make another drone spot. Right over here. Whoa, 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 whoa. Drone pushing me up. And so we'll make another drone spot over here. We'll go ahead and run that power line, run it here. And we'll make a bunch of sulfuric acid out here, and then we'll just run it back over that way. That's what we'll do. So this is going to be called Sulf 2. All right, we're getting it down. We're getting it down little by little. We're starting to understand the mechanics of how the drones work and whether you should put a drone on this side, which is a no, and put a drone on the side on which you have the batteries is a yes. Now, this platform here, I'm going to go ahead and take all this out because this is no longer necessary because I'm not going to bring the sulfuric acid over here. This was a huge waste because that's not how that's going to work. We're going to run it from the other side. Okay, there we go. And again, I always take out stuff that I don't really use. There's no reason to have it going back and forth doing all of that stuff if it's not being used. So we're going to do that. And away we go. So the better idea is to bring the item versus the fluid. Stop by and get some bombs while we're at it. Did I not leave a train here? Oh, I must have taken the train back from the other side. Let's go. All right. So we're trying to figure out the logistics of this. And I'm starting to understand the drones better. That you typically want to have your drones being powered from the one side and delivering the resources and then coming back, as opposed to putting drones on both ends. I feel like that's working a bit better now. And my drones aren't stopping. They're going back and forth and back and forth. Though I could have a drone that's just bringing batteries out there, so I could have him go in multiple directions. That also seemed to be a good logistical thing we could figure out. But again, this is what I'm doing in here. I'm just tinkering. Tinkering around, seeing what's what with what's what. You know what I mean? Let's take out both these locomotives. There we go. Get it loading over there. Get our coffee cup out. Okay, so let's just go ahead and cancel this sulfuric acid over here. We'll just take out this pipe and boom, that'll be the end of that. Now I could take all this off of here and do all of that, but we just take the pipe out. It'll now no longer run that way, so we won't have to worry about it. And do something more like that. And then we'll go ahead and reconnect this over here because this is causing our batteries not to get done. So that's going to screw us up over the long run of our actual batteries. But now we're going to have plenty of sulfuric acid for our batteries, that's for sure. We're going to have it, it's going to be 50 per minute. So, whoo, mama. We're going to have definitely a lot of that. We have like 150. Now, one of the things I should probably do, though, to be smart here, what do we got in here? We got that. Don't know if I'm going to be able to sneak it in here, but we might be able to sneak in a giant storage container. Organization. Ooh, no. No, no, no. Maybe if we run it out and then run it back. How about that? Now we're really gonna be making a mess. Okay, so what I'm doing is I'm letting it run into here because it's going to make a lot of extra. And thus we can backlog a bunch of it into here over time. But definitely it's got plenty of sulfuric acid to get it going. It's going to be cranking out batteries like nobody's business now. All right, very nice. We'll let that run. And we'll run back this way. What else are we doing here? Let's see. We got all of that running. We've upped that capacity. We're having trouble with our power. We better take a look at our power here. It's using our battery back. Oh my gosh, our battery's at 9%. 9% right there. Uh-oh. Are we going to get it done in time? I seriously doubt it. I have a feeling the whole entire factory is about to go off. And then we'll be in trouble. By the way, if you were flying around, if you were hanging off the side like this, and then your power cut out, down you would go. Bye-bye. You're gone. Oh, so I need to make a drone over this side. So I can tap into this sulfur. Can I sneak a drone in right here? I doubt it. What a mess. This whole entire thing needs to be redone. Yeah, there's no room for no drone there. Well, speaking of this little corner here, let's just go ahead and add it out. Now, see, I'm low health most of the time. That's because I'm hanging out of my base. If I die, just up here at my hub right there. No big deal. That's why I keep my health really low, because no big deal. No reason to waste my stuff if I'm just chilling at the base. Always respawn. Alright, I think that's probably good right there. Let's go with a drone port over here. And we're going to take that sulfur. And we're going to call this... I forget what I called the other one. Sulf 1. And we've got one called Sulf 2. Okay, so this one is going to be this port, Sulf 1. All ports, this port. And this is going to be Sulf 2. Okay, there we go. So let's connect those two together like that. Then we'll go ahead and put in a drone. And we'll go ahead and run a drone to, or runs a power right there. Where are these batteries going? Oh boy. More spaghetti, everybody. You're like, Kismet, you're going to clean up this spaghetti. I'm trying. I'm trying to get this power on. I'm just trying to get the nuclear power turned on. And then we're going to fix all of our power. We're going to fix all of that stuff too. Again, this is just me tinkering around. Just me having fun. You don't have to be so serious with it all the time. Some people get real serious about the game. They're like, oh, Kismet, you can't do that. You can't do this. I can do whatever the heck I want to do. Oh, that went in the wrong port, by the way. I can do whatever I want. It's my game. It's your game. You do whatever you want. That's what I think. So here we go. I'll bring that up just a little bit so I can do that. And then maybe we can get away Like so. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, OBS is frozen again. OBS. OBS is frozen. Put a 1 in the chat when you can see and hear me. Oh, my poor OBS. My poor OBS. Put a 1 in the chat, everybody. It's time for a battle. But my OBS froze. If there isn't some sort of technical problem, then it isn't a Kismet stream. All right, there we go. So we got that going. We got the, well, we ran a battery in there. Let's run the battery out of there. We're running the battery into the battery port, and we want to get the sulfuric acid, or the sulfuric rawness into there. Whoa, wait a minute. Why is there, oh. There's so much in there. Why is that, why did that stop coming out of there? Wow, is it using that whole thing up? In that amount of time? That doesn't seem right to me. That doesn't seem right, but maybe it might use all of that, so all of that stuff up by then. Let's go ahead and load this baby with some serious amount of sulfur. Oh, and it's already taken off. It doesn't have anything even to go and take over there, but it's going to go fly there anyway. We want to fill that baby up with some serious sulfur and some batteries. And we're going to go ahead and take that. So, so I guess it is taking so long to bring the sulfur over here that it actually drained the entire thing, which is what you want to do. You want to have it where it's balanced enough where it's using up all of the resources in there. Otherwise, you end up with just a crazy ton of extra resources, which, like in my case, look at all this oil over here. I'm not even utilizing it. Look, 2,400 there, so on, so forth, and so on. In fact, it's actually full. This one over here is probably full. Oh, not full. So not completely full, but as you can see, I've got 6 of them backlogged here. That you could just be burning that up at the proper rate, because otherwise it's just sitting there doing nothing right at the moment, just kind of a backup. But all right, we got that going. We've got a giant water backlog right here. Look at that, that's full as well. We're getting that going. We're getting the drone going over here with sulfur. We're going to go to the other side and start making a bunch of these sulfuric acid. So we're going to need a bunch of refineries, and we're going to need water as well. Let's see. So refineries, let's say 5. Let's just go big. We're going to need some water, extractors, logistics, no, production. Where's our water extractor? Oh, man, it's right there. It's hard to... It's like, because it's on the left now instead of the right. It throws me off. We're going to need how much? Let's see. How much water do we got going right now? This needs 50 per minute. It produces about 150 per... Or 120 per water extractor. So two of those would run... One of those would run 2 of these. So, let's say 5. Let's just really go big. Let's say 5 of those. Refineries. We need the sulfur. Alright. Whoa, 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 whoa. My whole entire grid has finally shut down, everybody. The whole grid shut down. That's not good. You do not want that to happen. Once your grid shuts down, you are in trouble. Because how are you going to start it back up again? That's a real great question. So I'm going to get my skates back on here so I can jump over stuff. And we can take a look. Yeah, so completely dropped off. Now, this is why you want to have your power in different grids, so you could turn off certain parts of your factory so that you could start the whole factory back up again and then backlog some power and figure out what your power problem is. Now, my power capacity is 2,400, right? And if I add that nuclear power, which I was trying to add, but then we had that whole sulfur problem, had I added that 2,400 power, I would still only have 4,800, and I'm using 7,000 if I have everything running, right? So now I've got a real big problem. How do I start my power back up again, right? Because everything has come to a stop. Now, one of the cool things, if you are using your conveyors and whatnot, those are also still running the coal. Like if I go out here and look, I can go and probably see. Whoa, ow, oh, God. Oh, God, I missed it. Nah, I did. Missed it. I tried to just jump slowly a little bit, and it jumps really far. All right, I'm dead. But again, I'm over in my base. So if I jump down and kill myself, you can see right here on these conveyors that will keep going until it fills the boxes, and then we are good. Now, again, it's really easy to go back and get your loot if you're by your base. No big deal. It'll actually point you to where your loot is down there. Now, one thing you always want to have as a backup, I find, in any base, and that is some ramps, in case you do lose power. So everything in my entire factory is off now. So I've got some ramps here. Fred, of course, walking around in my base as normal. And so we're going to walk down here and try to find my botte. Now, I've got so many things on my radar, it's kind of hard to find it. But I kind of remember I jumped off the side here. Maybe down here somewhere. I think I was jumping on the side here. Oh, man, that's tough. That's double tough. Hey, Fred, where'd my stuff go? Mine pointed out to me. All right, now where was I? I was up there somewhere. There it is, right there. Crate. Down there. Turn my light on. All right, there we go. Got all my stuff back. No big problem. All right, so we got to get our power back up and running. Now, one of the things, again, I suggest to do is put it all modular so you can go and have a central station of turning everything off. But what we need to do is we need to run our power, and this is why I wanted to fix my power as well. We need to run our power separate from our power lines, everything that produces power, everything that goes in and has to do with our transportation and stuff like that, our trains and our hypertubes. All of that should be on its own line versus having it all interconnected like we have it now. And thus, if one thing goes off, everything goes off, right? And so that needs to be fixed as well. So now we have to stop what we're doing and we have to switch over to fixing how we have our power. And really what we want to do is just have our essential stuff running. And one of the things we can do is we can try to look at how we have our central power lines and where we're running them and all of that. But we can just kind of do it in groups. So we can start over here, which is where our primary power is coming from, our oil. We have a lot of backlog of oil and oh, I got to turn my thing back on. I always forget. You got to put all your stuff back on you here. Oh, you can't double click it. You got to drag it. There we go. So the smart thing to do is try to restart my oil power. Because I've got tons of that backlogged, including a lot of water and all of that right over here. Now you can see my actual power plants are ready to rock right over here, and they're actually running right now. And it seems like they're actually disconnected from the rest of the system because they're actually running. I must have disconnected a line somewhere. Yeah, that, look at that. Huh. Somehow this is disconnected. Because look at that. See how it says 15 megawatts and 1500 megawatts and it does that? Ah, this also might have contributed to it as well. This might have got disconnected. Is this running? That looks like it's actually running. So yeah, we got some of this might have got disconnected from the rest of the system. That train still looks like it's running. That's not running. Huh. Well, here's what we're going to do. We're going to go ahead and try to tie these two together. What do we got here? Oh yeah, these two are, this is where the power lines were connected. Right here. So we have a central power line right there. Let's go ahead and put in a power switch. So let's look at this over here. Let's just start this back up. And those are fine. See? Those actually got disconnected. That's what caused me to lose my overall power. Now the problem is to start the rest of my power, I need to have enough power running from this over there. So actually this is already separated, so that makes it a little bit easier as well. So right now we're only using about 1,000 on this particular line. So that's good in that respect. And let's go ahead and run the power line here again. And then we'll run it across here. Power switch is off. Turn it on. And that's going to cause it to shut down. But if I turn it off, it'll cause this to work on its own. Yes. Very nice. Okay, so our power over here is working. So that's good, which means that our train is probably working. And then some of this other stuff is working over there. But we don't know where a lot of this stuff goes because we haven't gone in and fixed the power and have it all nice and organized. And that's what really helps you in the long run. We'll do that in a second, but let's do a battle. To battle! All right, let's go ahead and take out this boss, everybody. Let's do this battle. Seems better now. Awesome. That kind of glitchy stuff happens from time to time. So, oh man, we got some work to do. We got some work to do over here. All right, I'm looking at where my power's running. It's running all over the place. All right, let's grab some rewards, give you guys some love. Kitty Killer, Reaper, The Last Splash, all getting some love. And Pepe walking away with 19 assists and MVP. There we go, boss win. Let's keep going, everybody. Do we want to go top side? We're going to get 2 chests there. Yeah, top side. Let's go on that. And let's go ahead and now try to put in our... Barbarian, try to get the win. Let's just get right in the thick of it. Right there. There we go. That looks fun. Okay, so we lucked out, and these are already... Now, you can see them over here. You can see I'm actually flying as well. I'm using my a hover pack, which means that there is power here. So this is all just interconnected among itself. And then also runs over here, and it was running to this train station, which probably shouldn't be the train station it's running to. The train station it should be running to is the one that's bringing the oil to it. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and find out what's this connected to. Do a little damage to ourselves. Where is the power going to this? That is a good question. Maybe there is no power. Yeah, this is definitely connected into the main power because I can see it there. Where are you connecting? I can't see where that's connected. Because here's what I want to do. I want to connect it into this other power. And let's upgrade this one. Boom. See, I lost power and I came down because I connected to that. And then all of a sudden, I'm now connected to the rest of it. It doesn't have enough power. If I take this off, it's fine. Okay, how is that double connected? Huh. When in doubt, take it out. Boom. There we go. Now that should remove any connections that it had. Like that. And then I should be able to connect it separate. Oh. What the heck? Can't connect the train sessions separate from the rest of my power? That seems odd to me. There is no other train stations. These are all freight platforms. This is confusing my brain. Because there should only be one connection here on this side. And it's like it automatically connects to power poles nearby. I just want that train station to run separate from everything else. That's making my brain hurt. Where else is this? Oh, the train is also connected in the back area. Oh, I see. Oh, it's looping back. Oh, okay. I see what it's doing now. Oh, yeah, at the other train station. All right, time to go to our other train station. That's exactly what's happening. Because it is connected separately, and then it circles its way back along this way, back via the hypertubes down here. So we need to go over here and turn that power. So what we're trying to do is separate our power now from our actual factory so we can use our travel. And that's okay if we have to walk. That's fine. We had to walk originally to get over here. And so, way over here, we have it doing another station. Running in between all of my stuff here. We have it over here doing another train station. And that train station, I think, is backlogging into this power, which is backlogging into all of that power. So, let's get over here. And I don't even know I have a way up there. I don't even have a way up there. Oh, I do. The ladder right there. How smart of me. All right. Now, this is probably coming through in this direction, and it is running power that way. So if we cut this power, cut that power off, then we should be able to tie this power in up here. Let's use our vehicle, which doesn't use any power at all. It's fusion generated, I guess. I don't know why this one doesn't require any power, but I'm not complaining. And now you know why I have a wide platform here in case this particular thing happens. But we can still see it's running. It's using up our oil, though, so eventually it will run out of oil because the train's not running. The train's not collecting oil. We're not extracting it on that end, and we're not bringing it back to the primary place. And so we have to get all of that interconnected and working on its own circuit. And once we do, then we'll be styling. Pro driving. Okay, always pick up your vehicle right away or you'll forget. I forget all the time. Okay, now let's try this again. Aha! See? Look at that! GG! That was good. That was a tough one. That was a pretty tough one. All right, so in theory, our power should now be running, and our train should run. We should see our train start to move on this as well. How's our actual backlog? Oh God, we got so much. So our train should start to move. We should see our train coming back this way. Let's go look at our indicator over here. Oh, it says no power. Huh. I disconnected the power. Oh, they must have went off. Why'd they go off? I don't have the pull thing to restart them. Man, this is funky. Okay. They're on. They've got fuel. They're idle. They say no power. They were just running a minute ago. And the only thing that I changed was I ran this line. So let's turn this line off. And then I don't have the... It massively dropped it. These are no longer running. Zero oil in the pipeline. Plenty of oil in here. No oil in there. It ran out of oil to make the fuel, to make the stuff. All right. Oh, boy. Okay, so now one of the ways you can fix this is use your biofuel as well to get this started up. Let's go try something else. Let's go try... See, I had just a limited amount of time to make that work. Had I realized that earlier, I could have got that to work before it went off. Now, when your large factory goes off like this, you need to have a backup plan. Just start it back up in grids. Just like in real life, by the way. Did you know they start power up in grids? They start up in this one and that one and that one and so on. So it has enough power to make the next one work and the next one work. And that's the problem we've run into. And this is where you run into this in the entire time you're playing this game. And I thought I'd get that nuclear power in time, but too bad. We had a sulfur problem, so... now we must stop what we're doing. There's no other choice other than to stop what you're doing and to fix your overall power problem. And so now we need specific power lines that just run our power, and that's it, and then our transport lines. And so we've already got this isolated, whatever the name of this power is, the oil power. we've got that isolated. We can go ahead and put our train back in again. I think that'll be fine now. So we can activate that train once we have that power. Now, what we need to do is tie our oil power to our coal power, so our coal power can start up our fuel plants, which are right here, to convert our coal or oil into fuel. That's the problem right now, is it doesn't have enough power, and we need 30 megawatts there. So 30 times this would be 90 megawatts. Now, another thing we can do as a backup, just to get that started, is we can go in and just use our biomass. Now, each one of these biomasses here is going to be worth about, I think this one is 30. Yeah, this one's 30. So we need 3 of these like this to kind of back up this power. And so we're going to run this here. Again, I could run out there and do my coal, but my coal is way out there. So I'm going to go ahead and tie this also into here. And then what we're going to need is we're going to need something to put in here. Now, I just happen to have a bit of fuel here that we'll go ahead and throw in. We'll throw this in. And we'll throw this in. Then we'll go ahead and power that up. And again, see, it looks, again, it's tied into the main thing. I do not know why it's tied in to our main power. Again, we'll take this one off here. And then, see, that won't even let me pull the thing, which is weird. Normally you have an option of pulling the trigger there on that side. Let's run over here and figure out what's going on with our logistics. Saying 6,000. These are tied into this. This is going this way. Let's cut this one off. What I'm doing is looking at this blue line. There we go. I want that blue line to be as low as possible. 90 megawatts, which is this right here. So I can start this up, and that's exactly what it was. There it goes. Now it's starting up some fuel. What we'll do is, because we're using the biofuel to make the actual higher end fuel, it will then start up our oil fuel, and then you'll start to see our actual megawatt capacity go way up. And so what I did is I just balanced the ability for it to make, using the biofuel to make the regular fuel. That regular fuel will start to flow along here. There it goes. Slowly, but it is starting to get going. Now, another thing that we're going to need overall is the oil, and I've already got a bunch of that backlog, and I don't really even need to run anything on that right now. But as long as it's starting up the fuel, our factories, oh, there they go, our oil factories will start to go, and thus we get some more fuel back. And then over time, it should show us that our fuel is getting up higher and higher. Now, we want to make sure that we tie this fuel over here, these factories over here, back to over here, so that we are getting the use of that to help us on here. There we go. All right, so now our consumption is 66 megawatts, our capacity is 750, and you can see they're all coming online. And so we've tied the things over to this side. So this all this wasn't tied together. I had run it way that way and way back again, and just a mess. A total mess. Now again, look, the more we do it, the more it's going to start up, the more it can perpetuate itself. And that's what we want. We want it to perpetuate itself as much as possible. So actually the real culprit was this line right here, which was backlogging to here, which was then going to the rest of our factory there. There was another culprit there, and then also on the other end as well. All right, so again, we'll go ahead and put this back into the line. And let's see now, 1,000, we're doing 990 capacity. And we're gonna start, hopefully start our train back up. And this is how you fix this problem. And I knew it would be a problem eventually. Do you have any power? You do. Okay, so it does have power now. And right now we're producing about 690 megawatts, which is going to go up eventually. Oh, unless it just turned off. Oh, still going. So again, as more of these come online, the more power that we'll get. So we've got the first couple online. We've got 4 online right now. We want to try to get as many of those online as possible. Again, how's our fuel production looking here? So 60 per minute, 40 per minute out. And I think we balanced this already. Again, make sure everything is running. Yes, yes, yes. Now, the way fuel works, by the way, is that it works when you have it like I have it here. It's working on an overflow. An overflow means that it's going to fill that one first, then it's going to fill this one, then it's going to fill that one, and so on and so forth. And that's why it takes a while for it to get going. Now, if you do have it like I have it like this, oh, God. Man, the jumping sometimes in this game is a little funky chicken. All right. If you do have it like me, like this, the overflow method, then again, it'll take a while. You see that one down there at the end is still not running. We got 2 more at the end, which are just starved. Oh, that one just turned on. So now we're getting more and more fuel. Now, the other thing we need to do is we need to get more oil. Now, I have a lot of oil backed up into these canisters. So I have a bunch of that. So eventually it should turn back on all of my oil as well, and then go and collect my oil and bring it back. That's going to be its biggest issue. Now, one of the things I did do is I pulled out my my station for my train so I could see what was wrong with it. And so my train is basically just stopped here doing nothing. And the reason why it does that is because it actually changed the name of the train station. So I have to go in and say, hey, okay, my bad, sorry, it doesn't have a valid stop. So I have to go ahead and tell it is now called Station 8. And now it will go ahead and try to wake itself up here, hopefully, and get itself going. Now, I'm going to go ahead and actually see if I can move it. If I can't move it, then I have to take it out and re-put it back in. Let's see. Yeah, see, it's off the end of the track. That's his problem. All right, let's go ahead and move it forward, and we'll just rebuild the train by bring it out here. And let's see how many how many cars do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4. So 4 cars. And these are all the same. It'll automatically choose whether it's a fluid or a item car. 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'll take the train out. And basically, this is how I fix trains. When they get funky like that, you need to get in there and fix them up. All right, now, we'll go ahead and do the timetable again. It's going to go ahead and start from, let's say, Station 8, which is where we are now. Then it's going to go to, I think, Dietrich is the second one. And then on the way back, it's going to go to Talon and then back here. And then we're going to tell it to start up. Like that, and let's see if it has enough power to get going. Oh, it definitely moves. Okay, I wanted to see if it moved, in which it does. Let's turn it off. Oh, wait, I had it off. I gotta turn it back on. There we go. All right, now the train should start back up again. Go get me a bunch of oil and bring the oil over here before I run out of oil. That hopefully is going to happen. We'll see. But you can see I've got crazy tons of it. Just a massive amount. Okay, so now we're getting our whole entire oil production separate from the rest. And off it goes to go get us some oil. Sweet. And so now that's kind of its own self-involved thing. Right now we're at capacity 1200. We're using 420, so we're way down here. It says no power, but that's only because it hasn't started up yet. There we go. It just doesn't have enough fuel to keep it running. So it's going to kind of start and stop and start and stop until the fuel gets up to a point in which it is overflowing into the rest of these. And we can see we got most of them going. And so we're now back up to a good amount of power. And so we've got that part of the factory going, right? That part is running and should self-sustain itself now. But if we tie it back into the main part of the power, it's not going to help us because that part of the rest of the power is still connected into the rest of the factory. And also we have some more oil, by the way, that was run over here by Reaper over on that side over there that we haven't even utilized yet. See, right over there. We haven't even utilized any of that over there. But what we need to do is we need, again, to look at our power sources. What are our power sources right now? Our power sources are that oil that you see. The nuclear power that I'm trying to start up, but I can't start that up until I have enough power for everything. And then, or I could just turn certain parts of it off. And then, of course, our coal power, which is actually running way off in the distance, that I need to run a separate line for that coal power just to get the coal power in, and then I have both of them running, and then I can tie them into the rest of the factory. So we got to do a bit of running, or a little bit of use of our vehicle here. So let's go ahead and try to get that fixed. And then I think we're going to run out of time by the time we get all that fixed, but we'll try. We'll try to get as much done as we can. Again, sometimes you are limited in the amount of time to get something working when you are building way beyond your power capacity. Had I got that nuclear power working, we wouldn't have this problem, because then I could be working, utilizing the nuclear power for everything that I'm doing. Now, another thing that I could do is tie in that current power into my transport system right here. Might be a good idea right here. Let's see, this goes out that way anyway. It goes out that way and then out there. But I'm going to probably need that water. But see, anything that I tie into here, because it's connected to all of that, I'd have to go and disconnect all of the other sidelines that it would connect to. All of these lines. But that would interconnect... Hold on. That would interconnect the just the coal power. So, here's what we'll do. We'll go ahead and pull this power. Where's this going? This is going this way. So we're going to pull this power from wherever it's running to over here. From that for right now. Now, I got to remember that later on. So what we can do is we can build, just a kind of a reminder, we'll build a power switch here. That turns that on and off. Run this to the power switch, and this up to that pole. And we'll keep this power switch off right now so that that is off. And that's going to go ahead, and we'll try to run it to that hypertube up there, and then run it down to this pole. And then that pole is going to run this way to this hypertube, but it also runs over here. So yet another switch we'll need right here, and we'll turn this off for now. I love these switches. This is what I've been waiting for in the game forever, is these switches. And so let's go ahead and reconnect this back over that way. And we're just going to keep all those other switches off. What we want is we want these to turn on. And so this is going from here across, and that actually is going right to the pole. Okay, good. Okay, so we got to get back up there on the top, run that power line separate so we can have just our transport to get out to our coal power. So let's do that, and also it'll bring up our water as well. Whoa, walked off. And again, thanks so much for that hydrate, Paul. I'll get to that here in just a second. I'm trying to figure out the logistics of getting my factory back on again. We've been lucky, and this is the way I typically go. I go until you can't go anymore. I push the limits of what you can do and what you can't do. There we go. Now again, this one over here, we want to bypass this switch. And normally what I do is I color these a different color, like purple, so I know which one is a transport line and which one is a transport do not knock the power off line, and which one is a factory line. Good to color code all of that stuff. It'll help you out later on. Where are we going? We're going down this way. And so we could run it like that, but you know what? Let's just run this line back here. And then we'll tie it into that line. Let's see how we're looking. Okay. Nope. That's touching something else. Yeah, that's tying into the rest of the thing. Let's turn this off. Yeah, see, on the other end of that, it's tying back into the power for the rest of the thing. Yeah, this is why you really want to work on this stuff right away. What did I do with my jetpack? Do I have it on me? Probably not. It's probably in my hub over here. Let me get my jetpack. Whoa, what did I do with my jetpack? That's a good question. Well, all else fails, make another one. That's what I'm going to do. Jetpack. Let's do it. Probably in there somewhere. Not enough inventory space, so there's a no-brainer. All right, we got to go into fix-it mode, which is appropriate. Think about it. Okay, now we got to go siphon some of this fuel from over here as well. Yeah, this is, it's got about 1,500 capacity using 365. So we got to cut the rest of the factory off from that junction. Let's go in here. Oh, that's the wrong type of fuel. I need packaged fuel. Am I packaging this fuel somewhere? That is a good question. I doubt it. I doubt it. I must have made some at some point. But where I put it is a good idea. Normally I would put it back here at my base. Man, so much to be done. Let's see if we've got any hiding in here. Because you got to have the certain type of fuel. You can't have the raw fuel. You got to have the packaged fuel. Nope, I have none. All right, well, I'd have to go and do that. See, and you got to go do that thing, and the next thing, and the next thing. All right, so let's tie this. Back over this way. Like that. And that just brought the 6,000 back online. Okay. So, we got to get back to... okay. We can just jump down. Whatever you feel like doing. A little lag save there. Appreciate that. It saved right at that moment. I was hanging out on the edge. Alright, screw it. Let's just go for it. So, now it's coming down. It's coming across here. Now, let's do a little test here on the low side. We're going to cut off this line here and see if we can start it back up from this one here. That's a yes. Okay. So when we tie it back here, somehow it gets tied back into the factory in this direction. Probably back through the coal plant, I would bet. Because this is currently off. So that should turn that on. I love those power switches. I have yet to use them to their full effectiveness. But what's happening is this is going to go this way. And it's going to tie itself back into our other things here. Which is then going to circle its way back that way. So we would definitely want to kill that. Reverse transport in that way. So we'll go ahead and just run around here. And we'll do that battle here in just a moment. We want to go ahead and turn this off. Here. Maybe right here. And again, coming back and trying to remember which ones we turned off and all of that. That's going to be tough. But we'll go ahead and just Do a little of this. This one also grids out that way. I'm going to run that into here. Like this. And then this one goes across there to that one. So we'll take that out as well. And we'll run it this way instead. We'll run it from here. Over here. And that'll control all of this separate grid on this side. Turn that off, in theory. So, in theory, that is now all off. There. And then this is going to go here. And so, let's see what we got here. That works. Okay. All right. Whoa, man, that was some work there, wasn't it? And we're also charging up our batteries now. Okay. So what I did is I basically bypassed all the production here, which was then feeding it back into the main power. And so I basically sectioned off my actual factory from the oil power and the eventually the coal power here. And that allows me now to use my hypertubes. Okay, so if you put it in a separate thing, your hypertubes will continue to be usable. And also your other stuff. Now this one up here is not usable because it's not being tied in this way. Let's turn this one off there, and let's grab it from down here now so that these are on the same grid line. Now I can use it to go back down again. There we go. You see I've got a wall there, so I'm going to go flying off. All right, so now we've got some of our stuff back up and running, including some of our hypertubes. Now if I did it right, if I go back this way, and I go over here, then this hypertube should be working as well, which is going to take me out toward my coal power. Now, this is why you got to know the logistics of how you built your base. When other people are helping you build your base, you might not remember how you did all of this. Now, this is actually not my coal power out here. This is actually battery power and just my water. Right out there. Well, thanks for that, bro. And so you can see my water is back up and running, so that's good. And that's going to go ahead and backlog some more water in there, but we don't really need that right now. What we need is we need to use this one over here to go check on our coal power over on the other side. And I don't think our coal power is tied in this direction. It is tied in actually the other direction. Into our power over there, and so I'm going to go ahead and bypass that as well and block the coal power from running that way. We want the coal power to run and connect itself to the oil power, and then when we have both of those up and running, we can then turn back on parts of our factory. So let's get that going, and I did hydrate there. While we're going over there, let's go ahead and do a battle. To battle! That was a lot of logistics fun right there. Let's get that going on, and I got some hydration. In fact, I'll do some more hydration while I'm at it. Oh, I automatically connected it. Oh, I just got my coal power back up and working because I connected my oil power to my coal power, and now my oil power has started back up to coal power again. Cool. Well, that was nice. All right, I'll show you that here in just a second. Let's go ahead and give you guys some love. Darth Nader, Rotisserie G, Red Reverend Reaper walking away with some loot, and Paul, MVP with the 15 kills, figuring out some tricky logistics here. Looking good, though. Let's go with the Musketeer right there. Boom. Go for it. All right. Now, my other one was producing about 1,200 power. And as you can see over here, we have a bunch of coal plants. This is all done by Reaper. Incredibly great job on producing tons and tons of power. We'll get up here and we'll ride the little coal express here. And as you can see, he's overfeeding up on top. He's feeding the coal up there while he's running the water down and running it underneath, so you don't need additional pumps. And you see he's got a bunch of coal power going. This coal produces about 75 megawatts, so if you have enough of them, you can produce a ton. And now these are also tied in to the extractors themselves. And so it's also pulling, using the power that is now running to actually pull the coal and then boosting my power overall. So right now I have about 2,400 power. So I have all of my power back up and running in just that short amount of time instead of going through and adding more power and all of that. That's what we want to do. Have our 2 power plants or multiple power plants, whatever we have, connected separately, and only the most vital things that keep that power running is part of that main circuit. Now, all the other stuff that are just different parts of our factory should be in their own area where you can just turn those off for non-vital things. Like if you've got a whole box full of wire, you don't need to have that part of your factory on when you're trying to fix your power. You just turn that part of your factory off. So this looks pretty good over here. So we have this all back up and running. And I feel like now that we've got this back and running, it actually is backtracking across here. Because I can see that it's using about the same. So it doesn't really look like it's actually going back along this direction, but I'm going to follow it and take a look anyway, just to see how it goes. And see where it ends up, and see if this is kind of autonomous from the rest of this. Now I can also get my other little hover pack. Now we got power, so it goes right to here. It goes down to these water ones. But does it go anywhere else? Oh, it goes right here into the forest. I don't need a ladder anymore. I can just use my little hover thing now. All right, so definitely going back up this way. You notice at some point I'll start to drop, and that's because the distances of these are real far apart. So my power connection will be lost. Let's definitely follow this back. This is definitely tying this back in to the rest of our stuff here at the end. And this stuff is all running. Get on this and ride this faster. Whoa. Now, in theory, this should be working. Yep. Now, again, we're getting our battery filled back up again. Got 51 minutes at our current backlog here. Or 51 minutes until it's full, I think. It's only consuming $3.99. That's because all the rest of this stuff has turned itself off. Because it has nowhere else to go. Because the resources are not being used up. Because those resources are not being used up, all of the production is turned off. But the second I start up the rest of it, all of this will start to move, which means all of this will turn on at the same time, and that is not going to be good. Yeah, you can see it down there. It does have power. This one I think I actually have turned off. . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . Okay, so now we've tied our oil and our coal together. Okay, you feel like walking up that thing, dude? You just do whatever you want. Sometimes my guy just does whatever he feels like doing. Still no power over here. I have trouble jumping over these things. Get over there. No power on this side. You can also put a little ladder over these, or if you hit them just right. There we go. In my case, I use my jetpack to get over. Okay, now the tough thing. Right over here. Let's go ahead and flip this switch and see what happens. Nope. Instant turned off. Let's see. What was the usage though? Power grid B, which is using 4,000 power, and this is producing about 2,400. Nothing going on there. So power. That's B is it's. You can actually name your power grids. Power grid A and B. You can actually name what the name of the switch is as well. We got this turned off right now. We can turn this back on. All right. There goes our train. Which parts of our factory can we turn back on again? That we need right now. Let's see. What is our central line going that way? Maybe. What I should do is organize this in such a way that it is now just doing the stuff that's most important for my nuclear power. I wonder if it's already put some stuff over there. That's a good question. So we should probably tie into our other train. So our train is going back and forth. Let's disconnect wherever this power is going. Or I think I already did. I already did disconnect it. Okay, so I think we can just tie this across. Get our train going. Oh, it's just a little bit too much for our train. Ooh, that was close, though. Very close. Okay, now is our train... tying into anything else? I think you can only have one line anyway. Just, oh, whoa, no, it's like 3,000 consumption. Okay. See, now the most odd thing is I'm connecting it to the train. So the train should just have its own production separate from all of this stuff over here. And why it is trying to do all the rest of it is a good question. I'm going to take out the train station again. I'm going to put the train station in. This is a giant riddle when you got so much stuff going on at the same time. Let's go ahead, tell it to be... what's the name of this station here? Station 8 now. I take out the wrong one. I might have taken out the wrong one. Alright, dang it. And this is station 8. There we go. Okay. So let's get back over here. This is the one I want to take out. And the train is off the side too far. So we'll have to remake that train as well. Okay, so how many cargo? 1, 2, 3, 4. And then put back in the station. Remember, I don't make the games, everybody. I just play them. So if I find something funky like that, like it should only be connecting it to the train and anything that's connected to that train line and not anything else that's next to it. But sometimes it's funky. So remember, it's early access. So do what you got to do. So let's put the train here, out a little bit. Then we'll go ahead and put in our freight cars. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Then we'll go ahead and put our locomotive back in. We're basically trying to do what we did over on the other one, again over here. And that's be able to just tie just the train station in there. And then let's try it again and see what it says. Yeah, see how that was? See how I took the train station out, I put the train station back in, and it disconnected all the wires that were connected to it. And now when I have it plugged in, now the train station is running. So that's good. And this train should be moving over that way somewhere. That train should be moving. Okay, now this train, I've got to reprogram it because I've changed the name of the station to Station 9. It did it automatically. And now I got to tell it to go from here to there, and then train Station 9. And then autopilot on. Alright, now we got both of our trains back up and running, so that's good. Now this is why trains are really great, because if I had had all the resources just on the train, I could just run the train versus the drones, which is what I added, and I kept adding more and more stuff, and then of course now I don't have enough power to make all that stuff run. But we might have enough to shoot up our nuclear power temporarily if we can get our sulfuric acid running over there. So we could try to do a little trickery over there. Run around the other side here. Crouch my way under. Oh, wrong buttons. Where is my crouch button? I thought I was pressing C, but apparently not. Pressing every other button. Slide under there. All right. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to go ahead and first clear out some of this stuff. Holy mackerel. Look at how much regular loot or random loot I have on me. Alright. Let's go over here and clear out some of this loot. Got some random loot over here. Let's get this out. This. Alright. This is from all the stuff we were working on earlier. Get that out of there, and then we're going to grab a bunch of this sulfur. Nope, that's not sulfur. Where is my sulfur? Back here on this train. Just grab a bunch of that. Let's just see if we can get it working without having to, what? No power. Lost power. Oh, I disconnected it. That was my bad. That was my bad, because I took the train station out. Got the wrong train line anyway. Oh, and then our power went off. Oh, this is painful. Alright, what happened? Just above. Okay. It's trying to start up the rest of that stuff that comes back. I knew I should have cut that line off. It's trying to start that other line up. So, let's go ahead and cut the second train off for now. And then we'll come back and we'll reconnect it. Take that out. Get this back up and running. So we'll have to go cut those other things are cutting in on the outside edge there. Those are going to need to be taken care of. Let's see if our train is going now. Yes, it's going. All right, I'm going to take a quick break here, everybody. We've been going for about 3 hours. I take a quick break, and I shall be right back. Enjoy these AFK highlights. Be right back. There's a lot of them. Hello, everybody. I'm back. Sorry I had to take a quick break there, check on the kids and whatnot. I realized that all of a sudden it was like 4 hours later because we had that power interruption and all of that. All right, my train seems to be working, so that's good. So we disconnected the other train here because it's, for some reason, it is turning off our power. Most likely because of the drone stuff on the other side. Let's go ahead and tie that across again and see what happens. Yeah, now it's up to 2,000. 2820 that's being used on that other side. When our power is 1590. Why is it not 2400? That's because these have turned off because it doesn't have enough fuel. That's exactly why. And eventually this will catch up and then turn off our power. Because it's not producing enough fuel down the line here to keep that power up at 2400. That's exactly why it's doing that. Right now the capacity is 1590. Let's figure out what we're doing here. This is 150, 300, 600, 900, 1200, 1500. So around 15, or no, yeah, around 1500, right in there. So this is 1500. So why are we not getting the capacity of our oil now? This is doing power here. No, it's going down that way. Again, see, I had 2400 power, and now for some reason we're at a lot. Well, we're at a lot less because those other ones are turned off. Get to this power pole over here. Yeah, I was saying 2400. Huh. Oh. That's why. It's not backchaining. Yeah, we disconnected this line, which is our 1590. That's why. Okay, so we disconnected it over here for some reason. Not sure why. We're already 7 of 7 there. Let's take this one off. And we'll connect this across, so we're getting that power. So that is actually 2400 power by itself. And then we have the rest of this. Okay. And then we'll go ahead and create another line. I'll go here. Actually, I could just run it from here. It runs into this, and that's turned off right now, so no big deal. Now we should have like 2400 power plus the 1500 power. Now we have our 4000 power. Okay, that was the problem. I didn't reconnect that particular section. Okay, so I knew there was something afoot there. But that's awesome. You got 2400 power just from coal going from over there. Oh, it auto saves when I'm doing stuff. Always does that, right? When I'm doing all the stuff that I'm doing. Okay. So in theory, if we run all the way back here, we should have around 4,000 power again. Let's see. So yes, okay. So now we have 4,000 power. Now we can tie the train back in again. And we're looking good. Okay. But our overall usage is 3,700. And we got 3,900 at our max. So we have more than enough to keep the whole thing running. So the thing that we want to do is not tie in the other part of the factories yet until we have our nuclear power going. But at least we got our trains back up and running, so that's good. We have a bunch of sulfur, so we could use that. We just make ourselves a train here. Again, and go like that. We need to get all of these resources first. Actually, let's take the train out for now. We need to get all of these resources before we go. We need to get motors and all of that stuff. Let's just put this small stack back and take a full stack. A couple full stacks there. Come on. And then miners we can make over there. What else? Reinforced iron plates. Those shouldn't be a problem. We'll do that battle here in just a moment. Let me go ahead and get the logistics of this figured out. Take that out. Put that in. Sort that a bit. Alright. All we need is portable miners. We have drones in there too. That's okay. We'll take this with us. Okay. So what we're trying to do is fire up our nuclear power, and I've also taken a lot of the factory and put it on its own grid, so I can control all of this stuff and keep this stuff off. So when I need the power, I can use it separately. And that didn't take too long. That was just a bit of logistics, figuring out how it was tied together and what's tied to what. And once you get that down, then you should be pretty good. So let's go again. Let's go ahead and make ourselves a train. Like so, even though the train's on the way here, but it'll take a minute to stop and put all that stuff in there. We're just trying to get our nuclear power up and running, and then what we're going to do is we're going to revamp the entire factory, and we're going to run multiple lines. One line will be for our factory, and we're going to separate the different parts of the factory with power on and off. And what I would do is I run separate whole lines from those parts of the factory to where your hub is, because then you can label them and say, this is my reinforced iron plates, this is my copper wire, this is my whatever, right? Or copper wire 1, copper wire 2, copper wire 2, whatever it is. And then you can just turn them all off from your hub. So if you're at your hub and then boom, your power goes off, you're just turn it all off. And then you can have all your power back on to your trains and all of those other things that you definitely want power to. We definitely have power out here. I can make my way up there. Again, you can spend all the time fixing all of this and doing all of that, but I only have so much time in the day, so. All right, now while I go ahead and ride this train all the way up to there, we'll go and do another battle. To battle! All right, man, that was some serious, intense brain work there. Let's go. That was always fun working out the bits each player built, then the mess they set up, then factory must grow. Exactly. Well, the whole thing is trying to get it where it's constantly working. Let me give you 1,000 kids caps as well. You know what? I'm going to give you a bonus 1,000 for all that intense thought I had to do there. Trying to get all my powers tied together separately from the rest of my factory. Okay, so let's see if it actually brought some of the stuff that we need over here. Did it bring the concrete? It did. Okay, so it brought the concrete. It brought all the other stuff. We've got everything that we need to start up. The one thing we don't have is sulfuric acid. And that's what I was trying to get over here. Was to get that sulfur going, but then we ran out of power. But it actually does have a little bit of sulfur, so it did run it over here in time. And so we're going to get our factory and stuff going. Now, again, I'm going to show you all that here in just a second. Grats and rewards. Let's see. Last Splash, Darknator, Kenny Killer, Paul, and Daniel all get some love. And Am's coming in MVP. What's 26 kills? All right, let's go ahead, get you guys some gold. Oh boy, this is going to be a big old battle there, that's for sure. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to get our sulfur going here. So we did do this one, and it actually did bring some sulfur over, so that was nice. We brought a bunch ourselves, though. And now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and try to get our refinery going, if we can find it. Here we go. Now, it needs how much to get it going? Let's go look, and because we don't need to overmake it if we don't really need to. Let's see. So it needs 40 per minute. And one of these, I believe, outputs about 50. So let's go see, in theory. Let's put that down. And then sulfuric acid. Yeah, so about 50. So we really only need one. So let's go ahead and take this one here. And let's tie this into the rest of this. I don't know why I'm running it way out there, but I just feel like it. We'll run that into there. Now, the sulfuric acid does not have another byproduct, which I think is pretty cool. So you don't have like extra water or stuff like that. But we need at least 50 water to get going here. Now, I'm also going to go over here and just put this into here. That's the outgoing. I don't want it to go in the outgoing. I want it to go in the incoming like this. So I can just kind of manually put it into the incoming and use it kind of like a storage area. I hopefully have enough resources to do the stuff I'm about to do. There we go. Give myself a little bit of room. What I need is I need the water extractor down there. Now, one of the cool tricks you can do with the vehicle I have on, the hover pack, is we can go ahead and bring the power line with us. So as we go along, we can go ahead and do something like this. Now, this is some iffy stuff right here. I'm telling you. This is a potential potential death. But in the spirit of being insanely crazy, as I always am, we're going to give it a shot. Look at my resource flying down there. All right, here we go, everybody. Ah! Woo! Okay, that works. Now, getting back up is going to be the tough part. Right, because that I'm definitely not going to be able to go up high enough, I don't think, to link to that other one. I think I'm only going to be able to get to there and then not be able to go up any higher because I can't link to that other one. But whatever. We're down here testing. Now, watch out for baddies. Of course, it has to be a whole bunch of stuff there. A whole bunch of, what do you call it? Oh, that does work. Gas right there, but that's okay. All we need is really one of these to work right now, and we get one of these working, and then we style it. So again, we can always scale it up later. So now I also need this to go from here all the way up to there, and that's probably not going to happen because you can see that it only goes about halfway anyway. So we're going to need to bring this down and maybe build a bit of a kind of a side scaffolding here. So let's say some walls. Let's get my regular metal walls here. Go ahead and start one over here. And then this is why this game is so great. Look at this. As I'm walking this down. Isn't that awesome? How you can build it for so far away. It's really second to none, everybody. The game is really, really phenomenal. Now I would go in and fix the wall direction, but I'm not going to bother. I'm going to get that going just like that. Now, one of the things you can do is you can put these things on the side of here. That's right. You can put them right on side of here, and that's going to help you kind of align the way your water's going. So my water's firing up right now, and I'm just going to go ahead and put it like that. Now, you want to put your pumps at the bottommost point so they are kind of telling you which direction you're going. Boom. like that, and that they're also pushing the water. It does not pull the water. Very important to know the difference. So it's going to go ahead and grab that and push that up there. Now I can tell you that head lift is going to instantly go to 50 the more and more I put that up there. Now another great little trick here is because we can only go so high with our hover pack, would be go up as high as we possibly can, and then go ahead and pick this up, move this over, go ahead and put down a little foundation, maybe something like this, and let's say right there. And then we're going to go ahead and put another power, and we'll just run it back from down here back up to here. A little side power line there, and then that's going to allow me to lift up even more, right? So it's like you have a built-in elevator. It's pretty cool. And then again, we'll go ahead and put one up here just to make this easy for us to run. Like that, and then up we go, and we should be able to connect to that one if we get close enough. There we go, and all the way up to the top we go. We'll take this one out. We'll put this right here. Now would be a really bad time for all my power to go off. Would be a really, really bad time. All right, and that's not perfectly straight, but we'll do what we got to do. You know what I mean? And we'll go down about halfway. This is so awesome. There's a whole different way of playing the game, which I think is pretty cool. We'll go ahead and put down another one here. And we'll look at where it's saying the kind of pump needs to go. Let's say right there. And then again, we'll go ahead and tie this across into that pump. And there we go. We got that one going. And up we go along the power. I mean, this is really messing with my vertigo, everybody. It's really tripping me out. But hey, we do what we got to do, right? And there's our water. All right, so cool. We've got our water. We are GG. Now, we're going to go ahead. Oh, it just doesn't quite reach, too. That's funny. And boom, water in. Good to go. Now we need our sulfur. That's easy as well. We'll go to logistics here. Oh, wrong button. This one. Oh, nope, too close. Too close. Let's do this. Turn it that way. And then we'll bring this out. Connect that like that. All right, so there we go. So we got our water. We've got our sulfur. We're going to need some power. So let's run our power up there. Boom. Now it's going to start putting the water in there. Now we need to get the sulfur from here over to there. And we might have some nuclear power here, everybody. We're going to get this going. I mean, it's not the best way to get it going, but it's going to get going anyway. Kind of a makeshift way of doing it. But all right, there we go. Sulfuric acid now running. GG. Okay, so we've got all of the various resources we need. We got to make some encased uranium cells here. We're going to make about 25, so we're going to be at half capacity here. Or no, we're actually be at full capacity. And we need those control rods. And we've been backlogging a bunch of control rods, a bunch of this. And we didn't backlog a bunch of concrete, but we do have enough, I think, to get us going. So we want to see that sulfuric acid start to flow in there. We want to go ahead and look at how our acid's coming out of here. Looking pretty good. Me, I'm a bit of a stickler, so I'm going to go ahead and just put a pump in here. So it's a no-worry situation. I think there's something funky with the sulfuric acid. I don't know why it's acting weird, but whatever. We do what we got to do. Let's go ahead and just go to our larger poles here. Run that right into there. Okay, so that should push that all the way here to the end. We're going to get that rocking and rolling. Okay, so that should be pushing that out, starting to fill this all up with sulfuric acid. Now, probably a good idea for us to actually kind of cut that out there, create a bit of a fluid buffer here, so we can go ahead and check in on it from time to time, because it's going to backlog a bunch of that sulfuric acid because it's actually going at a faster rate than what it needs. Start power line in my way. Out of my way, power line. There we go. So it should start to fill that up. There it goes. All right, so it's starting to fill that up, starting to fill that up, starting to go over here. We should start to see it in there. There we go, just a little bit. Again, it has 10 extra per minute, so it's going to start to backlog, which is what we want to do. So we have extra just in case we want to start this back up again. You want to have a little bit of a kind of a cache of stuff in case everything turns off and you have to come back and you have to fix it. And again, remember that sulfuric acid does not have any extra stuff. So we should be fine there. Plenty of water, plenty of power now. Let's see how our power is looking over here. Looking pretty solid, though we are officially right on the edge of how much power we're producing right now. But we're not actually using it all. We're only using about 2,000. We're also powering up our batteries, so that's good. Now, we just need one more thing to make it all happen over here. And that is our uranium. Now, I am not going to start the uranium until I have a bunch of backlog of sulfuric acid because I need to move away because I'm going to start getting radiated from that. We also need encased industrial beams. Once we have 20 of those, it'll make one of these. And then once this baby kicks on, that will be an additional 2,500 megawatts for just one of them. And then, of course, we can continue to expand that later on. But now that we have everything seems to be working fine, we're going to need to float our way down. And we're going to go ahead and, of course, have some fun with our little power here. Them Spideys down there. That should start to work. I'm waiting. I'm watching to see if the uranium starts going up the thing. Yep, there it goes. Now get out of here. Get out of here if you don't have your radiation suit on, because that's gonna radiate the heck out of you. So I'm out. GG. Now I just happen to have my radiation suit with me, so that'll help us. And we also have some filters. Make sure you got some filters. But there's going to be a certain point at which I'm going to get radiated when I get too close to this. You're going to see that radiation material, rad material, there it goes, into the actual machine. And you can see now I'm getting radiated right there. And it's now the uranium is going in there. At 50 per minute, we definitely have more than that. We have our encased industrial cells starting to go. And then once we start to see them pop it in here, it's already got 5 of them already. So looking good. And we're going to have some nuclear power in a minute, everybody. Now just stand off to the side, everybody. Stand off to the side so you're not just getting radiated the whole time. And we're going to watch our nuclear power plant power up. Gonna be awesome. Gonna be awesome. Yeah, no pirates going on right now. It's still in alpha. It finished yesterday. Reload my overlay. When it starts back up again, we'll do it again, everybody. So no pirates today. No pirates. Just Stream Raiders. Oh man, big stretch. Big stretch going on. Come on. Now we're waiting for that to go green light up there, up on the top of this one. Once that goes green light, it has enough resources then to make the item that goes into there. Let's take another little peek. 20 of 50. Go over here, get a little radiated. Oh yeah, it's got plenty of everything. Sulfur right now probably being its toughest thing. That sulfur starting to gear up. Get radiated. Anticipation. Needs 8. Yeah, sulfur is slowing it down. We might need a second sulfur. But you watch to see if it gets enough in the time in which it finishes the one. Even if you don't do it by the numbers. Yeah, so it needs double that amount. That is not enough. That is definitely not enough. So here's what we'll do. We'll go ahead and create another one. Over on this side. While we're waiting for that one so we can speed up that production in the long run. And we'll get our thing here. We'll just do a little splitter action. Oh boy. We'll do a little bit of this action. No, let's not do that. Let's do more of this. No, it's in the way. Do that. Then we'll do our pipes. Let's put this over here. And we'll run out. Into there. And then this. Go ahead and do like a dish. Into here. And then we're going to make this really ugly by putting another... Oh, actually, I can just go here. Run that around. Into there. Alright, good enough. For now, and we'll fix her all up at some other point, but we want to see our thing get going. And again, pipe, merge. You come out of there, go into there. Oh, it's starting up. Look, it's green. It's green. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Not yet. Not yet. Let's get up here. Come on, baby. Not yet. Oh, it needs water. Oh, I forgot to put the water in there. My bad. My bad. That was the other thing I was going to do with this water. Forgot the water. How are we looking? Oh, almost done. Get the water in there. Alright, we got our water. We got our control rod. Almost done. Nuclear power firing up! Let's go, baby! Well, stop falling off of there, dude. My guy likes to fall off of there. I don't know what the deal is. Not yet. Not yet. Come on. Here comes the darkness. The anticipation. Still not in there yet. Come on. There it goes. All right, nuclear power online. Look at that jump. Whoosh. Up there. Now we have 6490. Getting it going on. Now we're going to have a bunch of waste output, so we got to do something with all this waste material. I know exactly what to do with it. I'm going to run it right down there and store it way the heck down there. Way away from where we're at. Let's go ahead and build ourselves a nice little storage container down there. Just like that. And then we're going to go ahead and try to see if we can run this line. It's going to be way too long. But we'll try. We'll try anyway. Let's see. How can we get that? We'll have to run that out the back. We'll have to run that out the back. All right, let's do it. Or actually, we'll just store it over here on this side. That's what we'll do. They're going to get radiated anyway. We'll just store it over here. We come over here. We'll just make a bunch of these boxes. Now, in the next stage, we can go ahead and do a bunch of stuff with this. Actually, I'll just run one for now. Can I sneak that in there? No. I've got to do this. Like that. And then this out of here. Come on. Oh, says bad clearance. Bad clearance. All right, come on. And in there you go. All right. So we got that going. And then this, we can come out, try to go up there. Now we good. All right, let's see. It needs some control rods. It's running out of water. But man, are we charging up our batteries now? Oh, there comes the water. Feel like we're going to need to do another water. But man, that's cranking. How much longer till we get this one? Oh, that's going to be way before it runs out over here. We could probably get 2 nuclear powers going if we had more water. So let's switch back to our little flying thing here. And let's go ahead and boost our water. I'm just going to jump off the side. You thought I was kidding, right? Ah, I got it. We're all going to die. Whee! Nope, I'm good. We good. All right, let's get another one in here. We can sneak her in there. Sneaky McSneaky. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, can't afford it. Oh, what? That's always the way it goes, everybody. That's always the way it goes. You run out of resources. Going back up. Gotta go back and get some more resources. Such is the way it goes. There we go. So while we're gone, though, we could try to reconnect the rest of our power and get everything back up and running, get our drones going. Because what's going to happen is it's going to run out of resources for the actual nuclear power because our drones are not running. So we're going to go back there and we're going to flip that switch and turn all that stuff back on again. Let's see if it works. The ultimate power! Yes! We're going to get it going. Now, we're actually building enough rods there that we could actually probably have 2 nuclear powers going. So that would give us 5,000 power. And 5,000 power is a lot of power at this stage anyway. Later on, you could literally get millions of power if you really wanted to go hardcore. You could make as much power as you would ever possibly need in the game. And I'm really just making what I call bare minimum power, where I just make just enough to make the stuff I'm making in the moment. And then later on, when I really get serious, then we'll make an obscene amount of power. Especially because we can use the larger extractors, we can boost those extractors and whatnot, and those boosted extractors will then make more power and whatnot. All right, we got to run back over here. Whoop. And we'll make another train going in the other direction. Like this, so we don't have to keep taking the train out and putting the train in and all of that. So we need some copper... copper sheets is what we need. I just had an interesting idea. I wonder if I could get on my drone and ride the drone back. I would imagine it would be very, very dangerous, like running 2 trains at each other like that. Yeah, I think it would be pretty dangerous to be on there, but I would definitely bring your jetpack. Because you're going to drop like a rock because you'll have no power. So this other thing here won't be any good. You would need your regular jetpack if you were to have that, were to do that. All right, let's go ahead and fly through here and get where we're going. And get ourselves some more copper sheets. Right over here. Oh, no more in there. All right, we got to find them. We got to chase them down and figure out what box they're in. Oh, there is no more because I used them up. Oh, hold on now. I used them up, and now it's not making any more. So I can snag a little bit of copper sheets there. Where did the rest of my copper sheets go? There's a good question. This can't just be that one. I see that the copper sheets are coming out of there, and the rest of them are going this way. So I make a lot of copper sheets, so there should be some backlogged in various machines. A little bit. Not as much as I thought. Apparently we're not making enough copper sheets. We need to make a bunch more copper sheets. But we got enough there to at least do a bit more of that. And let's go ahead and clear all of this over here. And let's go ahead and say, okay, we're going to need some... we're going to need some pipes, so we're going to need a bunch of that. We'll need a bit of this. We'll need a bit of this. Now, I just kind of click everything and get a general idea of what I need. Maybe one of these or some of these. And then it just kind of shows me if I have those resources on me. And then we're also going to need, say, a couple water extractors. So, yeah, we're going to need way more copper sheets. And so we're going to have to get that turned back on. Now, I have to have a bypass right here that turned off the rest of the factory. And let's go ahead and see if we can turn it on now. Instantly turned itself off. No, really? With all of that power that was running? It went up to 9,000 power. Really? That is amazing. How much power do we have running? 6,400 power. Oh, but it went off because we don't have that rod in there yet. We'll have to wait till the nuclear power just went off right when we went to turn that on. Let's see if it turns itself back on again. Okay, so yeah, still not enough power to get that going. And we need a bunch of rods as well. Or copper sheets. How much do we need for just one? 20. We need like 6 more to do 2 of them. So when all else fails, everybody, come over here and see if you've got any extra just laying around. Copper ignits right there. That's why I have those there. And I make my own copper sheets. That's okay. I don't mind. Whatever gets the job done. And there we go. Only need about 40, but I might as well use these up anyway. Just holding down the space bar. Get it going on. All right. Hey, JC Hunter, what's up, man? Thanks for backing me up in the chat. Appreciate it. Show some love to my mod, JC Hunter, in the chat. He's got my back. Stream is lagging. Yeah, it was lagging earlier for sure. That's OBS gets overwhelmed. Okay, so no moss worky over here. Okay, so we need even more power to get this all powered back up again. Now, yeah, look at that. Look at that power jump. My power's going on and off and on and off. My capacity is going on and off. So I have my oil and my coal squared away, but my nuclear power went off. So that's a little annoying. Where we parked that train? Did I pick the train up? I parked it over here. There it is, the other one. I got confused because the 2 stations are right next to each other. Okay. Let's go try this again. Nuclear power's problem might be the water. The water, definitely not enough water for that much stuff. And so that's why it's probably shutting off. It probably has a core, but it doesn't have enough water to keep it cool. So let's go ahead and head over here and try to fix this water problem. We already have a pipe there, so that pipe can run at 600. So all we have to do is put down a water extractor, tie that in, and then we'll have double the amount of water, and that should help our nuclear power run. But to keep our nuclear power running, we got to get this other power grid online as well. But it's also probably making a few control rods, so that should help us as well. And what I need to do is turn all that back on, and then once it turns on, it will then kind of do a little equilibrium where it brings itself back down to its actual production amount versus its startup amount. Its startup amount, it tries to start everything up at the same time, and then you have trouble. For sure. We'll get this, everybody. This is fun. I love trying to figure out logistics of stuff. How can I work around this issue? And you learn a lot doing that, too. Like how, you know, you need to keep your grid separate and all that. While we're running back, let's do a battle. Perfect timing. To battle! Now we're talking 131 units. Let's do another 1,000 KizCast for everybody in the chat, and let's do this battle. This is going to be a crazy one. Look at the smart people put their peeps way in the back. That's the highest chance of sneaking by. Because we're going to try to remove them. They're going to get stuck in the back a little bit back there. And after we push through this group, they're going to be able to swing around and hopefully make it through there. We'll see. Oh, man. Like 200 to 100 plus. Fighting that boss. Get that boss. Look at them heals. Nice heals there, everybody. Nice job tanking that boss as best I can. Let's get him. Holy mackerel. That guy can take a lot of deeps. And there we go. Walking away with tons of loot for everybody. There we go. Daniel, Darth Nader, and John Night Owl walking away with tons of loot. Rhythmic, MVP with 28 kills. Come on, let's keep it going. Let's keep all these battles rocking. Get you guys some more loot. What are we feeling here? I feel like we're feeling the barbarian up in here. I'll get all barbarian-ass up in there. Go get him, barbarian. Wipe him out. Now, here's something I like to see, everybody. Boom! Look at that. It's got 5 fuel rods already in there, and it's making the fuel rods at a good rate. Now, it's going to run out of resources. Absolutely, because the drones are not running. So we've got to get this going as quick as possible over here so we can have that water. It does not, its biggest problem right now, you can see, no water. And I knew that would be an issue, but let's go before we run out of power and run out of resources to keep those rods going. Down we go, down we go. Now our biggest problem here is trying to get a second one in here. It's not deep enough. It's in the clearance of the other. Oh, hold on. Just a split second there, we had it. For just a split second, we had a little spot. How about this way? Oh, boom! All right, now how to get the pipe out of there is going to be a tough one. Hopefully it's not too close. Let's see. Get the pipe around there. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay, we're looking good. Now I'm going to take this pump out. I'm going to combine it down here at the bottom since we only have a limited amount of copper sheets. We don't want to go too far. We want to combine it. No, that's too low. What am I doing? No, that's right. No, I got to do the low side and then push it up from there. That's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to do this and then this and then make sure our pump's going the right way. Pump it from there. And then we're going to run a power line over here. And there we go. All right, so that should now be able to pump that up. Let's see what its head lift is right now. 0. I put it the wrong way. See, if it says 0, then I know something's up. There we go. It should have some sort of head lift on it. Now we're doubling up on our water. For should have a bunch now. All right, let's go back up. Now we're producing our water at 240. And now this should be getting some water here. No, really? Oh, still pumping it. Come on. Did I disconnect the water? Why is the water not going in? Oh, there it goes. Starting to fill up now. Huh. How much water is this using? 50, that's 100. I just added another 120. This should be enough. Let's add another 120 water. Why the heck is that not flowing at a higher rate? I don't know. Sometimes it acts a little funky, everybody. It started there for a second. There's something weird going on. This is like weird. Look at how the pipe is there. It's flowing at 300. Coming through. This is teeing out. And it should be going at like 120 at a consistent rate. I wonder if it's a pump issue. How's our head lift on this pump down here? Oh, that's exactly what it is. It's a pump issue. All right. No worries. No worries. We'll put another pump right here. We'll try to even put it in the right direction. How about that? Yeah, right there. That's now down to 34, 33. That's looking good. You know what, I'm going to take this pump off of here. I'm going to move this back here. Put it on its lowest side is usually a good idea. And then it's going to pump the rest of this from down here, and then also pull the rest of that up in there. Let's see how its head lift is. Should be good enough. All right. And this should be going at 120. 120, so that's 240. Got a little bit of a pump problem there. Back up we go. Check our top pump. 16. Now we should see our nuclear power. Getting some water. There we go. All right, come on. I don't understand. That should be 240 water going through a pipe that's 600 wide. So it should have a big flow rate. In there. It just hasn't filled up yet. But look at how it goes up and down like that. We should have a water overflow too. Let's put in a water overflow so that we can kind of monitor that a bit. So we can have it backlog into there, and then if we need to start it up again, we'll be good. I just feel like there's something odd about this. There's something odd about the way that the water is working, the fluids are working. About how it used to work. Like, you just put a pump in there and it pushes it through the pipe. And this should be going at 300 or 240 right now of a flow rate. And then the flow rate's like really low. There it is. I wonder if it's the size of pipe issue. Because it's going in and then it's draining out, going in and draining out, but it's 240. It should be just absolutely backlogging because this is using 50, that's using 50, this is using 50. So that's 150 and I'm producing 240. You see what I mean? The numbers don't work out. The numbers are not working properly here. Again, something funky going on there. But it is powered now. And we have a bunch of fuel rods. Like, maybe we'll go add another one. I don't know. It is a good one. We actually even add another one? Yeah, we have just enough. Probably don't have enough for running more pipes, though. All right, where can we add another one? That is going to be a tough one. Oh, over there. So I move it around until it gives me just like a... Oh boy, it's going to be real far away though. I have to run that from over there. Stick one in on this side, a little closer. Oh, right there. Booyah. Alright, perfect too, because we can just run it right to there. Oh, I don't think we're gonna have enough. Can't afford. Alright, darn it. So close, but just need a little resources. I got a tricky idea. Let's do it. I got a little tricky idea. Over here. Getting a little radiated. A little radiated action. Alright, taking this pipe out. So instead of going and making more resources, I'm going to run the resources a little bit easier. Like this. And I'm just going to take out all this extra line run here. And run it this way. What that's going to do is give me some extra left over, and I'll take this fluid buffer out now. I'll screw it. What that's going to do is give me extra. Let's just start to backlog. There we go. Come on, water. What the heck? What's going on with this water? Just don't get it. I don't get why that water is not filling up. 300 M3 per minute. Oh, they moved it to 300. Oh my goodness. Okay. We really got to put some water in there. I didn't even notice that. It's 300. It's consuming 300 on its own. We're producing 240. That is why. Thanks for not telling me, everybody. Thanks for letting me figure it out. So we just need to add a little bit more to this pipe here. And try to connect it right in right there if we can. Let's go ahead and sneak it around the side here a little bit and bring that up. Oh, nope. Coming down. Invalid shape. change my build mode? Darn it. I hate when I hit my building mode. Okay, so that's going to go ahead and start pumping that out of there. We got to put some power lines in, though. Let's go ahead and upgrade that power line. Okay, now we're going to get that one going. So that's 240, 360. Still not enough. Still not enough water there to keep that thing going. So we're definitely going to need another one over here. Oh, man, this is just pickle after pickle after pickle, isn't it? I bet you there's a better water spot, too, that we could probably tap into. Or we could add our train, bring us the water. All right, let's see how we're doing now. Now we're going. There we go. Now we're looking better. Okay. Now we have 6,490 power. It's still not enough water, though. So what we want to do... man, we're going to need more water if we make a second one of these, too. We have 9 fuel rods, though. Man, the water is a big issue. What we need is we need copper rods is what we need. That's what we need, and we need to start that up. But the second we start it up, it loses water, and then we don't have the power. That's the thing. So let's go see if we can start up at least our copper sheets. We'll do a little bypass on our copper sheets and get those going. Always something. Always something, but we definitely need to tap a lot more water. Now, I see a whole bunch of lakes down that way. We could tap a lot of water and bring it over here. We could bring it from the from our main base as well. One of the drawbacks of the game, by the way, is that the forest doesn't have that much water. And they added fluids to the game, but... they never changed the forest to include more fluids. Whoa, we're getting way up here, bro. Get down there. Quick. Now what we got to do is we got to find the power that runs down to these other ones, turn those off, and be able just to tie into our copper production. And then all the stuff on the side here, our aluminum production, we need to turn off. So we got to find a way of turning all that off and then putting little power switches on all of that. Kind of modularize that a little bit. Okay, so where is the origin of the power that runs over here? That's a good question. And that's running this way. It's running to this connector right here. And then that connector is going to that connector, and the left bone goes to the right bone. Let's go ahead and take this off here. And this is the one I just ran, so I know that's separate. Let's go ahead and create a power switch here. Let's go ahead and connect that way. And so we'll have that off. And so this will come down here. And I think this is the one that's actually working. Yes. But our capacity went... Oh, no, that one's off. That one's off. That's the rest of this. This is the one that's actually working. Okay. And so we have that connector, which is connecting in the rest of all of this mess we got going here. And then down below here, we have some lines that are going off to the rest of the factory that way. Oh boy. This is what happens when you build it spaghetti style. You've got to go ahead and backtrack all this power and redo the power. Okay, so how's our power going? It's connecting here, but where's the rest of the power going? How does that power get out there? I think it goes out this way. Yeah, it goes out this way on the bottom. So, let's go down to the bottom and put a little power switch down there. Yeah, it's tied in from this side. And over here. And that's our copper production there. And then did I run the power? I did, right to there. Okay, so I ran the power across from here. Because we don't need our plates for right now. Let me turn that off. Throw a power switch here. We're going to have to come back and find all these power switches later, too. And so... turn that off. Again, we got A. And this is going to be B. Because we still need the copper. If we can get our way over there. But we don't need all the plates, so we can turn that off. That'll be fine. Copper here. We really need to turn that whole side of the factory off. I'm gonna run, I might as well. Run fast. So we need to turn the aluminum off. We need to turn this side of the factory off. So we can get our copper plates going again. Now I should probably just take the hypertube because then it'll circle me back around, or should I just run down the thing? I'm just going to use my vehicle. Okay, or not. Vehicle. There we go. I feel like when you pick this thing back up, it should go right back in the slot and what you picked it up from would be useful. Because this way you can just put it right back down when you need it. I'll have to drag it back in there again. Let's go. Okay, now what we have is we have a circle of power going on right now. So it's coming from the coal. Wow! And it's circling its way back over this way. And so I want to be able to turn that off so it's not doing all this other stuff at the end. So I'm going to turn it off at its connection point, which is right here. And if we need that back on again, we can always come back over here and turn that on. And so we're going to go ahead and power switch it right here. And then bring that up. And this way it won't try to run the power from both directions. There we go. A, grid B. Power switch is off. Okay. And again, our capacity 4,000. Okay, so I think that's right. We'll try it. Run back this way. Red alert. I like the little light you can put on. So I'm trying to think this out. How to disable all this other stuff so all of this stuff does not start up. I don't need any of this right now. All I need is those copper plates so I can get more water. Once I get the water equalized, then I'll have enough plates to build even more water, and so on. So I did tie this across right about here. into a switch down here. Oh, my grid turned off. Yeah, so that one's coming from that and then tying across here. I want to go ahead and tie this down to there and not back tie this into here. So we'll turn that off. We'll take this, put that down on that grid, and then it will be disconnected from my other grid. I suddenly lost a lot of power. Look at that. I lost a lot of power there. Which is weird. Oh, look, it dropped again. Oof, just barely. Look at that. Just barely above it now. Stuff keeps going on and off there. Like the whole grid turned off. Keeps turning my whole grid off. That's weird. Because I have a lot of power in both coal and that is kind of awkward. But let's go over here and find it over this way. Here's what we'll do. Let's see. Is it our fuel over here? Whoa. Is it our fuel over here that our oil doesn't have enough fuel? It's got 50 fuel. All I need is some copper things, everybody. And I could just go make them, but it's kind of fun to try to figure out the logistics of this stuff. So this going into here. Nope, that should go into A. This going into A. And B going out to there. And I should be able to turn this back on. Okay. Oh. This has to do with my coal power. I mean my oil power. Oil power seems to be running just fine. We don't have much backlog, but seems to be working just fine. Now it's working nice and consistent. Okay. Okay. That should not happen. Why is it just turning itself off at some point? That seems really odd to me. All right. let's get over here and check it out. What's going on? This has 50 fuel. That has 50. This is as much fuel can be in there. That has 50. I'm just going to check the ones at the end. This one has 37. 36. It's only using 1,600. It's got a capacity of 4,000. And it keeps turning itself off. That is a riddle. Now if I go onto this side, why is it not showing my coal there? That should be showing my coal production. Nope, it's not. Oh, God. Okay. That's not even tied into anything. That's not tied in. See, what that's telling me is that it's not tied into the actual power. Okay, now what I did is I split it off from all the other sections. So the consumption is 500 megawatts. I've taken out the 2 trains which connected elsewhere. This right here should be going to my my coal, but doesn't. I think when I cut that coal thing off at the end, it's not going to my coal. So odd. Now that is going across there and should lead to my hypertube over here. Alright, let's go figure out why. Logistics for the win. Had we ran this a lot better, we wouldn't have this problem. But what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to backtrack the track to power to figure out why. Is it right there? Oh, I see it right there. I did that incorrectly. Only going to show me the 1500. Okay, stop that. See, that's why I don't put those at the ground level, because I go in and out of them way too much. Okay. Whatever. Okay, so this is the problem right down here, because I broke this off and I ran that back there, but this also runs back there. So I didn't want to do this. This is wrong. So this needs to go out of here. And this one up here should tie into my coal line to get my coal started up. Right there. And now that should start up my coal, which then now my power goes way up. Okay. So yeah, when I was fooling with that line when I was coming back, I incorrectly cut that line, and that's what turned that off. Okay. But it's okay. I'm going to help me figure the whole thing out in the end. So like this, and then this goes into A, and this will be B to here, and then this one we'll just upgrade, and then we'll run that up to there. So all right, so that turns that whole entire side of the factory off, and now we have all of our power back again. Oh, all right, good. Good. Glad I figured that out. Oh, my vehicle went flying. That's what caused me to fly back. Okay, so turning off different parts of the factory so we can get this going on. Oof. Okay, so we got all of that going. Does our train have power? It does. Okay, so our train's still going. This other train we got to get back up and running. There we go. So all of our trains are still going. Oil's still coming in. How's our oil looking? Looking sharp. Okay. Now we should be looking pretty good on our stuff. Now, why does it keep going like that? I hate it when power is very inconsistent like that. I think it's just because it's starting up. Oh, and then went straight down again. So from 6,900 to 38,990. Maybe it's something to do with our fuel over here. We need to up our fuel here. This is 60 per minute. 60 per minute there. And this is 1 every 5 seconds. Struggling at the end there. Boom. See, it just turned all right back off again. This is such a huge drop in power. So it's like a drop of like 2,400 power. So it's like the coal over there keeps dropping. Or it could be this, but this seems to be running fine. This one at the end seems to have enough fuel to keep running. But let's look at it. It does definitely not turning off. Dropping power over and over again. A very consistent wave pattern though. Look how the wave goes up and down and up and down. Very consistent. Let's see, eventually it catches up. Sometimes because you're kind of feeding, when you're feeding along a long line like that, you'll get this really inconsistent power like that. All right, let's do a battle while we wait. To battle! All right, run a battle. Let's go. 98 units. Ah, you missed it by 2 units. So close. I don't understand why the power keeps dropping off so much. Let's see. Open the capture chest. Give you guys some love. Boom! Right there. Last splash getting some love. Subi, Papa Dude, M's getting some love. People getting blasted all over the place. Cyan 2 coming to MVP with the 6 assists there. Let's go ahead and do another battle. Probably do one more here. Let's see. What are we doing? Warrior. Let's go ahead and do Musketeer. Right there. Let's do it. All right, we're going to let this run for a second. I'm going to vanish for just a moment to go check on something, and then I shall be right back like this. And I'm back, everybody. All right, let's go figure out what's going on with that power. Now, I'm kind of thinking it's my nuclear power, but my nuclear power would be like more like 6,000 or much higher than what we're getting right now. Get through here. Right now, should just be... no, maybe that is this. 1,500 plus 3,900. Oh, that is my nuclear power. Okay, so that is the nuclear power. Okay, so, well, how much are we using right now? We're using 22,000, and we have, at the low side, 3,990. So, we want to get over here and see if we can turn on a part of the factory. Now, I could just go over here and make some stuff, but it's kind of fun to figure out the logistics of this all. Or actually, maybe I'll just go do that. Let's just go do that. Get this going. Going down. Whee! All right. Here's what we'll do. We'll just stop screwing around here. Get down here where we're extracting these resources. Where am I extracting that copper? From over here, no doubt. Actually, where am I running those copper sheets at? God, I don't even remember. It's been so long. I don't even remember what I was doing down here. This is our copper sheets here. So let's backtrack it. Okay, so we got some copper ignits right in here. Let's just grab them. Make them ourselves. What we need is we need water. And to get water, we're going to need a lot of copper sheets. We're going to need a lot of copper sheets to run the pipes. And so... let's go ahead and gear this up. Actually, we don't even need to wait here. We could just grab a bunch and bail. Oh, no copper ignits in there. Oh, really? All of this with no copper ignits? Oh, there's some. Right there. And this. And where am I bringing this copper ignits from? I remember. I don't even remember doing this long ago. They're going in here. Coming into this box. That box is coming from right down there. This is my copper ore. Okay. Man, I gotta come in here. I gotta revamp all of this. Man, so much stuff to do. Again, see, one thing goes off. You want to fix something else. You try to fix that. You try to get the other thing going. But we are learning a lot, aren't we? We're definitely learning a bunch today. And I'm trying to get my nuclear power to be on long enough where I can start up all the rest of my stuff, and then we should be good. But not an easy task, obviously, at this point with so much stuff going on at the same time. So let's just go ahead and head on out there and just work on our water. That water at the end of that waterfall there. I bet you there's a giant pool of water down there somewhere. We got to get to 400 water is where we got to get. 400 water just to have that one nuclear power going. And water seems to be our biggest issue right now. Actually, really, plates, copper sheets are our real problem. But we're just trying to get enough water. I didn't realize it was 300 water now in the nuclear plant. Or it might have been that before. I don't remember. But, man, we got to really tap some water and bring that in. We just have enough plates to run the lines. We should be good. What this makes me want to do is move my nuclear power plants closer to water and move them out of here. Just have this convert and make the rods, and then take the rods and actually have them run over there by the drones. The drones take it from here and they take it over there. That would be a good idea. But right now we need more agua because this keeps going on and off. And we don't like that. Now what we want to do also is maybe we can make a valve temporarily that is pumping the bulk of it this way and reducing the valve on the other side. So this valve will be going this way, and we're going to say this is going to be 300. Okay, my numbers lock wants to go on. There we go. So this is going to be 300. in this direction. And then we're just going to go ahead and grab this, another valve. And we're just going to cut off this because we don't really need it right now. And we're going to turn that to 0. So what it's going to do is run all the water this way. And that should fill up our water tank here. Why didn't I put this water tank back further? All right. Move the water tank back further. I hope it doesn't have a lot of water in it. No, it doesn't. Okay. Duh. Okay, let's move that out. Let's make this right. Let's take this out here. Let's put our water tank back here. Run that into there. And this across to the nuclear power. Okay. Let's get the water connected back in again. Around here. There. And now we got the fluid buffer going. Okay, so fluid buffer here. So it's just going to pump the bulk of the water into the nuclear power. And how much water we have going? So we have 3 of them going. So 120. We have 360 going. We need one more for our current setup to be consistent, and then we'll have a little extra, right? On top of that. So we got to get all of this tied in somewhere to where we could put another extractor. I saw there was one over there. Maybe we can sneak it. Oh, sneak another one in here. Where? Close by. Maybe not so close by. No. Fine. Right there. All right, let's go back up here for a second. We're going to need more sheets. More sheets. Our crafting bench. All right, more sheets it is. Let's do it. Very close, though. Very close. Oh, we got 77 we can make now. All right, we should be good. All right, hydrate it is. Let's do it. Kismet has run nuclear power many times before. That's the worst that can happen, right? Exactly. Am I qualified for running a nuclear power? Oh, Captain, my Captain. Thank you. My name is Jeff. Thanks for hanging out. I don't think I'm qualified. I have done nuclear power many times before, but they have changed it. So some of the stuff's been acting funky. And I'm like, what the heck is going on? So I'm learning some of the new tactics in Update 4. And one of those things is don't build massive spaghetti bases like I've been doing in this playthrough just because we want to come back and revamp it and make it beautiful later. Now, I've played through 20 or 30 times. I've played through the entire game many, many times. But they have changed some of the tactics and some of the requirements of the things that you're making. And so you have to make a lot more of this thing and less of this thing, but a lot more of that. And you need a lot more water for this and that and the other thing. So it does throw you for a loop because you're used to it being a certain way. And so you're now trying to learn the new way. It's like anything you have to learn again, right? Great example, Photoshop. And you're like, what do you mean Photoshop? Well, Photoshop, for the past 30 years, when you go to resize something in Photoshop, you have to hold down Shift to constrain the resizing, right? Well, guess what? They made it the complete opposite now. So when you scale stuff down, it automatically constrains. And if you don't want to constrain, you hold down Shift, which is now different than every other program. So other than Final Cut Pro. And so while you're doing it, your brain is so used for 30 years of holding down Shift every time you constrain. Every time I go to do it, I hold down Shift and it doesn't constrain. So I have to go, okay, let me think about it. Okay, I have to not hold down Shift when I'm doing anything. And I literally have to do it every single time. It is obnoxious. Well, if you're going to change a root thing, and I just called Adobe out on it. I said, if you're going to change a root thing, add it to the option to put it in there, but don't put it as a default for all the rest of us who don't want it to be default, who've been using it forever, and think that sucks. So yeah, that's the same type of thing right there. Let's hope we got enough. Oof, this is gonna be close. Let's run it this way. What the heck just happened? Okay, over here. All right. Of course it doesn't reach. All right, you know what? Screw it. I'm just gonna put another pump down here. Let's just make sure. I want all of it. Hey, Fred, why don't you come over and lend a hand? Does this not have any power? I haven't even powered that one up yet. No wonder it's not working. What the heck? I thought I sent that one power. That is a problem. That is why I'm really not getting a lot of... I had it set for 360, but it's not even doing 360 because I didn't power that one up. Not good. Not good, but at least I discovered it eventually. All right, let's do this. Let's put that down. Where's that connecting from? Way over there. Okay. Now we got everything on. Okay, everything's on. Everything's pumping in its proper pumpy places. Now this is 120. That's 240. This is 480. This pipe goes 600. So we should have plenty now. We should see it start to backlog. Let's go. Let's get up here. Let's check our head lift. Looking good. Up here, how we looking? Just fine. I'm using my little hover pack, by the way. I'm not using any mods. I use my hover pack. Now this should start to backlog like a beast. Okay, now we're looking good. Okay, and this should have so much extra water in there, it should stop going off eventually. Let's see. In fact, let's just turn the limit off. Let's just go ahead and say, you know what, 600, go baby. And then over here, same thing, 600, go. Now this should have so much water in there that it shouldn't be a problem of it turning off anymore. It should just constantly be pumping water in there because we're going at 480 and it needs right now about 400. So we have 80 extra. And we should... Oh, come on. I don't get it. Why doesn't it have water? What the heck? Guess it was still filling up. Maybe it was taking a minute to fill up the pipe. I don't know. Got 715 in here. Flow rate's like a lot. And then it goes down to nothing. Why does the flow rate go down to nothing? Should be consistently pumping that out. 120, 120, 240. 240 times 2, 480. 480 should be pumping through here. Yeah, we got over 400 or 500 coming in. All right, so that should be pumping in there. This should be going. Why the heck? That's flow rate 0. What? Again, I don't know what's wrong with this. I feel like there's something wrong with the fluids. I mean, that's not brain surgery there, everybody. I'm taking the valve out. Screw it. I'm taking the valves out. There's something funky going on there, and I don't like it. See, there's something with the valves or with pipes or something. It definitely doesn't seem like it's working right. Or I'm just not understanding it. That could be it. It could be user error as well, but that should be flowing pretty heavy in there. So when I put the valve in, I should be able to tell it, look, this is only 100 that should be flowing through here. So boom. Oh, did it get turned around the wrong way? Maybe that's what it is. See, right when in the last second there, it looked like it turned around the wrong way. Maybe that's what happened. Okay, now give me that valve. Valve. Okay, so this valve, let's say 110. Give it a little bit extra. Right, so 110 is the flow rate. into there. And then the rest of it should go over here to keep the nuclear power going. Now, if it goes all the way across, then we got it done finally. Holy mackerel. We were really struggling. Again, I forgot about the water was so much. You definitely have to have a lot of water going. It makes me want to move the nuclear plants by the water and just make the uranium fuel rods and drone those over to where my nuclear plants are, right next to that. I've got 6 nuclear fuel rods. Let's go check out our thing over here. I'm getting radiated. Going down. Get my suit on. Let's see. So 35 there. And what's going to happen is they're going to run out of resources here. Back here. And these previous ones. I'm out of sulfuric acid. Because I had to get my sulfuric acid back up and running. One of those is not running. It's red. The other one's running, but... Oh, it's out of sulfur. Out of sulfur. That's a problem I can fix. You know how I can fix that? I've got some sulfur on me. Right there. Oh, wrong one. Incoming. But I got to get my drones going. So if I don't get my drones going, they're not going to bring any other sulfur over here. And thus, just going to come to a stop. All right, there we go. So we got that back up and running for at least temporarily. We've got our nuclear power going. Let's see if it's more consistent now. All right, some nice, consistent nuclear power. Let's try to go back and turn back on some parts of our factory now. And all the factories should be modular and whatnot. For sure. I forgot about the massive water requirement of nuclear power. So I would put nuclear power more toward by a lake. I could move it right over there. There's a ton of water over that way. Or I could just take the rods and move those. Because the rods actually last a long time. Once you make those rods, they could make another one, drone it over there easy, and then come back and get another one before it runs out. So we'll have to think of more of a real good water spot to just drain a crazy ton of water. And then do it. We can also train some water up here. Maybe change the sulfur to water. Change the sulfur to water. Ooh, but we gotta take the sulfur out of there first. Not good if we do them both. Yeah, we could change this to flush that whole thing. Flush the whole thing. Flush all the pipes. Full pipe network of sulfuric acid, and we can switch that to water, and then we'll bring the water up and we'll run the water over here. That's exactly what we're going to do, because I have tons of extra water on that side, and I could bring a bunch of water over here and I can do a second nuclear plant as well, because I have enough control rods to do 2 of them. We're going to get tricky. We're going to get tricky up in here. Now, I have to go back on this side and add the container again. And then we'll tie it back into the rest of that water. I love to ghost ride the train. It's fun. Ghost ride the train. Of course, it is actually in my way, but that was fun. Say right there. Okay. So let's try this a different way. Let's try this. We need more water. That's what we need. Fluids. We're going to run it that way. And it's already got the cargo on there. Go back and set all this stuff up. got to get this done before it runs out of rods, too. Ghost ride. Okay, now we got to flush all of this stuff out, too. So we got to flush this. And we got to flush all of this. Full pipe network. Flush. Just told to flush the pure full pipe network again. Sometimes I gotta flush it. Flush that stuff. Flush it. Okay. Now, water is already tied into our other powers, so that water is actually not being used right now. We have plenty of water, and it's all the pumps are already along that line. So that's fine. This makes me just want to make a bunch of water and use the trains to bring a bunch of water over, and then go grab all the nodes and bring those over. Man, this game is just like an endless amount of hours you can play it. It's just like so fun to keep scaling it up and scaling it up. All right, so we got to go back to this one over here, and we have to tell it to flush this one, which we already did. We'll have to flush the train too, probably. But we got some water down here we can tap into. We have a water line right here that we can tap into and try to run it over there. It's not going to be easy. Do what we got to do. Oh, cannot afford. Earn it. Man, literally by just a little bit. You know what? I'm going to take this other sulfuric acid out of here for now. I'm going to take all that out just to use that so I can run this water. Different fluid types. Take that fluid type out. Oh, wow. That went fast, didn't it? Boom. All right. Get that water in there. Do we have a pump for that, though? You know what? Let's just add one. Oh, it doesn't have any power. Let's not run it that way. Let's take this and run this water pump across to our other power. And now that is on its own circuit. Okay, cool. That'll keep the water pumping over here into this. Oh yeah, that's got a lot of water. Okay, so we'll wait for our train to do its thing. And we're going to need more copper thingies. We're going to want to make another nuclear power plant. Let's clear this. Nuclear power plant Let's go ahead and say logistics. More of this. More of that. So I need more plastic. Need more of that. It definitely doesn't look like I'm hurting for that. Look at this. Boom. Put those in there. What else? And why is it not telling me copper? Oh, I was right. Was I running Mark? No, I was running Mark 2s. Why doesn't it say copper sheets? Oh, it does. 23 of 8 in there. Okay, so we need to get all this up and running again. So more copper sheets is what we need. No, 4. Looks like this one. Interesting that it has it here, but well, that's because the power is off. That's because the power is off. All right, more copper sheets. We'll snag some more in here. We'll make some more our own, just so we can run these pipes. Get this working. Let's have a little swig of coffee, because, man, this is hurting your brain. Let's do a battle. To battle! Alright, I'm just trying to get 2 nuclear power plants running now. And it ain't easy. Because I ran out of the resources I need to run the pipes for the water. But I'm going to bring some more water up, which should hopefully help us do that. And so we'll try to get over here onto our train. I'll start that battle here in just a second. I'm going to try to get on my train first so I can be traveling while I'm doing this. There we go. All right. Let's go. So I've got to get another nuclear power plant so I can flip everything back on again, and then it can make the resources I need to keep the nuclear power going, which is going to be a tricky thing. We'll see. We'll see if we get it done in time. Once we get this going, though, it should get rocking. All right, open the captain chest, give you guys some love. Let's see, Daniel, Papa Dude, and M's getting some love, and M's walking away with that MVP title. 11 kills. You know what? Let's just do another one, because I'm definitely going to be working on this for at least another half hour. Let's go. Let's do another one, if it's going to let me. I'm pressing the start battle button. Doesn't seem to want to. Come on. Start battle. All right, maybe it's trying to tell me something. Probably saying, Kismet, you probably shouldn't, but oh well. Oh well. Let's do it. Let's go high side. Feeling high side on that one. Let's go. Oh, now look at this. I went all the way to the other side here, and it has already put some water in there. We can see we've got water in the run now. And we can see that this is holding it back from not pedaling back into the thing. So, yeah. We got to get our thing to bring way more water up here. So it's going to load on that side, unload over here. Let's go look up here at the top and see if this is still acting funky. It should be pushing that water up, but it may not have enough water right now to get it up in here. I don't know. I feel like the pipes are working funny and the fluid's working funny today. Again, it might just be me. Maybe just my Dane Bramage. All right. Current amount in station 0. Does this think it's a water pipe? It does. See, it says water. Definitely a water pipe there. So really, we just need to wait for it to do water. Oh, and it's coming in right now. And see if it's enough water to get it to go up the thing here. much water is it going to be? Let's see. Okay, about 1,500. Oh, there we go. All right, widening. Yep, yep. Come on, up here. There we go. On this side. Yep. Okay, now it's pushing the water up. Up here. Oh, now we're talking. Now we're talking up here. Come on. Come on. Maybe not enough. Not enough water to push it all the way up to there. Need another pump, maybe? I don't know. We'll throw one in just in case. Man, I sure put that power real close to my train. Let's try to push it anyway. Oh, yeah. There we go. Okie dokie. Now, we need to get our train fired up and rocking and rolling. All right, train, let's do this. Boom, boom. To this one, and go. All right, now it's going to go all the way down there for no reason, and then come back and grab the water. But that's okay, because it's going to be pumping more water in while we're waiting, and should backlog that with a good amount of water in that time. So yeah, it's like the pipe was not telling me that it needed additional head lift. They're pretty weird, because if the head lift is below 50, it should be pushing it all the way. But I feel like maybe it's something to do with the pumps I'm not understanding. Because the head lift of this is like 10. And the max head lift should be like 45 or 49. And then I go down to this one down here. And this one is... Oh, this one actually is too far. Oh, okay. So we are too far. Now here's how you fix that problem. See how that one's 55? Over there, well, you go ahead and you put one back down here, a bit further down, and then it's going to fix that problem of that one having too much of a head lift. And then we'll take this one out. I don't think we need that one over there now. Now this one's going to be doing its thing. There we go. And let's go back and check the one before. Now normally what it's supposed to do is tell you where the head lift area is. It'll come up with a little ring that tells you approximately where that is. But I just go by the numbers. Now, if that's at 40, then we're looking sharp. And you also have to have enough fluid, I think, to fill the pipe. I think that also is an issue. That's 30 there. So we could actually move that pump up if we wanted to put a little more head lift on the back one. But I just want to see that it is actually flowing. Over here, let's look at this head lift. Whoa, 22.6, almost fell off the side. 22.4. Water is flowing and filling. Okay, we got water, everybody. We got water. Let's go chase this train. Now, again, hopefully we're able to do a second nuclear thing. We'll see. We'll see. Then we'll need to turn on our all of our drones and get those over here with a bunch of resources before we run out of rods. Now, sometimes I just like taking my time. And I did hydrate. Put that in there. Yeah, we got this going on. Again, very focused. Thanks for hanging out. Let me catch up in chat here. Yeah, there are fluids, MK2 valves. MK2 pumps and valves. Oh, was there? Yeah, updates 3 and 4. I think all the updates have been awesome myself. Every update, every big update that they've done have added just a ton of incredible fun to the game. I mean, it was already an 8 out of 10. Then they added trains with 9 out of 10. Then they added fluids, it's like a 10 out of 10. The building is incredible. They added all this new stuff, including hovercrafts and all that other stuff. 11 out of 10, everybody. Can't go any higher. You can't go any higher on Kismet's scale. This is a phenomenal, phenomenal game. Now, I'm purposely trying not to burn myself out on it because I don't want to play it 24/7 all day, every day. And the reason why is because I want to continue to play it all the way up until release as well, and then play it after it releases as so. All right, let's go ahead and make a little bit of a... oh, actually, we already have a little bit of walkway there. Let's go ahead and take this water out of here now. We're going to take it from up here to give us ourselves a little bit of a positive head lift. See if it starts to flow out of there. There's none in there. Oh, God. Do I have it on load? Unload. Got to have it on unload. All right. No worries. Well, it'll be over here in a minute. So we'll go ahead and run this. We're going to run out of copper sheets, everybody. Something as simple as copper sheets. We just keep running out of it. We got like boxes and boxes full of it over there. But apparently we used it all up. On some manufacturing and did not up our manufacturing. But luckily, I went and I grabbed a bunch of stuff so I can make copper sheets. Because running these lines take a bit. And so we're going to combine these two water lines together. Or maybe not. Maybe I won't combine the water lines. Maybe I'll just run this line just for the second one. All right. So if I wanted to run the second one, I could run that all the way around, or I could just run the rods over to it. Oh, our water is good now. Look at that. Look at that nice consistent power. Oh, radiation. Nice consistent power. That's a good question. I feel like I want to run the rods nice and easy to it. And then also use that. Alright, we'll just put it over here. We'll put it over here and bring that water over here. You know what I'll do is I'll stack it on this. I'll use a fluid buffer up there. That's what I'll do. That's what I'm going to do, everybody. Oh. Building this out. A bit like this. And I don't know why I'm using these really thick foundations, but whatever. This is one of the greatest parts of the game. See how easy it is I can build out? So great. So awesome sauce. I'm going to have to move these radiation things. Let me get my radiation suit on. I'm going to definitely have to move these out further. That's why you bring a lot of concrete too, man. I'm practically out. All right, let's go ahead and move this over here. Well, we might as well put it by this thing because it's going to be putting out radiation anyway. So we don't want to move them ourselves though. We want to have it move it. So we're going to do this. Boom. Then we're going to get away from it. Look at all those barrels it's already created. That's a lot of radiation barrels. All right, another nuclear plant. What do we need? Aha, I ran out of concrete. That's funny. All right, let's hope we still got some concrete over here. It's being run into this machine. Let's grab a bunch of that out of there. See if we can create our second nuke plant here. Everything else looking good. Ugh, that's the moment it chooses to save, everybody, when I'm trying to put my nuclear plant down. Let's try that. Okay, now, this is what you don't want to do, everybody. You don't want to be grabbing these rods and putting them in your inventory. Do not do that. Do not do what I just did. That is a really bad idea. Don't do it. It's really bad. You're going to die. All right, there we go. We're good. So I just basically pulled it out of there and put some into that one, and GG. Now we're going to go ahead and also merge this. Oh, that's a splitter, not a merger. And take this out of here like this and run the excess there. This is going to be for those rods, so we'll go ahead and also when it's making rods, it can run one over here as well. Rods are going up here, so we'll split the rods right on here. This is so spaghetti, but whatever. And then we're going to go ahead and run it over this way, if we can get away with it, maybe up here. Oh yeah, we're running it up here. Such a mess. Such a mess. But whatever gets it. Oh, really? Oh, we got to run it. You got to run it out straight. Got to run it out straight like that. Oh, really? Come on. There we go. Okay, so we'll put one rod one way, one rod the other way. Now all we need is water, and we got ourselves a nuclear plant. Also need to connect it into the power. Very important to do that part, otherwise your power doesn't work. All right, so now we just got to get the water from that other side. A little hover thing. We got to get the water from this side. We'll have 2 nuclear power plants running, hopefully, consistently. And then we can try to power back up all of our stuff. Let's give it a go. I feel like this is going to be iffy at best. Let's say there. Yeah, I'm going to definitely need a lot more rods. I mean, things, whatever they're called. The things. The thing. Now, you never knew you needed so many copper sheets, did you? Definitely in this part we do. Come on, we got to hurry up. Where are my copper sheets at? Where are my copper sheets at? Let's go. We're going to have to make a bunch of them. All we have to do is run this water line there. And we got it. That's it. There's always the simple stuff. Now, I had a whole box full of this stuff. And what I should have done was not taken the stuff out of my box, but use the overflow instead of burning up all of my copper sheets. That would have been smarter, because then I would have always had some, just in case. So it would have split it between my production, what I have, and then when I have too many, it would then put it into production, and if I had too many in my production, it would then run them into the awesome sink as an overflow. That's the way to do it. Well, let's create like 100 here, so we know we've got enough. And we're going to run this water in here, and then we're going to pray to the Almighty that this is going to work. We've only got to work for a little bit so we get everything back up and running again. And then we should be good. All right, let's go with that. Oops, I should have made that go up. I'm just running this, however. Really not the greatest way to run this. Maybe I should run this through the center. I should run that through the center. It's going to be shorter. Let's do that. Yeah, right through there. Oh, wait, here's a better idea. Oh, better idea. Here's what we do. We go down here, we take this out. Like this. Then we go ahead and we do a lifter. A double lifter. And then we keep the pipe up nice and high so that it's not dropping down. So we can navigate over the top of all this stuff. So here and there. And then this way we won't need a separate pump. And then over here. Say right there and right. No, we're going to be too close to that. Let's put it in the center. And there. So I just love to get the logistics to see if I can make it work. And I'm usually pretty good about making it work. How can we get past here? Oh, right there. No. I'm going to get past here without having to... Oh, radiation. Right here is where we're going to go. Right there. I wonder if it radiates your water. That's a good question. Right there and right there. If you run the water through the radiation area, does it radiate your water? I guess we're about to find out. Not that it really matters because it's going in a nuclear power plant, but whatever. And then to there. And then get on the other side of the radiation before we get too much radiation action. And then get down here and then put on my hazmat suit. There we go. And then I think we're GG. Oh, that thing's in the way. That thing is in the way. All right, but that's okay. We're going to go ahead and run our water first. We'll fix that problem here in a second. Nope, don't get on that thing. Get over there. Why are you walking so slow? What are you doing? Guy? Are you crouched? He's walking funny. Yeah, he's crouched. He's walking funny. Alright, now we'll just take this. Boom. Now we have to get that into here. So we got to lift this up a little bit more. I guess up into there. I don't know if that's really a thing, but whatever. Right here. This into here. And then this should begin. And there we go. 89,990, baby. 2 nuclear power plants up and running. That was some work, right? That was some work right there. Now, again, this is why you don't do what I'm doing, everybody. That's why you don't just make stuff on the fly while you're doing it. You really just kind of build out a certain section. And then when you need more of that thing, you just keep adding on to it and adding on to it. As opposed to doing what I'm doing right now, which is just, oh, okay, I'm going to fix this, and I'm going to bypass that, and I'm going to turn this off and turn this on. But I love doing that stuff. I love to see if it can be done. And obviously, I just made it so. So there we go. A little Star Trek reference there. Make it so, number 1. Let's go. Let's go, everybody. I'm excited now to turn back on my power before I run out of rods over here. Let's go do it. How's our water looking? Oh, looking good. Looking good. All right, load up that water, brah. A little swig of coffee. Okay, I think we got this. All we got to do is just turn our power back on. All right, come on. Put that water in there. Oh, it actually fills it. It fills it with water. But, of course, you got to think that later on it's going to have... it's going to use some of the water for our aluminum. We'll take a little train ride. I feel like right down here, too. I could be siphoning a bunch of water from down there, bringing it up here, and put a station right here. Bring all the water up. We could be running water back for days. We got to do that. We'll do it. Alright, I'm out. How much water over here? Oh, good amount. Whoa. See, look, it says 2,400, but it says it's half. There's something wrong with that. I don't know. I don't know, everybody. I don't make the games. So don't blame me. Look at that. Little redraw problem there, too. Little redraw problem. But again, it's early access. You guys expect it to be a little squirrely. Okay, come on. Let's turn this factory back on. We got to get these drones back in the air. Look out! Turn left! Brake right! Always should brake right, everybody. Oh, I forgot to give you guys 1,000 Kids Caps as well. There you go. 1,000 Kids Caps for having 130 units there. In fact, let me give you another 1,000 for being super patient today as I'm trying to figure out my gigantic mess that I made. See, now, this is when you pay the price, right? You keep building, and and then you pay the price, and your stuff is just an absolute mess. And then you're like, oh, God, what was this connected to, and how do I do that, and how do I turn this power off and get this to work, and all of that. And that's when you run into the biggest trouble of everything. The logistics of it is my favorite part. All right. Oh, we're going over here. Now, the survey will let us know if this is going to work or not. All right, here we go. We're going to reconnect this into here. And then we're going to flip the switch. Really? Really? That doesn't seem right. My consumption is only 2160. Okay, now consumption's 4,000. That's more like it. Oh, look at all the little machines coming on. I have power. All my machines are going green. We're going green, chat. Look at this. Everything firing back up again. You didn't think I could do it, did you? Oh, I could do it. I could have actually revamped the whole thing while I was at it, but you get the idea. Now, back online. Let's go check all of our stuff here. We've got our stuff online over here. We got this stuff online. Now, what we got to do, though... Whoa, look out. We got to make sure that we've got all of our other stuff that actually feeds into here back online as well. Let's go check it out. And because we're missing resources now, it's literally going to have to fire up a bulk of all of our resources. We want to see if our drones are working over here. Again, see, that's waiting for resources. This is all going to be waiting for resources to be made. How's our drones looking? We got lots of batteries in here. Oh, yeah, lots of batteries. How we looking here? We got no concrete in there. Oh, boy. Go look at our concrete box. Concrete box, empty. Or no, that's not concrete. This is concrete over here. Okay, that's got some concrete, and it's running some concrete over there. Now, again, we want to get down into here. Try not to kill ourselves while we're at it. And return this back on. We turned this whole side of the factory off, too. Alright, so now... do your thing, bro. Alright, and then we'll see that... oh, big spike, big spike. Alright, now we're up to about 4,000. Alright, now, the other side of the factory, we're going to turn that back on. It's cool when you... that's how you know you have power, because I'm using my little power hover thing. And let's go. We're going to have the whole factory back on here. At least I hope so, because there's might be some switches that I made that I forgot to turn back on. We'll find out. We got some concrete running here. We're definitely going to need that. Oh, yeah, there's a switch right here. Speaking of that, for the concrete. Let's go ahead and turn that back on. Oh, no! I broke it. Sometimes when I flip the switch, it breaks it off. But I can turn it right back on again. All right, all right. Whoa, no, I don't want to go there. Darn thing. Oh, I hate those things at the ground level. Why do I keep making them at the ground level? It's just like self-torture. Okay. And over here. Here we go again. If I don't see it rise, then I know what the heck. Well, that's getting power from up there too, and back chaining. Oh, so that already back chained that power into here. This stuff already started up because of that. Some of this is off. I have it just making. What do I have it making over here? Oh, just ignits. I'm running over there and using. All right. How are we looking on our stuff? Our stuff should be running. Oh, there we go. There's our quick wire running. We got our screws back up and running. That's looking good. Now, initially, it's going to have a lot more power in the beginning because it has to make all of these resources, and when it catches up and makes too much, it's going to turn those sections off, which is what I typically like it to do. So let's go check in down here. Now, that looks like it's full, so that's stopped. These are all looking good. Got our iron ore going there. Well, let's go check on our copper sheets. All right, those flowing in there again. Copper sheets going down the line. And where are those copper sheets going again? That way. Up into here. And down into here. What are they even making down here? I can't even remember. Oh, AI limiters. And this is making supercomputers. This is making high-speed connectors. On the other side. Yeah. Okay, so all of that looking sharp. We got it back up and running. Wasn't easy. We got our nuclear power in. We've also sectioned off a lot of our different... Oh, look at that power. Look at that power is rock solid right now. That's what you want to see. You want to see straight lines. You don't want to see them ever drop down out of there. So that was pretty cool. We sectioned off all of our power. Now all of our power is connected just to power. And if I want to cut off the rest of the factory, I can just flip that switch right there. Turns the whole rest of the factory off. Awesome. That is awesome. We've got our drones going. We've got our sulfur going in there. So our drones are taking... So I'm going to try a little drone trick here. Let me go ahead and get my jetpack. I'm going to take a little ride with the drone and see if I can actually get there. How's my jetpack? I don't have a lot of jetpack fuel. Then again, that never stopped me from doing stupid stuff before. All right, we'll do that battle in a second, everybody. We're going to ride the drone back and see if we can make it. I feel like it's going to be iffy at best. Oh, it's got like its own language. This seems like a really bad idea. Really bad idea, everybody. I remember this one time I was watching Kismet and he had the worst idea. He was riding a drone. Oh my God, it's working! Oh my God, I can't believe... Oh, whoa, whoa! Ah! Oh my God, I actually survived that! Holy mackerel! Woo! It just all of a sudden flung me off of the drone. Oh, that was fun. I wanted to go all the way. Now I'm out here in the middle of nowhere with no jetpack. But I do have my little hover thing. So I could use that. All right. Wow, that was cool. I got about halfway. I absolutely thought I was going to make it, everybody. I didn't do anything. I didn't jump. I didn't move anything. It just all of a sudden, it just took off. And then it sent me flying when it took off like high speed. I think it went in like to a turbo mode, right? I can't believe I actually survived that. I literally have nothing left in my jetpack. I had just enough to slow myself down. And then I hit the side and luckily did not die. Astounding. All right, let's get back over here. If we can get over there and check out those drones. Oh, there goes another one. Oh, I want to go on the drone. Yeah, see, he got it right about there, and then he just went in like turbo mode. I feel like we're going to have to try that again. We have to put a seat on there and just sit on the seat with some seat belts and use the drone to go back and forth. I feel like that's a really excellent way of killing yourself, too. Doing the drone. Now, the funny thing is, also, I have so much oil that I haven't even done all my oil production or anything like that yet. I haven't done all of that I really need to get all my oil power up. He actually brought more oil in, so we have more oil power from there. But we got our nuclear power on for now. And I don't know how long it's going to last. Because we didn't figure out the ratios of all the resources and all of that stuff. We literally just threw it in there and hoped it works. I guess we'll find out, won't we? Where'd my train go? Right here. Now it's a train within a train, everybody. Now I started first, so I'm going to go faster than them. I love the effects of the train, too. So cool. Now, later on, you'll have switch stations and all that stuff so your stuff doesn't collide. Now, while I'm running back, let's do this battle. To battle! All right, it's time to get it on. Let's do it. Fun times, right? There you go. Oh, and 127 units. Let's go and put that down. Kismet, is this a restart because, IRC, you had a factory less spaghetti? Yes, this is a restart. I did restart when they did update 4. I restart usually every single time they come out with a major update. I probably restart 30 times. Yeah. I don't just make one factory. I just say, look at my factory. I feel like it limits you in your creativity of what you can do the next time. And so I don't just build one gigantic mega factory that grabs all of the resources from everywhere. And I could do that, and I probably will do that eventually. But I feel like in early access, that's a huge waste of time because they're still tinkering with all of the mechanics and stuff. Once it's released, then I will definitely go to town. We'll get a mega server, and we'll pull every single resource from every corner of this planet. And we'll pull it over here. That's exactly what we'll do. For sure, for sure. So right now, we're just having some fun spaghetting it up. And if you saw my last build, you saw I was doing a bunch of underruns and running it super clean and all of that, which is very fun. But we'll do the same thing with this one. We'll go in and we'll fix it up where it is super clean. All the lines are run really nicely. Right now, we're just trying to fool around, get up to the upper part of tier number 8, which is we're on the last part of tier 8. And then there's only one thing after that, which is to send the super high-end stuff into the space elevator and then send it up to the top space elevator. So that's kind of what we're working toward, but we're in no rush. Again, it's been out for a couple weeks, but again, I don't rush through the game. I like to take my time. All right, some love going out to Last Splash, Ems, Paul, Rotisserie G getting some love, and Reaper coming in, MVP with 23 kills. Nice job, Reaper. Oh man, I'm so tempted. Oh no, we gotta finish, everybody. We gotta finish. I got tons of things to do. I gotta do my Fallout 76 stuff. I gotta get that ready. I got some Fallout 76 stuff I got to prep for tomorrow, and a whole bunch of other stuff. But as you can see, I'm coming in here where I've got my nuclear plants, and they are doing their thing over there. Let's roll on up in here and see how those rods are doing. How many rods? You always want to check and see how many rods they have. The 3 rods over there. Oh, this ain't going to be good, I can tell you already. 3 rods over there, 1 rod over here. And it tells me that this is probably stopped back here because it doesn't have enough resources. Oh, actually, maybe. Well, it's going to do 0.04 per minute. Let's get down from where we are and put our suit on. There we go. This needs 0.2 per minute, so it's going to make 0.4. So actually, it actually should catch up once it has the resources that it needs to get it going, because it's going to basically produce enough for 2 of these running at the same time, because it's using 0.2. So awesome. I forgot to look at that earlier. Now back here, though, this needs to be making enough of this so this can keep running. Otherwise, this is going to... Oh my gosh, look, we made 145. Everything is backlogged. Everything is backlogged. So we're styling. It's going to make 20 per minute of these encased uranium cells. Or no, wait. It needs 20 per minute. How much is it making back here? I mean, it's got a ton extra. It's making 25 per minute. So we've got it. We've got it. We got 2 nuclear ones balanced out enough with some extra in there. Now, the biggest problem, though, would be the water of the second one. Let's see how the water's looking. Rock solid. Rock solid right now. All right. Well, that worked out amazing. It was a lot of hard work figuring out all the logistics of that and making all this stuff run. Of course, we ran it terribly with Spaghetti City, but we had some fun. Now, we also did... Get underneath there. We also did a lot of fun with drones. That's right. We went drone heavy this time. So as you can see, my drones are coming in. They're going to drop off some loot over here. What is he dropping off on this one? I forget. Where's that one going? That one's going here and going into there. I'm going to say it's encased industrial beams. This one, whoa, we got so many backlog of rods there. Tons of sulfur now. Look at that. We're full with sulfur. Sweet. And then over on this side, how are we looking on our concrete is good. All right, awesome. Now, no drone. Okay, so yeah, our drone should not have any problem there. This should say no drone. Right, this port. We want to turn the drone off. All right. Because it's full right now, so the drone's not going to take off. The drone should have... it should have enough... it should have enough stuff to go there and back, because I have the batteries feeding in on that side and not this side. So I don't put the drones on this side, only on the other side. And they should work just fine until it gets too full, and then it should be done. You know, I think we should just go ahead and backlog some of this concrete as well. Let's do that. Let's just finish this off right. Let's put our concrete right there. Take that out. And run this over here. This is so our drones keep running. And bringing in a lot of excess concrete. There we go. All right, keep bringing in that concrete, bro. Keep it going. Now over here is sulfur. I'm feeling the same thing. You're like, Kismet, how are you flying, bro? I'm flying because they added this really cool thing to the game called the hover pack, so you don't have to cheat. You don't have to use the flying mod or nothing like that. I don't like using mods. I don't like doing that early game before it's released. Count me out for that. But I do like doing this kind of stuff, which is making stuff work. All right, hold on. I've got a little tricky. We're going to get a little tricky here. Watch this. I'm going to take these 2 out, and we're going to run one from down here to over there, and this one into there like that. And we're going to use the box as a splitter, and that is awesome. Just like that. There we go. And now it's got backlog sulfur for days. Okay, backlog of everything. Bring in that concrete. Bring in that those control rods, our stuff there. Oh, here comes our drone. Do your thing, you sexy drone, you. Do your thing. Now, again, I wonder if this takes off when it runs out. I'm going to take all this out of here. Try to help it out a little bit. Put that all in there and see if it takes back off again when it gets low. That's where it chooses to autosave, too. That's exactly what it does. See, it doesn't take off unless it needs to go get more materials and bring them over here. Oh, but look, our sulfur one took off, too. Now, at first, I thought it might be out of fuel, but it's not being fueled by this side. It's being fueled by its origin side. So that is awesome. That is how you do that. You don't put drones on both sides. You put drone on the side where you got batteries, and then it just goes and brings it back and forth. And that should keep our nuclear power going infinitely, and we should be good to go. So we are looking solid. Looks at our overall power now. Though our max cons is still 9,000, it's actually still over our capacity, which is always funny. But we're only consuming about 5,000, so we're about half. And we've got plenty of batteries. I feel like I should make a whole sea of batteries right by where I have all my power. And this way I can disconnect the rest of the line and just use those batteries to start up. Like you charge the batteries and then you turn the batteries off to keep them from using the charge instead of using biofuel. And then you have those as like startup batteries. And then you're like, okay, I got to start my factory back up again. I got to start my oil back up again, my oil refineries. And then, boom, you turn that on. It starts up your power for your oil or your nuclear or whatever it is. And then it starts all the process of that going. And then you charge it, you get it going. You charge the batteries back up. You turn the battery off. And you have batteries that are like, keep it, the power flowing. And then you have batteries which are battery backups that you can turn on instead of using your biofuel and stuff like that, like we did today. I feel like that would be an awesome addition to the layout as well. But there we go, everybody. We got that going. What else do we need? Turbo motors and something else that I don't even know what it is. I don't even know what it is. But we got it going. I love the Jason's games. A lot of fun to work stuff out. Yeah. And that was pretty tough, too. That was a pretty complex one where I had to go back and backtrack all of the lines to cut the lines into separate places so I'm not starting up everything at the same time until I have enough power to do so. And let's go ahead and get our vehicle out right here. I feel like we're good over here. Play chicken with the train. I'm betting the train's going to swerve first. That's just me. Brake right! I just happen to know that one, you'll go right through the train, usually. But number two, it's just enough where your vehicle doesn't hit the train on the edge. So you could, in theory, just have this much while you're driving and then have that just like be a drop-off. But I rarely ever do. Take it easy, JC Hunter. I'm heading out myself here in just a moment. All right. I'm going to try to get my character back over here. Oh, awesome. You just hover over everything. Back to our primary base. Let's go. Oh, if they made a life-size version of that cart, I would buy one. It depends on how much it is. I don't know if I could afford it. I might have to pay payments on it. But I would buy one for sure. Just to tool around my little area here. Imagine driving down the street, picking up your kids. All right, kids, jump on the side. And they're just like hanging off the side of it while you're, driving them home from school. I'd totally do that. Or I'd just get them a bunch. And then we'd have all my kids would have their own little personal vehicle. Except for the real life one would have to have a battery or something that would make it run, where this one it doesn't require any power. All right, our our power is back up and running. Everything looks to be smoothly pumping. How we looking over here? We had to get a bunch of these motors. Where was I making these things? I think over here somewhere. Let's see if we turn those in. What are these? These are, oh, these are turbo motors. These are radio control units. Those are turbo motors. I don't think I've even started turbo motors. I don't think I've done turbo motors yet. So let's wander back over this way. I'm gonna save and go from there. Look at it go. Go, little drone, go! Do your thing. I like how every now and again he's like, I got him falling! Oh, wow. Burn that up. We need way more concrete in there. I didn't turn my concrete off. Of all the things you do not want to be without, it is your concrete, everybody. That is for sure. I'm gonna backtrack this and see what's up with my concrete over here. Oh my goodness! Look at this. Look at this travesty of justice. Look at that. I bet that is so backlogged. I thought I had some other stuff coming in too. There, right there. Where's that going? This little jetpack's great for tracking stuff down too. That's it. That's all that is. It's going into there. Oh, that must be coming down there way faster than that. A little bit more spaghetti. Let's do it. I mean, hey, if you're going to have spaghetti, you might as well have a whole bucket load. Oh, funny irony, I need concrete. Let's do this. Snag it right off the line, suckers. Give me that concrete. And then we're going to go ahead and make this a merger. We are going to speed this way up. All right, hold on. Let's get this really firing. Boom. Boom. Lifter firing. Come on now. Get up on in there. Get up on in there. And then we're going to run this from over here. Boom. All right. Then over here again. Get this sped up. There we go. Oh man, it's gonna be jamming now. It's gonna be jamming now. Holy moly. Look at it go, man. It's going full 780 right now. That's going at 780 right there. Because it's so backlogged. Wow. That is going to be a massive ton of concrete. Alright, well. Certainly aren't going to hurt for that now. There we go. Feeding it into there. Alright, that's going to have plenty. And then eventually it'll backlog into that other box. Alright, so we got that going, everybody. Woo, look at this spaghetti. Look at this. Eat it up, everybody. Eat up this spaghetti. Isn't it tasty? Look at that tasty spaghetti going on over here. We're going to definitely fix this up. Don't worry, everybody. We'll fix it up. We just need a little bit of power, and we got our power, but now we don't have enough time to fix it up because it took so long to get the darn nuclear power going. But we got that GG. Now we need some turbo motors. I don't think we can just make turbo motors in here. I think you have to make them in the thing. There's a few of these things that you have to make. Oh, you can make them in here. So what do we need? We need cooling systems. Oh, that's what this is, I bet. I bet that's a cooling system there. I don't know. I have never done those. Yeah, cooling system. So we need... oh, man, we need a bunch of stuff. But we got all that stuff. We got all that stuff except for the heat sinks. We'll have to make the heat sinks. And then we got to make 400 of those and then use those to make... some turbo motors, but we're not going to do that. Next time what we're going to do is we're going to tear all this down. And we're going to remake it. We're going to remake it, and we're going to make it so it's way more modular. So that if we need more copper, we can expand our copper. We need more plates, we can expand our plates, and etc. 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 And we're going to be upgrading all of the lines to maximum speed. And so we'll go each section of the base. And we'll go ahead and probably start with our copper down there, our copper extraction, and our iron extraction on the ground level. And everything will get upgraded to faster speed. And we'll start doing underrunning, where we lift it up and we start running all of our lines underneath in a single run. You want to just go back to basics and start with your copper, start with your iron, and so on, and kind of work your way across. And then we'll work, but we'll leave all the factory running so we have tons and tons of extra resources to do all of that, especially our copper sheets over here, where we definitely need to up that production big time. I don't even know where they are. Over here. Look at them going. Barely have any. Oh, those are not it. Oh, this one. Yeah. It's going there. What else is it going? It's going this way. Again, it's curving into here. Those copper sheets are being used here. Man, we are not making enough. I can tell you that. Yeah, we are definitely not making enough. All right, I'm going to go put myself by the copper sheets. Maybe we'll work on that first. Making copper sheets and what else? Wire over there. Why are we making wire there when we have wire coming in over here? Do we really need that much wire? Why is that not copper sheets? Or maybe I had that as copper sheets because it looks like it's all in a sequence. We have way more copper wire and not enough copper sheets. I can tell you that right now. That's pretty easy to figure out because we got lots of one and not enough of the other. Alright, I think this whole entire backside here is going to be nothing but copper sheets. And this is coming in from the other copper node off to the side. Off that way. Alright, put my character right here to remind myself. Next time, let's do it. Full base revamp. Let's go. Alright, all we want to do is get to nuclear power. We've done so. And now it's time to scale everything up. And we will do that next time. And it'll take a long time to do that, by the way. We'll have to put in a lot of time and effort. But we're going to scale everything up. We're going to scale up our production of our various different things. And each node is going to do the one thing. So we'll have one node that is just for making copper sheets. One node that's making for thing, and so on and so forth. Because we definitely need to scale it up. Or what we can do is we can start combining all of those things into one gigantic areas that's just a copper area, and it runs all of the copper area into there, and then we make the 3 different copper things from there, which would be your wire, your cable, and your copper sheets. And then if you have it in one spot, by the way, you can control how much of each thing that you're making, right? You're making too much wire, but not enough copper sheets. Well, then you can shift some of it over to the copper sheets and do that. So I kind of feel like that's what we might do. We might take the copper extraction here and run it and combine it with the copper extraction over there and look for some more copper extraction and run it all into the same central area and just build it out over there and then just run the line of the finished product over there, which is what I like to do. I like to build at the node. As you can see, the node's over here, and I built the actual thing at the node. And that allows me to just go ahead and expand this if I need to. I could just keep expanding this wider and wider if I need more wire, which I absolutely don't right now. Or I can go ahead and create another thing on the other side here, which would be just all the copper sheets and whatnot, and pull it away from the primary base there and do that. Or I could build it in vertical. I could do all sorts of fun stuff with it. But let's get it back over here and try to remind myself to revamp all of that. There's 1,000 different ways you could do it. But first, again, base revamp. Save. Man, we're 109 hours into this playthrough. Now, some of those hours, by the way, are me just letting it run off stream. All right, let's go to my office, give you guys some love, and head on out of here. Now, the thing about Satisfactory is it's incredibly addictive and very fun because you want to just do that one more thing and one more thing. And now that you solve your power problem, now you want to go do the thing and the other thing. And, you know, that's what you really want to do. You want to go and fuddle with all of that stuff. But we're going to go in there and we're going to revamp all of our production. We're going to boost all of our basic production because there's things like modular frames and all of our rods and things like that that are just not being produced at a high enough rate now because we're in the high end. And when you're in that high end, your lower end items need to be doubled and then doubled again and then doubled again, usually, depending on how much you're making at the high end. So we definitely need to do that. And we know we have enough power and we have all of our stuff run to help us with all of that. So we're definitely going to get into that. Let's go ahead and give you guys some love, though. Now, I'm going to remember to give you the caps first because I always forget. I actually did it right before the stream ended last time. I pressed it real quick while you guys were still in the chat. There's 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 caps. How do we do on the retweets? Oh, so close. I'll give you it. And let's go ahead and give you guys also some info about the stream. You can go ahead and find me here on the stream from Tuesday through Friday at 9 a.m. till about this time, 3 to 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'm doing some bonus streams Tuesday through Thursday, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Until about midnight or later, and then Saturday, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Now, later tonight, we're going to be playing some Valheim at 9 p.m. We're going to be working on our outer perimeter wall, try to get that up to protect it, and then put a bunch of workbenches down to protect our main village from mobs spawning in there and constantly being up in our face. So that's going to be fun. We'll work very hard on that, and then also tomorrow, we're going to start some Fallout 76 takeover for Steel Rain, and we're going to be going all week long. Now, it should have already dropped, by the way. If you guys want to get a head start, feel free to go ahead and fire up your 76, get the update going. You definitely want to get that going by tomorrow. Probably a good idea to get it going today. I'm going to do it right now and get it prepped and ready. And then we will go ahead and I'm going to be doing a bunch of kind of questing stuff during the day. But on Thursday night, we'll be doing group stuff. And on Saturday night, we'll be doing group stuff, right? So Thursday and Friday during the day, I'll be just doing Steel Rain storyline and running around and working on getting tons of loot. Now, I've got a ton of lead and a ton of other resources so that I have plenty of bullets for all the trouble we get into as a team. All right. Now, you can also check out some other fun stuff like my Discord and my website, kismet.gg. That does help a lot. When you guys over there go on to Discord and say hello over there, feel free to introduce yourself. Now, the thing that really helps is if you go ahead and click on the YouTube channel, just take a moment real quick, hit that subscribe button, hit the Twitter button, the Twitter link, and hit that follow. That helps tremendously as well, so I can do lots of fun stuff here on the stream. Now, again, that's it for me, everybody. I am pretty exhausted because I only got about 5 hours of sleep last night. But we solved the problem of our power, didn't we? We solved it even without having to revamp the entire base, and I feel like that was a win. That was a win for us, and we have now double the amount of power, so we have plenty of nuclear power and plenty of stuff running over there to keep that nuclear power going while we go in and revamp certain sections of our base while we still keep it running, but we're going to revamp the versions and really scale it up and work on how all our lines are running, and then we're going to clean up all of the spaghetti, but that'll be next week. That'll be next week at this time. All right, so we'll see you then. I will see you guys later tonight in about 9, 8, 7, 6 hours, whatever your local time is, playing some Valheim. See you then. Bye, everybody. Hey everybody, Kismet here. Thank you so much for watching this video. Make sure to hit that subscribe button right in the center of the screen. Also check me out live on twitch.tv/Kismet. I'll see you all next time.